Are you ready? 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 Are you Are you ready?
It's do or die time today. We're in Championship Sunday in the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0 League Finals. We're going to be finding out who's taking home the lion's share, taking home that $100,000 in their pockets, and obviously all the goodies and fame that comes along with the title of being the best in the West. I'm Jason Cavan. I'm your host here today. And of course, like always, I cannot do this show alone. I have two fantastic people who are going to be looking just as good as they do in breaking down the games. We got Seven World's game. We got Glitter Explosion. Seven and Glitter, you both are looking great today. Seven, I'm digging the hoodie. You're looking spicy.
Thanks, bro. I got my in-game skin on. You know, I got my PUBG Mobile skin, and then I got my school shoes too. It's gonna be a great day.
Reminds me of what you wore in the finals in Malaysia, actually. But I think that was a little bit warmer for you. Glitter, you excited? It's Championship Sunday.
Oh, I'm ready. We're going to have a fight on our hands today, so I am incredibly excited to get into these games because I don't even know how it's going to turn out after what we saw over the past few days. I
don't think anyone knows how it's going to turn out. If you guys missed out on East, that was a crazy finish as well. I'm not going to spoil who won that one. I want you guys to go back and watch it yourselves, or maybe just go look at Twitter, Instagram. You probably know from there as well. But we got to focus on our show today, right? We need to focus on how teams even take home that first place, and it's all about the points, right? It's all about the 1 point per kill that you get. And of course, more importantly, as we've seen here now coming into the final 7, it's mostly also on the placements.
It is going to be on the placements. Remember, our chicken dinner is going to be 20 points. And then on top of that, if you're able to back it up with some kills, you are going to be getting 1 point per kill. And we saw a lot of teams take advantage of that. One that comes to mind, it was Konina Power. I believe they ended up with 16 kills, if I'm not mistaken, in the chicken dinner, which kind of propelled them to being even more on the top 2, to being able to kind of go for a run at that first place today. So any team that can get a chicken dinner that's currently within top 5 and can also back it up with kills will be great for them. And also the other ones that are currently towards the bottom 2 or maybe in the top 10. Every leaderboard placement there is going to go ahead and put you up on the prize pool money.
Oh yeah, and it gets crazy high as well, especially if you get into the top 4. And we're talking about prize money. Let's take a look at what it's going to be, what the breakdown is for everyone who is participating. $100,000 for first place, $50K for second. Glitter, we can see it drops off by about half every single time down to 4th place. But the thing is, if you're playing for only 20K, you're not playing right. Every team should be playing for that 100 grand.
Oh, absolutely. And this is what we're probably going to be paying the closest attention to all day, is to see who can pull down that $100,000 prize, because as you move down the list, you see how much money you're losing with each place that these teams drop. So that's the last thing that they want to do. And then taking, you know, the MVP prize into consideration as well. That's another $10,000 to whichever player can come out on top of that. We've been tracking that these past few days. And we've seen some shifts in that overall leaderboard. Some of these players are starting to step up to the plate at the right time, while others are starting to fall off.
Yeah, and the thing is, as we've seen, it really depends on your teammates as well, right? We didn't have Korea on the MVP leaderboard until yesterday, where he snuck into 10th and then 5th place. You need the backings of your team. And there are a couple teams we want to talk about here to start off the day. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's the teams currently in the top 3 positions. We got Footballists, we got Konina Power, and of course, we got Cloud9. Seven, which team you want to talk about first?
It's going to be Konina Power. Why not? Let's go ahead and start with them. The improvement that we have seen from this team. If you're, for some reason, this is your first time ever watching one of this, one of our show days in regards to the PUBG Mobile World League Season 0 West, Konina Power did really well in the first week, seeding weekend, and then they kind of dropped off and they started switching their whole mindset. They went from being aggressive to becoming more of a placement team. And then towards the end, towards the last Super Weekend, we kind of saw the aggressiveness. I remember I even mentioned, I was like, yo, if this team can go ahead and continue to be consistent, they can also back it up with some kills like we know they can, they're going to be scary. But it's not only Konina Power. One other team that has been consistent throughout the whole tournament and has also been able to get some fragging power behind them has been Footballists. And Footballists is that team that we know they can go ahead and put up the numbers. Remember, Glitter, at one time they had a day where they put up 2 wins with 19 kills apiece.
Oh yeah, and Footballists has just done such a good job of, even in the game, so if we look through all their finals numbers, there haven't been too many overly massive games, but the thing that they've been so strong with is their kills. We've seen them have Fifth place finishes with 6 kills. Fifth place finishes with 8 kills. A fourth place finish with 11 kills. Whereas these are the types of numbers that some of the teams that we're looking at in the World League have struggled to get even with a win. So Futbolist is one of those teams that we're looking at when it comes to the aggression side of things and really utilizing those kill points to their advantage. And then the final team that we do need to touch on is, of course, Cloud9. We saw them at the very, very top of the leaderboard after day one. They came out of the gate so strong with a first place finish, a second place finish, a second place finish, all back to back to back, after we saw them have such a huge fall off in week 3 of league play and missing out on that final super weekend. So we were looking at Cloud9 to potentially kind of maybe bring back that super strong performance we had seen in the rest of the PMWL West. And then we got into days 2 and 3 of the finals and it just fell off for them, Seven. And I don't know what happened, but these are the 3 top teams that we're definitely going to be paying attention to the most.
Yeah, and I think we will be seeing the numbers there from Cloud9 in a little bit, but let's go ahead and focus on just Futbolist there for a second. As you're able to see throughout the whole league finals, day by day, they have been consistent in regards to damage. Even yesterday, they went and improved in their healing. I think they were just willing to take fights that they didn't really require to take that much damage themselves, and they didn't really have to heal as much. And then the kills, you can see they popped off in day number 2. They ended up with 8 kills per game. Yesterday, they did slow down a little bit, but it's okay because they're still within that average of what they usually get. Remember, 1 kill equals 1 point added to that leaderboard. One thing I do want to go ahead and see out of Futbolist coming out today is I do want to go ahead and see them out strong, as we are going to be comparing some of the other stats. I think Futbolist, honestly, for me, is if they're able to maintain the kills, if they're able to get that higher placing as well, they're gonna be a team that could maybe maintain that first place.
Well, one team that's been getting the higher placings and that's been getting the kills, as we mentioned before, is Konina Power. And this team, again, I can't understate or overstate how amazing they've been able to play here in the finals, considering when we saw them only have something even close, even relatively close to the power they've had in these 3 days, was in the second day of the opening weekend, and that was only 1 day. This team has come out of the gate so fast, so hard, and they've let everyone know in the lobbies here, Glitter, that they're here to play.
Yeah, the improvement that we've seen for Konina Power has been massive, and you can see it here on the stats that are up on your screen. The damage difference in day 3 alone compared to day 1 and day 2, they've literally almost doubled on day 3, you know, what they had did on either respective day. As we move down the list, you can also see the massive jump in their overall kills and in their knockouts. And this is partially because we saw Konina Power coming in and playing a little bit safer, more conservative, and focusing on those placement points like we talked about at the top of the show. But then yesterday, I don't know what happened to Konina Power, but we played 6 matches and they had a first, a fourth, a second, a fourth, and a third place. And if you're keeping track, that's 5 out of those 6 matches where they were above a top 5 finish and had very strong kills to back it. So talk about peaking at the right time. We've brought that up a couple times throughout the show as well. They have catapulted themselves from where they were on the leaderboard at the start of this thing into today.
Well, we talk about catapulting forward. Cloud9 definitely did that day 1. However, as you guys have mentioned, day 2 and day 3 were not so kind to them, as we're going to take a look at their stats, and you can see it's pretty much the exact opposite of Konina Power, where Konina Power got better as the days went on. They started off strong, but have only been getting worse here, Seven.
Yeah, and remember on day 1, they came in with a vengeance. They came in to kind of prove themselves because they did not qualify to that final super weekend, and it cost them a lot of money. So I'm pretty sure they were coming in with that chip on their shoulder, wanting to go ahead and prove that they belong here, and they were able to do that on day 1. On day 2, they started slowing down, and then on day 3, you just kind of gave you flashes of week 3 league play of how they were performing here. They were only able to place within the top 5 yesterday in the first game, where they ended up getting 4th place. After that, they ended up with a 6th, a 7th, a 14th, and a 9th place. And they were also not able to get a lot of kills. That's something that I'm going to be looking at here. As you see their knockouts, it was not even 1 average per game. And then you have 1.5 kills average. And then you see their heals and their damage is just not going their way. Something I do want to go ahead and see out of this team today, if they want to be in contention, at least maintain that top 3 spot, you need to start hot and you need to maintain that hotness throughout. Because guess what? You also have Loops Esports, which is with this striking distance. We know Loops Esports is a big team. I think they are currently about maybe 37 points or something like that behind them, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 35 points behind Cloud9. If Loops Esports gets a win with a lot of kills and Cloud9 gets maybe eliminated in 16th place with 0 kills, as we have seen it happen before, we could see a huge shift in the leaderboards here.
Yeah, and well, speaking of leaderboards, why don't we just take a look at it and see how far teams are away from each other at the moment, especially when it comes to getting the big bucks. Now, I do want to bring this up again. When we got to interview Beowulf from the 6X podcast, he did say they kind of messed up on the third week of league play. They kind of played too well originally, so teams started to focus them down. I wonder if that's kind of something that they've been kind of leaning towards of like, all right, let's maybe not go as crazy today and really show up in the last day. So other teams like Konita Power, maybe footballs can be focused as well and maybe taken down in the throne. But we'll see. Konita Power, they should be in second place. Football should be in first. We'll get the overalls on the screen just for you in a second. But we've had some other teams in there. Loops really kind of, it's weird. I say they've been struggling, but they're still in fourth place, which feels so weird to me, Glitter. Like they really haven't done the Loops name justice like they did in the league play.
Yeah, they haven't, and I'm excited to see if they can fix that for today or if they just continue to struggle, which will be surprising, but they have had a harder time here. I mean, as we're focusing on the top three, I believe, we're only max 14 points separating first and third. So there isn't a whole, like Cloud9 could easily bounce back, right? They've been struggling these past few days, but they are well within striking distance of that first place position. And if they have a few strong games, then Konita Power or Footballers do not. Cloud9 does have the opportunity to jump themselves back up. But then as we move down the list, we see Loops Esports at 192 points, actually tied with Nova Esports, who is another team that we've really started to see step it up here towards the end of these finals, and something that we will be watching for to see how that the competition there between Loops and Nova kind of continues to unfold. As we continue to move down the list, we're seeing Wildcard Gaming was able to jump themselves up a few spots. Queso, Tempo, Dream Eaters, and UDR Killers rounding out that top 10. And if you look at the points, they fall off pretty significantly, as 10th place is 158 compared to the first place 241.
Yeah, just a huge difference there. As now we go towards the second page, 11 through 16. You see Pittsburgh Knights, Team Unique, Team Umbra, B4 Esports, Yalla Esports, and Alpha Legends. And with this team, something we've been talking about for a very long time now is, are they gonna go ahead and do anything crazy here? Are they gonna go ahead and do anything to surprise maybe those top three teams? Remember when Cloud9 wasn't playing well, we saw some of the teams that were kind of towards the bottom of the leaderboard. They were gunning for them. They wanted to go ahead and eliminate them. They even said, oh, it's Cloud9, let's go for it, So anything like this could happen, and it could, in a way, if for some reason the top three team actually wins that engagement, it could go ahead and help them out. But also the other way around, if for some reason that one of those 16 teams or 14 teams end up winning an engagement with the top three team, it's going to be massive. It's going to impact that leaderboard in a huge way. And that's what I'm going to be looking out here today, to see if those teams towards the bottom actually want to go ahead and play, want to go ahead and showcase themselves, want to go ahead and showcase them skills, because at this point, I mean, there's really nothing to lose.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you hit the nail on the head, especially when it comes to Alpha Legends. Why not? Be crazy. Let's take a look, though, at the schedule again. This is the last time we're going to be doing this at the start of the day. I can't believe this is the last day after a month of play, but we can see here 6 matches in total will decide who's going to be taking home the trophy and who's taking home the 100 grand. We're starting things off on Erangel, going to Vikendi, back to Erangel, over to Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel once again to finish off the entirety of the league finals. Honestly, I can't wait till we get through all of these matches, because everyone who's playing, everyone in like the top 8 position, maybe top 9, are really hard focusing on every single match. And something that we talked about here, if you're footballs, if you're Konita Power, I'd say if you're Konita Power more so, do you continue to play like you've been able to play yesterday? Or now that you're in one of these positions where you're into top 2, do you start to play a little bit more reserved? And I wonder if teams will start to get inside their own heads with the strategies and kind of second guessing themselves, or if teams can manage to kind of keep composed, right, and still play that same style they've done the last 3 days, 7.
Well, the good thing about Konita Power is if they decide to play passive, guess what they have been doing for the past 2 weeks? They've been playing passive. They've been getting those points by positioning. They've been not been fragging out. It looked like a completely different team. And then I started to realize what they were doing. They're like, oh, they're trying to make sure they get the rotations towards the end of the game. Trust me, there's a lot of RNG in the game. You kind of have to expect the unexpected with everything going on in PUBG Mobile, especially once that circle might shift. So for that team to be able to focus so much, especially 2 weeks here on the league finals, with some of the teams that they're going to be playing against anyways on the league finals, for them to focus towards the end game, for them to focus just on positioning, right now they're sitting in a pretty good position. If for some reason they end up losing a player early, guess what? They can always fall back to what they were practicing, which was the placement points. If they do see an opportunity, though, if they do see an opportunity for be aggressive, they currently have the #1 MVP ranking guy in Tixi. They also have Axer. They also have Robdini, and they have just the whole team is strong. So anything could happen here, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they end up getting some kills in this first game.
Well, and funny enough, they sometimes seem to get better when Gonzo dies too. Don't forget about him. But you guys at home who are watching, remember we still have the milestone event going on at the moment. 300,000 concurrent viewers will unlock 6 crates for everyone out there who plays PUBG Mobile. And within those crates, there's even a chance to get a permanent set. So again, tell your friends, tell your family members. If you're 7, tell your exes, and get them all in here watching some PUBG Mobile action. Pretty much the peak here of the West League as well. But I think it's time to start to get into this first game, guys. I think it's time to start talking about predictions, and I'm going to start things off. And I've been asked, because obviously the East show is done here, right? And they asked me, like, so Jason, who do you think is going to win today? And I said to them, honestly, I can't tell you. However, after the first match, I think I could give a solid prediction of who's going to perform well. In my eyes, I'm looking towards Cloud9. Will they bounce back today? Was those last 2 days some flukes? Are they going to be able to show up when it comes down to it? And can they maintain the points throughout the entirety of the day? That's why I'm putting Cloud9 first as my prediction. It's kind of a risky thing for me. I wanted to go towards Canadian Power, but it's Cloud9. It's the first game of the day. Like, how could I not go for them here? 7, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, Cloud9 always performs. That was yesterday, I believe it was yesterday or day second. It was the only match they performed in. It was their first match, and that's why I'm also going with Cloud9. If Cloud9 wants to even have a chance at gunning up for that first place, they need to start off hot. They cannot do what they were doing yesterday, so Cloud9 is the one I'm going to be looking at here to win this first match, and we'll see what happens later on.
Glitter, it's all on you. Are you going to jinx all of our picks by going Cloud9 as well?
First of all, I would like to put on record that I am not a jinx. Second of all, no, I'm not picking Cloud9. I actually have decided to start off the day with Konina Power. They have literally improved every single day, so if that trend continues, today should be their best day out of the entire finals weekend, and they are currently sitting above Cloud9 in second place. So I'm hoping that the consistency and the aggression that we saw out of them yesterday is also what happens today.
I mean, it's the same thing like I was saying for them. Like, we're going to see in their first match what kind of team is going to show up today, right? And this is one of the few times they've ever been able to play 100%. Towards the top of the leaderboards. And can they maintain it? Can they even go further? I'm surprised none of us took footballers, but I think we're all saving that pick for a little bit later on today. I think we know exactly what map we're going to be all pretty much picking them. But guys, thank you very much for your information here, and obviously the breakdown of our top 3 teams. We'll check in with you guys when the first match has finished. And 7, you are looking... Can I get one of those? Can I even get one that fits me? Oh, man. You know what? Get out of here. I don't want to talk to them anymore. What I do want to talk about, though, is you guys at home who have a chance for the lucky draw still going on. It's the last day. It's the last 6 games in the entirety of the World League to win a limited time outfit. So make sure you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, and you could be lucky enough to win. And also, you can be lucky enough to still be on the show as well. If you tweet to us at Esports PUBG and with the hashtag PMWL, give us your thoughts on who's going to do well today. Give us your thoughts on who's going to win and potentially win the whole thing as well. And speaking of winning, we got to bring in some commentators, right? We got to bring in the awesome Viram and the phenomenal Cameron Davis. I really need to add to my my plethora of words that I clearly have and how to describe people, but it's D-Day, right? We're into the last day. I really cannot ever be in a position of one of these players and feel the stress that they're under right now. With only 6 games to play to decide if you can take first place, second place, wherever it might be in Viram.
Absolutely. As someone, you know, not in PUBG Mobile, but I've been a competitive player, I know what it's like to roll up on the day when it's all on the line, you know, whether it be a qualifier or a championship, in this case, a grand finals, $100,000 on the line. Look, my heart's pounding. We haven't even started the games yet, all right? Like, this is going to get intense, but players just need to take a breath and just look, it's any other day, even though it's Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and Cameron, there was actually one team I wanted to talk about that we didn't really get into when it came to the start. Team Queso. We talk about how well Konina Power has been doing this week. What about Team Queso? They have really started to show up, where again, just like Konina Power, they weren't really around much in the Super Weekends.
I mean, unfortunately, the reason why we're not talking about them in the way that we're talking about Konina Power is because, sure, they're showing up better than League play, but so far, they're not really proving that they're in contention for the top spot, so they're going to need to continue to push that even further. But with Konina Power going at the momentum and the rate that they're going, got a footballist, and then Cloud9, who always has the potential of coming back, they're going to need to have an amazing day if they want to be part of that conversation.
Yeah, they do, and maybe we'll get a prediction on them later on from some of us if they do perform today in the last day. And also maybe some other teams we can talk about. Pittsburgh Knights and Virum, they have stepped up yesterday. Obviously, not quite in contention for first place, but they have looked better yesterday than they've looked the entirety of the finals.
Yeah, literally that, statistics-wise. They put up better numbers just yesterday than their entirety of the performance on day 1 and 2. They went up like 5 placings, I think.
Yeah.
They finished the day in, I think, 11th or 10th place. They were almost in dead last. But they were able to step up in a big way. I think 60 kill points now for them, something bizarre. Like, it is incredible to see how much better they did yesterday. If they can continue that momentum, again, I don't think first place is in the cards for them, but a top 7 finish, top 5 is not impossible by any means. But I think the other thing we have to look at, Loops and Nova, 4th and 5th, are tied in points.
Yeah.
They are both also in contention here. Like, we have to talk about the trend that Nova Esports has been doing as well. It's been a little more hit and miss, but the games they've been performing, if Cat can survive, if they can make it to those late game scenarios, they don't lose.
Yeah, I'm actually glad you brought Nova up, because this team was a team that struggled quite heavily. But we've seen the impact of a strong in-game leader like Cat can have on a team. They went from being like a 10th through 20th place team to now in contention for like 3rd, 4th place. This is such a big step up for them, Cameron. And you really have to wonder, can other teams match that? Or maybe can Nova maintain that yet again? I know we've seen Cat have, I'd say, better success on bigger maps like Miramar, but obviously only play that once. So I'm hoping for them that Erangel can be something they can really pull out strong today.
It's just very hard to tell what the whole feeling of this final day is going to be like, because in the course of this whole weekend, we've seen the tempo of the games increase and just change so much. I'm hoping that these aggressive play styles continue to be the focus of a number of these teams, but that does mean that you really need to be on the ball on actually executing and winning the engagements that you find yourself in.
And also, I think it's important for an in-game leader to really take the pressure off your teammates, right? Imagine, we had Nova up against Dream Eaters on Erangel yesterday, and I think it was AZ who kind of peeked a little bit too wide and went for an engagement that maybe he shouldn't have. But if something like that happens to you relatively early on in the day, knowing you only have 6 matches in total left to go, I hope that your in-game leader, your teammates can help bring you back from that, right? Because you don't want to have that clouds really sitting over you the entirety of today. But it's time to get into predictions. It's time to see who you guys are going to be predicting. We had 2 Cloud9s, we had a Kanina Power. Cameron, we're going to start off with you. Who's the team you're backing? Who's the horse you're backing, maybe?
I'm going to ride this horse to the very end. And, well, I say the very end. I can only pick them for one game. But Kanina Power are looking very, very strong. We have multiple Erangels today. And so for a lot of the Erangel-focused teams like Cloud9 and even Nova and Wildcard, we'll have opportunities to pick them later depending on their form. But right now, Kanina Power, I'm really feeling the energy coming from them.
Okay. And Viram, speaking of energy, you got a ton of it today.
Oh, man. we have to bring the energy today. It's Championship Sunday. No, I'm gonna go with Kanina Power as well. You basically summed up everything that I was thinking about with Cloud9 earlier, Jason. They're really a coin flip. They're either gonna come into today, they're gonna crush this first game, they're gonna go on to do super well, or it's gonna be a splash in the pan and we're gonna see their trend continuing. So I'm not gonna go with Cloud9. I am gonna go with Kanina Power. That is going to be my pick. They are just on such a colossal streak. Just a great run for them. So I'm going to back the horse as well. We'll see if it can come out of the gate strong.
Yeah, and speaking of those gates, they're opening here in just a few seconds as the first match of the day is about to kick off. And Viram and Cameron Davis take us straight into it.
Thank you so much, Jason. Oh my goodness. Here we are. Championship Sunday, the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. All these months of competition, whether it be open qualifiers, into a PMCO, into a PMPL, now here for the PMWL, the hundreds of games, the thousands of hours, all the practice these teams have put in over the last few months, it all culminates right here, right now, with 6 final games. Cameron, let's get into it.
Let's do this. Good playing path to start the day off as well. It's not going to be too unfair for a number of teams unless you're going towards the east, like the Povka and Melta Power, Unique. Probably the biggest trouble there, but we already see them jumping out of the plane. This isn't the first time we've seen them go into a plan B on the northwest side. But they might have to tighten up those rotations because we've seen a number of teams loot up Georgia Pole. This early game, I don't know what to expect. If we're going to expect to see any sort of really big energy engagements at the beginning. Of course, it's all going to depend on where the first phase is. Are we going towards military base? Or are we going to be a little more standard, more of a central beginning?
I'm sensing for some reason something like northeast-ish. I don't know. That's like my soft prediction here. Maybe something around Yaz, that kind of area. We'll see. We'll see if my gut instinct for this, we'll see how it starts off. But no, I think a lot of these fights early on are going to be determined. No, northeast. Okay, sorry, northwest, I should say. This is a great circle. This is a great circle. And this is going to back up the point that I was about to make. The idea that if there are going to be aggressive fights early, it's not going to be because of this circle per se. It's going to be because teams are looking for points. They're looking for kills. You talked about tempo, Cameron. You talked about how it's been increasing. We are at 0 tempo right now. We are at like the absolute baseline. Where can we go from here? That's the question. So I'm excited to see what these teams can do. I'm looking for the ones up towards the top. I'm looking at Footballists. I'm looking at Cloud9. Cloud9 plays traditionally a little more passive, but let's see if that changes today.
I mean, Cloud9 are in a good position to gain an early strong position in the first phase. They can go on top of Georgia Bowl Mountain or even take a couple of compounds surrounding it. And then you're right, this circle isn't going to demand a number, that many teams, if any at all, forced into a fight just to get inside. But rather, there's a good opportunity for them to clear the space around them. And if you're of an option like Loops, like Unique, like Cloud9, or even like the Knights, where you're already center, you can just try and deal so much damage to the teams around you, force anyone, keep anyone from getting comfortable at all, and already put yourself and your team in a good position to win the game in phase 1.
Yeah, and we're really, really going to be keeping an eye on those teams. And of course, on the teams that are up towards the top, we have to keep an eye on them. That's why you're seeing Cloud9 starting things off on the day. So I don't know. This is going to be a whole lot of fun here, but I think how these first few rotations come through, how these first few circles come through is going to be very indicative of how the rest of this day is going to play out. If C9 shows up, it's going to be a very different lobby, but also if someone like Loops decides it's time to go, they could, in theory, make a miracle run. It would be a very uphill battle, and some of these other teams near the top would have to struggle, but it's not impossible. These top 5 teams could legitimately take a stab at this #1 spot. We'll be keeping an eye on it.
I mean, you say uphill battle. I don't think it would be that difficult to do, because we know how strong Loops can be, and also with Footballists and Konita Power, we've seen them struggle before. So if everyone is on their A game, then yes, obviously Footballists and Konita Power have an advantage of already being up there in the leaderboard, but it's not like these are teams that haven't like failed before or maybe even tripped and stumbled before.
Absolutely. And before we get too far into the action, of course, it's popping up on your screen. You heard Jason talk about it before. The milestone we're trying to hit, 300,000 concurrent viewers here for the PUBG Mobile World League West, and you can win 6 free crates in-game, which is fantastic if we hit that benchmark, hit that milestone. So definitely, now's the time. If you've got friends who are like maybe kind of involved in the world of esports, this is the kind of action they want to be seeing right now, as we're already seeing first blood struck here for Yala Esports up against UDR Killers. These teams often scrap a little bit around Razak, but that was just a send. That was just Yala going in.
Yeah, I blinked. Yala were at school, Yala were at apartments, and now suddenly they're trying to take over Razak, and they take out UDR Killers, who you can't be sleeping like that. At this point in the game, it's almost 5 minutes in, and it's not even like Razak was that far from the plane, that late into the plane path. And so I do think that UDR Killers, this is only the first game, but it can't be only the first game. That's not an excuse anymore. This is the grand finals and every single game matters. You need to be on your A game every single time and expect everything to happen. And yes, when you get charged in like that by 4 players, it's a very hard task. But what are UDR Killers' plan in Razak? Are they trying to stay there, or are they trying to leave? It seems like they were just caught off in the middle of their decision-making process.
Yeah, and now Yala Esports have a decision of their own to make. Are they going to continue to try and take over Razak, or are they going to rotate into the circle further like we're seeing a lot of these other teams doing? I wouldn't be surprised if that's the play. I don't think there's really a reason to sit here. Razak is very unlikely going to continue to be in these circles moving forward, judging by its location currently. So I would like to see a bit of an early rotation from Zana and crew. Though Lord is sitting back, so we'll see if maybe they want to continue to chase down these kills. I don't think this is a rotation, Cameron. I think you said it. I think this is a flank.
Yeah, they want to go aggressive on UDR. I don't know if they know exactly where these players are, but they're sending 3 people in a vehicle on top of this hilltop and Lord on the flat top, watching over, giving the information. And if they can isolate Ulysses, even if those 3 on the hill just rush down into his building, could do a lot of damage. And Ulysses now has to make a decision. Does he retreat off of this? But that'll require him to cross the road, which Lord will have a great angle on. Good damage onto Zana. That's going to slow down Yala's push at least for a minute.
Of course, Lord sitting back prone with the DP, no recoil all day. You will line it up should that player attempt to cross the road. We are getting a bit more of an overview, seeing what's happening here. PK is taking over Everest. They are going to have that early on, going to be able to try and take pot shots. We saw some missed shots out towards Dream Eaters earlier, but we'll see if any other team tries to take this from them. PK, of course, like I mentioned before in the opening, they had a fantastic day yesterday. They absolutely stepped up. They started things off strong on Erangel. They were taking fights left and right. They were able to continue that performance throughout the day. Let's see if they can carry it over here. A strong performance once again in game number 1. I think would do wonders for their confidence.
And do some damage to Dream Eaters. And Queso also trying to, well, find a position in the circle. There's a lot of teams trying to go for center around this Georgiable Mountain area. And Queso, for trying to go so center, they might be a little late, but they do find an open compound. God compound, some teams call this, because if this is in the late game, it is such a dominant position. It's only phase 1, so there's no guarantee that this is going to continue to be in the circle, but nonetheless, it's a good pickup for Queso. And considering how many teams were in the center already, I'm actually shocked that it was free like it is. But the Dean, you see that he has an angle onto it, Loops holding down Cube like they usually do during this time, during a similar circle like this. They might be looking to punish this, but I don't think they're going to be able to get a lot of damage output.
No, I don't think so either. But I am also incredibly surprised that this compound is open, given this circle. It is smack dab in the middle. It's right near a central crossroad area. You can hear shots going back and forth. Already teams are around and aware, but this was open. That's a huge deal here for them. And now you can see a team like Team Unique, who didn't they were here earlier, but didn't rotate in. They're in a much less optimal position. They are spread out, and these are not the best buildings to hold on to say the least. I think PK's probably taking some pop shots at them.
Don't discount those buildings. They're not the, what I call ice cream shack. They're not as dynamic and binary as this one is, but there's still a lot of flat ground around it. We did see footballers struggle a little bit when they held it at the late game yesterday, but it is sort of a, not a full commitment, but at least a little bit of a investment in this area if the circle does continue to stay around Georgiable Mountain, particularly the north side. I do worry about their rotations. If the circle shifts away on phase 2, they should be fine. But if it shifts away on 4 or 5, that's where the concern maybe should come in. But, you know, we have yet to see what their reaction is going to be in phase 2 and 3.
Oh, for sure. No, we're still very much early days. Only one single kill to start this game. Everybody testing the water because, like we mentioned before, there's certainly going to be that additional pressure because it is Championship Sunday. That was a very gentle phase 2 circle. Nobody's really going to have to move. It's centering up where everybody is already in, which just means that we're going to have very likely more passive play until any of these teams are sort of forced to shift. But we'll see if Yala and UDR Killers might continue to go at it a bit here, or if Konina Power might come in and potentially find a bit of third-party action as everybody is just jostling, trying to find a home for the next circle.
I do wonder for some of the teams on the southwest side, looking at Dream Eaters and Cloud9, trying to get closer towards center. And just, I'm worried about the oppression of Georgiable Mountain, what Knights are going to have. But over here, Yala, they want to go continuing aggression onto UDR Killers. A little bit of damage, but there's some damage being traded back. Zero almost gets dropped, almost gets knocked. And I wonder if that's coming out from Alpha Legends, who are north of this river. I don't know exactly what the angle that they might have on this, but Anas, that looks like a good grenade. Ulysses gets knocked, can't vault over in time.
Oh, but he is actually kind of able to get down and around, but that's still a rough position for him. Nano and crew are going to have to offer some stellar cover fires here to take a lot of damage. His level 1 helmet, not a lot left to it, but Ulysses is in a terrible spot. Lord, though, who was holding that off angle, like we mentioned before, is still there. Let's see if he's able to confirm the kill. Anas will just be able to clean that up. He's popping in and out, wants to make sure that Nano can't get him down, but hang on a second. It's Pocus who finds the shot. He's trying to create a little bit of time for his teammate to get back into cover. Smokes are going down. They are not leaving him out of this camera. They're actually going to try and go for the revive. And given the work that was done, they might actually be able to do it.
I was wondering when Zero would peek up. Zero, I think, might have had an opportunity to take out Ulysses, but he gets behind the broken wall. The smokes come in as well to defend him, but no, it's going to be a final grenade. That's not a good play.
Wait.
That was a misclick. That was a
He needed his own teammate.
Yeah. Not a great look, and here comes Lord on the wide wrapping flank. His position on the west side wasn't as valuable, and so he's going to push forward, especially in a 4 versus 2. It's a full collapse onto UDR.
And I know this is something that we've touched on before. I talked about the pressure. We talked about the nerves. You know, knees weak, palms are sweaty. Yeah, that's what we're seeing right now. That was a smoke, or that was supposed to be a smoke, and it wasn't. And now UDR Killers have gone from bad to worse in this situation with Lord going with a full wrap. And if there's any player on Yala Esports that I'm going to feel comfortable sending out on their own, it is going to be Lord. We have seen him in clutch situations time and again. I'm not saying we've seen him solo loops, but I'm not saying we've seen that.
I'm not saying. It's something may have happened similar to that experience. He's out in the open right now, though. Very, very brazen movement by him. And yeah, that's got to get punished. You can't be out in the open like that. He was expecting, I think, a lot more from the rest of his teammates, and they were able to provide at that particular moment. They're here for the potential trade, but the fact that Lord gets immediately flushed is just a little bit sloppy, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, of course, the second I go and hype him up is the second he just walks out in the open and Pocus just absolutely mulches him. But in any case, that is not a great look for Yala Esports, one of these teams down towards the bottom, who are just trying to claw their way back up into the money as much as they can find it. But we'll see how the grenades come through. Nano's here on the fight. That's a risky position. You just saw Lord get caught out for a similar situation, but we're jumping on board with a fight with two teams who are up at the top of the leaderboards. You know, Mustache James was calling for it. He was calling for Soul K Sunday. Let's see if Footballers can step up and deliver as the team at number 1 and the team at number 2 are fighting early, Cameron. Knocking out one of the others here in 16th place, potentially, could be massive, huge repercussions for the rest of the day.
I wonder if this is a trap by Footballers. We know every single circle, no matter what, Cornita Power come in from the southeast late. And this might have been a trap set by them to try and remove the competition very, very early, but unfortunately, they lose LeVays and they lose one. They're down to 3, and they're on the low ground. Cornita Power have a great position over this. The circle is going to sort of incentivize both the retreat away from this fight. And in the bottom right, the picture-in-picture. Of course, you can see the Rozhok fight continue on.
Yeah, both of these teams just trying to stand their ground, and I can't believe it. UDR Killers actually wins that. A critical misstep from Lord cost that team so much, but more missteps coming in. We can see another member of Footballers going down. It's Soul K. Can't have a Soul K Sunday if you're dead. Hashtag Soul K Sunday on Twitter, just saying. Put that out there. If it's friends for Dave, we'll make it very happy. But in any case, I think they are going to be able to likely get the revive there, but that's massive. And you're right, Cameron. There is no good reason for Footballers to be where they are. They know if there's any team that's going to rotate in late, it is going to be Cornita Power. They like to edge creep. Soul K does get confirmed. So whatever trap may have been laid, it has been sprung, but they have been sprung right out of the server. 2 players down? That is not ideal for Footballers at all. Now they just need to survive. It is a totally different game plan.
Listen, if you are a team like Cornita and you come in late every single time, you know there's a huge possibility to have to fight. The lack of scouting, you're aware of it. It's not on purpose, but you're not coming in expecting it to be free. And so you really have to set a proper trap for a team like that, for a team like Cornita Power if you want to abuse it. Over here, we do see Nova staring down Umbra. Umbra sort of stacked into one single compound, and over with a wider spread on the north side of Ruins. And Nova, we talked about that, have an opportunity to continue to push forward up the leaderboard, and they have an alright position in this circle. But Cloud9, this tower was also free. And then the circle shift up on this direction around this bridge, we are seeing loops in Cloud9. Not the top 2 at the moment, but we're the top 2 essentially during league play, controlling the bridge. And that could be very impactful depending on what side it goes on. But Cornita Power, they're also coming into Rozhok, and they're going to find a wounded UDR Killers.
Yeah, they rotated in. I'm not sure if maybe UDR Killers took shots at them or what exactly happened. I saw the mid-map. I was like, I don't think this is going to result in a fight because it really shouldn't. This is not the hill that Cornita Power wants to die on. They have bigger fish to fry. They have a win in their sights in game number 1. And while we're not in the first blue, it is going to start to tick away for sure. So meds are going to have to be burned, stims to try and full heal through this, as we're now seeing them rotate all the way up and around into what they know is wildcard country, but they would rather deal with that on the open ground with more place to play than try and fights in the streets of Rozhok when it is already in the blue. We can see it there. Alpha Legends could potentially take some shots. That would certainly be a little bit of an upset if the team down towards the bottom of the leaderboards could upset one towards the top, but this circle shift is actually huge for Cornita Power. C9 loops are still in, but all these teams down towards the south, the remaining members of Footballers, they now have to fight through like 6 teams to even try and get to this circle. This is a disaster for Footballers. This is the worst possible circle for them.
I was already liking that Cornita Power rotation. That was before the circle revealed to swing up in their direction, and the reason why they avoided it is because they don't want to do exactly what these teams are going to have to do of driving up through Ruins, past Surgical Mountain, onto that bridge. It is chaotic, and there are so many teams stacked in this direction because the circles have leaned further and further north from phase 1. And if you just read the map, you just know where there should be more teams than others. Tempo Storm having descended into the water, but Umbra, they're holding below the bridge. They have an angle onto this, and Vindex as well on the rocks above. This could be curtains for Tempo.
Yeah, this could be the Storm catching up with them, but Federal is on the flank, might look to get involved, but Prolord is here. Umbra are in a great spot, but couldn't actually find any of those kills. Hard to take the shots in the water. Spec is going to play around with these sunken vehicles. We've seen a lot of cute plays with that over the last few days, both in East and West, so keep an eye on that. But Loops is looking to play third party. If teams pop themselves out, ooh, but that's just how you do it. That's just how you get it done. Tempo Storm losing one early. This is a disaster for them.
I don't think it's as bad as you're making it seem, because look at where they are in this circle. They're at least able to make their way inside.
They're stuck between Loop. They're under a bridge next to Loops.
Yes, but would you rather be Tempo Storm or Queso or Dream Eaters? Or even B4 in this position. It's something, and when space is at a premium, and when you don't have the time for a wrapping rotation the way that we saw Konina Power, you kind of got to take what you can get. Queso just trying to send it immediately into Cloud9. One knock against them, or at least that's not even a knock, it's just a lot of damage. No full knock just yet, and Pyra in the Destructible has a good flank angle to keep Axel from really getting a lot, but...
Hang on a second, Cameron. What was looking like a great little situation for Cloud9 has turned into Axel dismantling their entire team. Pyra is now the last man standing. That nade will knock him down. Mystic is off to the flank, but that was incredible. Axel almost just single-handedly took down all of Cloud9, and Uneven gets confirmed by Federal. So this is huge. Pyra is now the last man standing as the fight is pushing in underneath the bridge as well. PK is going to look to get involved. He went from 0 to 100 real quick on this game, Cameron, as so many downs. That kill feed was lighting up.
Pyra couldn't do much because of Mystic's angle. You can see Pyra staring him down, but knowing that he can't peek out if he doesn't want to get shot. He's going to wait for the vehicle rotation that he knows is coming. But Unique up here on the north side of the river, taking a ridge on the edge, throwing grenades all over B4. Not landing too much damage just yet, but that's because of all the smoke that B4 had to deploy. And I wonder how many smokes they have left in their inventory. Maxon running out in the open, but Nemphis, he's the one that gets dropped.
Nice shot there from B4, able to swing that one around real quick as Nemphis does drop. Pedro was able to try and move his way in and around, find an off angle, but B4, they certainly have their work cut out for them. But another team in the same boat. It's Footballists being gate kept by Alpha Legends. Rayman, we've seen him go big time and again, but it's Old Man off to the flank. And oh my goodness, an initial fight against Konina Power is now spelling disaster for the team at the top of the leaderboards as they are out in 14th place. That's Footballists down. That is huge for the other teams at the top, vying for that #1 spot.
This is also huge for Wildcard. Look at their circle shift immediately, once again on their location. They had, in my opinion, the strongest position in the previous phase, and that is quadrupled in power with this shift. And it's going to be chaos for everyone coming in from the south who's trying to manage the retreat, the exit from this river standoff. And Dream Eaters, they've taken some damage, they've taken some licks, but they're actually in a much healthier position than Nova are. It's just Cat remaining, only 1 kill for his team. The cross over the river wasn't so successful for this squad. The smoke's gonna come out, put a little bit of defense. He's waiting for a peek, but now Knights swimming into Tempo Storm.
Yeah, we'll see.
J7!
J7 is here. Hang on a second. J7, wait, hang on a second. What started so poorly for Tempo is now in a great position. Raven, pull out a gun! Pull out a gun, Raven! Oh my goodness, that was a disaster. He pulled out his fist before he went swimming, and everybody just ended up getting cleaned up, and now he's gonna get cleaned up as well. Who's gonna get all these points in the end? Oh my goodness, all these teams going down in an instant. Pittsburgh Knights is out, Tempo was out, and I think it was, who was even cleaning that up? It was B4! B4 getting involved!
Surprised B4 able to stay alive. We saw the angle that Unique had onto them. I think maybe Unique pulled away to try and focus on making their own way into the circle, because they're going to have to cross the road themselves, which is not as bad as a river, but it's pretty close. And now Umbra, Vindex jumping into the water, Nano trying to swim away like a guppy, hopping into the vehicle just for a quick little stim moment. But Alpha Legends pushing to Konina Power. Konina Power had an angle on the northeast side, pushed in, but they pushed in to the low ground. There aren't that many places for them to play, but it's still a weak position that they put themselves in. Alpha Legends with the high ground, perfect opportunity to punish.
I mean, this could be huge. If Alpha Legends, the team coming in 16th place, could play spoiler, to the first and second teams respectively in Footballis and Konita Power. But I don't think it's meant to be, as they are starting to fall apart. Hang on a second. Rayman, he's just chilling in the vehicle. He's trying to play this. But that's another down. Nice nade comes in, but Gonzo able to find the angle onto Rayman. It's just Old Man left for the team, but any deaths, any additional kills onto Konita Power would be huge because they've already lost Tixie. I cannot believe it. Another one with Axer going down. Alpha Legends is stymieing so many of these teams at the top. This is huge. This is amazing for their confidence. Good for them.
It's also Wildcard. You saw them with a side angle. Swing gets a knock against, I believe it was Gonzo, and it's just Rob remaining. The smoke's immediately deployed, trying to go for the revive, but Old Man trying to land the frag. I think that's going to go a bit too far to the right, and the tree blocks it as well. Gonzo gets revived, but again, you can just tell how weak of a position that they're in. But now the circle shift, dead center. The circle is centering on a valley. Wildcard have an option to take a small compound that is still inside, but this ridgeline is too powerful to leave too quickly.
Yeah, they definitely want to hold this angle while they can. Not only does it give them this amazing ridgeline they can, jump back and forth between, but it also gives them the option of that high ground. They have great vision, and Spring is preemptively taking this compound. Spring, who we always see off on his own, playing scout, playing anchor, but oh my goodness, Gonzo is going to be just that as Old Man finds the shot through the ruined buggy, having to help him up once again, but the blue is going to push in at this point. For Old Man, for Alpha Legends, it's not about getting the chicken dinner. It's about denying these teams at the top as the play zone takes out Pyra as well. A lot of these top teams are going down like dominoes, one after the other. That's C9 out.
It was a heal strat for them. Weren't able to cross the river after that. Amazing push by Queso. They were able to outlast them, so that's at least a little bit. Looking at Wildcard, they have a strong position, but 0 kills so far. This might be a low kill game for them if they're able to win it. That's a big if. Alpha Legends is eliminated, B4 eliminated, and that actually alleviates a lot of pressure from Konita Power. But look at the minimap. They still need to get inside the next zone. Everyone but Wildcard still need to get inside the next zone. And like I said, Wildcard, they just need to stay on this ridge, put pressure on every other team, keep them from having any place to stand on, and then Spring in the compound is the anchor spot for them to all retreat to. Konita Power does go down, but it's a 4th place. It's definitely a good start for the day.
Yeah, not a bad start for them, but it's Wildcard in their superior position. They play north. They play from Severny. They work their way down, and unless you try and throw off their rhythm, well, let's just say they have their dancing shoes on, and they are continuing to rack up the kills. As we see Milky Way next up, line of sight for Sam. That's 4 now for them. Not the biggest kill game, but there's a lot of teams in their sights, or there were, I should say, as now it's just Loops left. Cameron, we now only have, what's even happening? We went from like 5 or 6 teams down to 2 in an instant.
That's what happens when there's nothing to play. We saw a similar situation just a couple of phases ago with the river crossing. And Wildcard picked up to 5 kills. And if they win this like they're supposed to, it's going to be up to 7. Spraying down Carrillo. A bit of damage, no knock just yet. But either way, both these Loops players are in the play zone. But the next zone, where can they move from there? This is only phase 6. This isn't even the end of the game. It could swing back in their direction, sure, but it's a 4 versus 2. Surely Wildcard don't lose this.
No, I think not. I mean, Carrillo is just barely in. Careful leaning back, taking those painkillers, buddy. You'll lean right out of the circle. But in any case, we almost were looking at a second. I thought we were going to see a sub 25-minute Erangel. I mean, that's just like, that's almost unheard of, especially at this level of play. But in any case, like you mentioned before, it's a 4v2. Wildcard just played this so well. I've got to give them a lot of props. Coming to the day in 6th place with 176 points to the 241 of the first place of Footballists. Not an insurmountable lead.
Yeah.
Definitely, I talked about, a bit of an upward climb. But if they start the day off right, if they keep this momentum rolling, top 3 could very well be in their future.
I have to wonder, at some point, if Loops don't get the knocks that they need to start this out, and especially when Carrillo gets knocked, does Federal deny himself to the blue? Because they know that the chase is on from Wildcard. Loops trying to climb up the leaderboard themselves, and every single point could matter, even if it's not for first, even if it's just for securing a 4th compared to a 3rd. He is going to wait for the rush. He's going to see if he can't get a couple of members sprayed down and finish it themselves, because if he can pick up a kill onto Slicky, can't quite get the knock. And now Spring on the side, there's zeroing in on his position.
and you can just hear the shots raining on in. The slow collapse. Spring is going to play it from the blue. The distraction, every single player is going in, and that is going to be Spring, confirming it, getting it done, and getting that chicken dinner for wildcard in game number 1. Saying, look, guys, I know we've been a little bit quiet these last few days, but don't count us out. We are not done yet. And that is the win for them in game number 1 on Erangel. Played that just slow and smooth and clean. That was one of the cleanest games we've seen. They got the circles, they played it smart, they held on to their piece of ground. They made it look easy.
Yeah, they didn't have to do a lot, and that's an objective fact. And they do get punished a little bit by having a low kill victory, but you're supposed to win the games that you're supposed to win. And 20 points for the victory, no matter how many kills come with it, is still a good bonus to it. But you saw how aggressive they were on those kills at the very end. Spring stepping out into the blue on phase 7 is not something that you usually see, but they know how important a kill here or there could stack up at the very end. But such a good start for wildcard.
Yeah, really just solid play from them. And a lot of those other teams up towards the top we were looking for struggling a little bit, which means that first place spot is still very much up for grabs. Let's send it back over to our analyst, though, to break down game number 1.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, we asked ourselves at the start of the day, who would come out strong, who would bounce back from previous results, and we have seen Wildcard be one of the teams saying, hey, guys, don't forget about us. We still have that chance to be number 1, and they picked themselves up a chicken dinner, but also we see Loops up there, we see Cloud9 up there, we see Konina Power up there. One team we didn't see was, unfortunately, Football, as they went out in 14th place. We'll take a look at our rankings from that last match to start to break things down here, Glitter, because we did see, albeit not many kills, but still a lot of points in total going to Wildcard.
No, and this is definitely a good start for Wildcard, right? They came into the day and they were in 6th place, but they were not a very far behind 6th place when it comes to Loops and Nova. So these types of games for Wildcard are going to help bump them up above whichever squads above them aren't doing well. Like we see Loops immediately under there with a 20-point game for themselves, but we don't see Nova up here. So this could potentially put Wildcard in a much better position. And like we will talk about for the rest of the day, every single spot that those teams at the top are starting to climb over each other means more money, means better prize pool, right? So as we move farther down the list, we actually see Team Unique able to get themselves some good points. Konina Power able to start off the day pretty strong, but big surprises up there for me, 7, were Alpha Legends and B4 on that first page.
Yeah, teams that we're used to seeing here towards the second page now moving up, and that's what I was saying. Some of those teams could start improving here today, and they could take points away from some of the other teams that are kind of in the top 5 situation right now. And now as we go here towards the second page, you see Dream Eaters, you see Team Queso. I know we're talking about Team Queso here and there. Team Queso just hasn't been as consistent as we would like them to see. Obviously, if they're able to pick it up in the next couple of games, they could move up on the leaderboard. And what shocks me is 15 and 16th. Nova Esports, remember, Nova Esports coming into this game, they were in 5th place, and then Footballers was in 1st place. So not the way you want to go ahead and start off your day here, Jason.
Yeah, 100%. And considering it's not like, okay, there'll be another day tomorrow, right? We can have a bad day today. It's literally, this is it. You have now 5 matches left as we take a look at wildcard stats from the last match. And we can see 1,800 damage, 7 kills. I'd say some pretty decent damage considering the amount of the kills they were able to pull off. But what really sticks out to me, I can see Seven's face already. He's noticed it as well. The healing 7.
Yeah.
Yo, this is like a perfect game for wildcard here. They didn't really have to do any healing whatsoever. That's less than what you have to do like to get a player back to full heal. This was an amazing game for them, and as we were mentioning, they were getting most of the circles. The circle was towards where they usually land anyways in around Severny, but it was a perfect game for them, and it's good to see them take advantage of that because this is one team, as you guys mentioned, they could be in contention for that top 3. Obviously, if they want to get to the top 1, they would have to get a lot more chicken dinners, but what a great start here for wildcard.
Yeah, a great start for them. Let's take a look, though, at our top players, because I'm expecting to see some other people in there as well. And we'll see Annalise coming in from Unique. The first time I feel like we've seen him in top 4. You got Spring and Acer coming in from Wildcard. And, of course, Federal coming in for Loops, the last man standing. But if we were to guess who the MVP was going to be, I would almost have to say Acer.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to be Acer.
I'm feeling like it's got to be
If it's not, I would be surprised. I would be surprised because I saw him doing a lot of damage from the position he was on.
Spring.
Oh, it's Spring.
Let's go.
Hey.
Is that, I feel like Seven's definitely rubbed off on you, Glitter, with the let's go on that one. But yeah, he pulls it up big. The thing is, I don't know if Spring is necessarily in contention for that first place MVP prize of the $10,000, but maybe this is what he needs to get started in there. We still see Annalise for the first time, 450 damage done. But all in all, I mean, we talked about it wasn't really a big fragging game for either team, as we see the other 3 players have only 2 kills apiece.
Yeah, and I think what kind of helped them out there was just being on that hive of the height advantage, and on top of that, Spring has the long neck. Nah, I'm just kidding here, but it's a good performance for him. Remember, he's the IGL for Wildcard Gaming, and for him to kind of put up this performance, this is the start that they want to see. We usually used to seeing Ace, or we used to seeing some of the other players from Wildcard Gaming. And this is a great start. And same with Loops Esports. Seeing Federal there, we really don't get to see him here often. It's always either Daden or Scarillo or Skowalski. Interesting stuff here, and what a way to start of the day here. As I'm pretty sure once we see the overall leaderboards, everything's gonna be a little bit closer now. Yeah, we gotta hold off on that though, because we need to take a look at our do moments though from this last match. There's gonna be quite a few of them in there. We're gonna start things off by taking a look at UDR killers. But for me, I mean, something that you kind of mentioned, Glitter, Alpha Legends. I mean, Seven's talked about a couple of times as well. This team started to challenge out quite a few different teams, but unlike in the previous 3 days, they've had success.
Which I think is super important. I mean, we obviously can see the points, and we know that we've gotten to the point in the standings where Alpha Legends can't really dig themselves out of where they are, but what they can do, and what Seven's talked about so many times, is that they can spoil other teams' chances at moving up the leaderboards, or even like just generally being a point sponge when some of those teams could really use every single point at their disposal. Alpha Legends was able to pull down 4 kills, and they placed high enough that they took placement points away from a bunch of those teams that we saw towards the bottom, you know, especially when we're looking at the likes of Footballist and Nova. So if Alpha Legends has decided that this is what their final day is going to be like, this will be crazy for some teams that could shake up a lot of placements. As we're watching the play here, where Axel just absolutely dismantled Cloud9 7.
Listen, once I saw that happen, first of all, there was a lot of miscommunication that I saw from that play in regards to Cloud9. At one point, I saw one of the players, Pyra and Axel, were literally right next to each other. It was only like a thin plywood wall that was separating them, as Pyra was in the shack. Overall, miscommunications there from Cloud9. It is scary to kind of have that stuff here on the final day. Usually, that's a team that we expect to see great performances, as Jason and I were mentioning when we ended up picking them. Hopefully they're able to recover for this. They are going to be going into Vikendi in the next match, and that's one map that they usually tend to do pretty well at. Luckily for them, it's not Miramar. Even though they usually get wins on Miramar, they don't tend to do good on that team. But overall, I think Cloud9 definitely has to improve on a lot of stuff, especially for the next couple of games, if they even want to contest in the first place. And as we're here seeing Wildcard, Wildcard, what else can we talk about them? I think we're able to see here why, Jason, they were able to not have to heal that much. They had the advantage, they had cover from the trees, and some of the other teams were also basically fighting other teams.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the best time to strike is when a team's not even looking at you, because you're able to get so much free damage off and not even needing to heal as well. I kind of wish we saw a little bit more kills out of them, but I mean, I can't complain too much because they got themselves the chicken dinner, right? They got themselves the 27 points that they desperately need to get up further in the rankings, but I want to see now the total damage from all the teams and see who did rank in #1 position when it came to that, because that's going to be a good indicator of how potentially the day could go for everyone else. And my eyes are going to be turning towards Cloud9, but as we can see here, only 632 damage done, but Wildcard have taken that first place here, Glitter.
Very strong game for Wildcard at the start of the day, and definitely something that they needed, I think, for their overall morale, because we can see just how much of a damage difference there is as we move down the list. The next closest squad being Konina Power with, you know, just over 1,200 damage. The fact that Loops didn't even break the 1K damage mark, maybe they've decided to play a little bit safer today. You had talked about it a little bit at the top of the show, Jason. You know, are some of the teams that are in a little bit better position kind of going to play a little bit more conservatively, feel out some of these teams and see what their strategies are and then go from there? Or are they going to really go for it? I mean, this was a weird first game. You see Queso all the way at the bottom with over 800 damage, and some of the teams, like I said, that we hadn't expected being up there, like B4 and Alpha Legends. I don't even know what to expect out of today after this first match.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's already going to be reflected in our prediction scores as well, because, you know, Cloud9 against 7, you and I thought they would do extremely well. I mean, 9 points, not terribly. Konina Power is still having a really strong game, getting you 14 points, Glitter. But who really knows? I mean, it was only the first match. I'm still waiting to see, in my eyes, a little bit more out of Loops. Like, we're still not seeing the league play Loops. I don't know if it's pressure. I don't know if they haven't adapted strategies enough. I don't know if teams maybe figured them out a little bit more as they've gotten a lot of reps in against them. But we haven't seen that Loops just yet. But we will see if they have moved up in the rankings. We take a look at the overalls and see who currently will be sitting in first place. Obviously, with Footballists not doing so on the last game, only getting, I believe, 2 points. I would imagine they've been passed. And there we go. We're going to see it 7. Konina Power taking that first place back.
I think you got to give credit to Konina Power. They had and I think I have to point it out, Cameron Davis and Verum were able to point it out. One of the rotations from Konina Power is what allowed them to get those extra points. And it was a beautiful rotation, one that teams usually don't even want to take because they did have to go through the blue zone. It ended up working perfectly for them, as now they're able to take the #1 spot. You see Football is now dropping to the 2nd place, but they're just so close. Look at all this. Top 3 currently within 13 points away from each other. Anything can happen here, and now you have Loops Esports. Remember, they were a lot farther away before we even started this day. Now they're getting themselves at least on that 200-point club range, and they're getting a little bit closer to strike there towards the end. And we know this team can get a lot of wins, so anything can happen here. Wildcard Gaming definitely finally passes Nova Esports. Then you see some of the other teams at the bottom. UDR Killers becoming 9th place, passing Dream Eaters. And what I want to see here is I'm pretty sure we're going to see some shifting towards the 2nd page, as some of those teams were able to surprise us, Glitter, by being able to place high on that first game.
I wish that some of these squads were able to do this just one day, even just one day earlier, right? Because then they could have potentially really improved their performances. But we do see B4 jumping above Team Umbra, who had started off pretty strong in the first half of our finals and has struggled here in the second half. And then, you know, Alpha Legends do get themselves some points, but they're just not able to cut it right now. I'm actually going to be looking at Pittsburgh Knights a lot today as well. They were able to get 5 kills in this last match, and depending on how that performance goes for the rest of today, they might be able to get themselves just a little bit more money if they can jump up a few more spots.
I mean, it's a lot of spots to go for Alpha Legends, but yeah, I mean, we've seen Pittsburgh Knights have that potential to do so, right? They were in 10th place yesterday, and they kind of fell, unfortunately, a little bit further on throughout the day. I would love to see if they could replicate that performance, thinking back to that match where Wildcard, was it Slicky, able to clutch that out in a 1-on-3, obviously kind of a shot to the heart for them, but they did have at least the potential. And they've shown they can play together as a team, even without Sixless being there within the roster. But one thing we do need to touch on is we've had the PUBG Mobile Esports Awards going on back in July, and we actually finished things off. Yesterday we did the fan favorite vote. Today we're doing the theme music cover contest, and we're going to find out who's won this one, and I believe a little bit of prize money as well. So let's take a look.
Namaste, I'm Hasid Nanda from India, and I hope you enjoy my performance.
Honestly, what a great performance by Hasit there. Congratulations on taking the prize. Really cool to see. I love seeing whenever someone plays an instrument, the emotions in their face. And I was just watching his face the entire time as he was playing every single note of that. But really cool to see. Really, really great to hear. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, it gets you like a little bit sentimental, right? That was like, that was awesome
fantastic,
to watch,
honestly.
Man. That was beautiful.
It makes me wish I learned to play an instrument when I was younger, but I was too stubborn and I was playing video games. So
yeah,
you know, I guess my parents can't complain because I made something of it. Let's take a look though at our schedule now for today. Again, 1 match has been completed and we still have 5 left to go until we have our victor, our champions of the West. And we're going over to Vikendi next as our second map here. And when we go to this, I feel like one team always stands out. Whenever we talk about Vikendi, we always talk about this team. On day 1, they're able to do it. And I think we don't really need to say too much other than my prediction is definitely going to the boys in green from Brazil. It's going to Loops Esports for me. They had a good performance there, getting second place. Why wouldn't they be able to do it again? 7?
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm actually with you. I've been picking Loops Esports for the longest time in Vikendi. They tend to perform there well. And they usually tend to give me a nice fair amount of points. So, obrigado. I appreciate it. Hopefully they can go ahead and continue to do great here. If not, it might be looking bad for them going into the next matches after that.
All right, well, Glitter, last but not least.
I figured it was time for a little bit of unity on the desk, so I'm also going to be going with Loops.
Yikes. I'm sorry.
All right,
I don't
well,
know how to
7.
say I'm sorry in Portuguese, but oh man, we might have jinxed them here. Uh-oh.
Well, you know, they played well today in the first game. They still have a chance to break through in first place as well. I mean, they got first place in league play, taking home 50 grand. They have a chance to take home 100 grand now, and even 10,000 on top if Carrillo can continue to move up within the leaderboards. But we'll obviously see when we come around towards the end of the day. But guys, thank you very much for your inputs. We'll talk to you guys a little bit later on today when we finish off this match and get ready for the third one. Hearts all around from 7. Make sure you guys also are posting in Twitch, in YouTube, on Twitter, wherever it may be, of who you think's gonna win so he can give you a shout out here on the show if you are right. And also, if you are watching at home, you can still be earning points. I know it's the last day. I know you only have 5 matches left to do it, but if you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, the top 100 viewers be getting themselves exclusive rewards. You still have some time left. Make sure you finish strong, just like all the teams are trying to finish strong here in all of our matches. And at the same time, why not tweet to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL. Maybe you want to talk about how great I look today. Maybe you want to talk about how great 7 looks. Maybe you want to talk about how Glitter is one of the best analysts of all time. It's up to you to decide on what you want to say. But what I can tell you now, and what you have to hear, is that we have to bring our commentators back once again because we have our second match just a few moments away. And Viram Cameron Davis, can I summon you? Like you get rid of me. I guess that's, I don't know which power is better. I think getting rid of me is probably the best power, which I can think of a lot of people would be happy to have that. But yeah, Loops, Wildcard, Kanina Power, all having strong games. Football is having a rough one. Cloud9 kind of mediocre. Cameron, as we move into the second match on Vikendi, I think it's starting to see a lot of pressure be shown. The amount of weight on these players' shoulders as they get closer and closer to that finish line.
Yeah, looking at the leaderboard, you can see how it's still 5 games left. And with 20 points for a win and, of course, 1 point per kill, there is still room for even, like, the 5th place team, even, like, Nova, if they perform amazingly, to sneak their way into the top, to claw their way in. But with Kanina Power, not a win, but still a solid game. It's starting to lead a little bit heavily in their favor because when looking at the top 4, like Loops, Cloud9, and Football, this all had somewhat subpar games. Yes, Loops got a 2nd place, but it wasn't a super confident 2nd place out of them. And Vikendi, this is their map to really start to pick things up.
And the question, I guess, goes to you and Viram of, do you think they're going to be able to step it up here and maintain some sort of pace? We saw Wildcard as well in particular. First day, started off strong and continued strong for the majority of the day. I think that's a really good sign for them. But for Loops, what's your feelings? What's your thoughts?
I think they're going to do pretty well here. Looking back in the last few days of play, they've started every game 1 off fairly strong. They've been doing fairly well on this Erangel map, and of course they always perform consistently on Vikendi, so I think that they're going to look pretty solid here as long as they don't lose a player early. They are a totally different team. Their aggressive playstyle falls out the window, and in fact, I'm just going to skip ahead to predictions because, like, I'm just going to predict Loops. I'm on this hype train with you guys.
That's what I was going to say.
I'm all about Loops Esports. There you go.
Are they playing solid enough for you to predict them? So you got Viram with Loops. Cameron, who do you got?
It's Vikendi. It's Loops. I said I was unconfident with their win, but it's still good enough for me to think that they're at least on their B+ game at a minimum. and no one else really holds a candle to like who's going to be the king of Vikendi. So I got to go them.
Okay, well, we're going to find out if Loops can maintain being king of Vikendi as we're going to drop straight into this. And Veerman Cameron Davis, take us away and whoosh me out.
Whoosh. Did I get it? Oh, I think we were pretty close.
You were closer than I was.
We'll look back. I think it was fairly close. It's kind of obviously we're on a delay because unfortunately we can't be with all the fine folks in the studios. We're bringing our energy in from remote, just like these players, but it doesn't mean that we can't still bring the hype. It has been so much fun working on this event for the last few weeks, really getting into the nitty-gritty of the PUBG mobile community. Cameron, it's been a blast. Thank you so much for casting with me, bud. It's been a lot of fun.
Thanks for casting with me, but we're not done yet. Don't get ahead of ourselves. We still have 2 games left, and they are going to be barn burners if that first one is anything to go off. Because while it was a little bit of a slow start, and the river chaos led to some unique decisions by some of these teams, we saw the effort that every team put in to try and get as high as possible on this leaderboard. And I do wonder, is the Vikendi River going to be as impactful as the Erangel River was?
I think it very well could be. We've seen a lot of these circles. I'm thinking even around Castle, up even a little bit further north. We've seen a lot of chaotic finishes, whether it be Cloud9, whether it be Loops, whether it be some of these other squads like Pittsburgh Knights that have come in. But this time around, Cameron, we will not be seeing that. It's over to Dobro Mesto once again, which means that I think we're going to start to see a Vikendi opening once more. The roads are going to start to get a little bit crowded.
Yeah, this might be it might be some action happening in the first rotations, but it's going to be a very, very slow phase 2, 3, and maybe even 4, excluding any wild hard shifts. Like, for example, if it goes on to Dobro or goes even up to Krichas. Just because there is so much open field, with compounds scattered throughout the center of this phase, most teams are going to try and get as center as possible with those compounds. And generally, we've seen them wait until they're forced to try and bomb in and steal a compound from an opposing team. This is, however, the last Vikendi. This is the last day, so we might just start to see some more proactive play. But will that hard cover, will any of the teams entrenched inside their compound in the center of the circle, will they give the opportunity for another team to exploit off of that?
That's going to be the question, but I'm wondering now, like we've seen this become such a pattern on these hard shift circles. I'm wondering if teams are going to go against the grain to find the meta a little bit here, maybe play it a little bit closer on the edge. Like we've seen Clean Power do this. We've even seen Loops do this consistently on Vikendi, and they are one of our winningest teams. We call them the King of Vikendi for a reason. So maybe there is something to be said for playing this a little bit slower, despite what the crowds will have you believe. So we'll see if we're going to continue to see the mass exodus, or if we will see teams slow it down just a little bit. But not getting a compound on Vikendi, it's a little bit rough. At least there are plenty to be had.
Yeah, and that's the key difference looking at Vikendi versus Erangel or even Miramar, is that if you come in on the edge, you're more likely to have to fight a team in a compound rather than fight a team on top of a hill, maybe in a little bit of a dip, or even like a smaller compound that has a place of attack over it. And Loops, they are relatively successful on Vikendi with that playstyle coming on the edge because they are so good at taking compounds, at breaching compounds. We call them the breachers for a reason. Not everyone can be that good. And it's not even, I wouldn't even say the best playstyle even for Loops. It just catches a lot of teams off guard more often than not. So I don't know if we're going to see more teams start to flex into that playstyle because it's incredibly hard to do and it's incredibly risky on this map in particular.
Well, and we'll see if Loops is even going to be able to make it in. They did lose one player yesterday on the rotation. I believe it was to Pittsburgh Knights. It was Dean, their IGL, who went down early in that last game. They were still able to, go all the way through that game with only 3 players. But of course, you don't want to have to do that. So we'll see if their split drop is going to get punished here once again, as PK is continuing or looking to start their rotation as well. Keeping an eye on that on the mini-map as we jump back aboard now with UDR Killers, who, had some time, had a bit of a time in that last game.
Yeah.
Gonna be honest, it was.
They surely were there. They beat Yala.
Yeah, they did. They did a huge misplay from Lord, totally punished, and then grenades were also they were there.
Yeah, you could argue that Yala kind of beat themselves with the end of that engagement, but it was a good start by them. You got to hand them that.
Mm-hmm. They definitely were there.
Take Razok.
Yeah. They were.
Unfortunately, we can't speak too much to how the fight actually ended because we were watching the Footballers Community Power fight at the same time, and I know my attention was particularly drawn towards the teams that are fighting at the top of Yala. They got the fight again. Zana sending it in, but finding an enemy opposing wild card, and they make their way inside the building. There's a Yala member on top of the hill, but Lord can't do much, and now he's in a load of trouble. That's a very, very thin tree. Suck in that gut. Sam is looking for it.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard channeling their inner beaver because that tree is just going to get chewed away. If only it worked like that, that'd be pretty nuts. But no, Lord is still going to go down. And this is so funny because this is what Yala Esports did to Unit Killers that last game. They had a player in a building, 4 players rolled on up, and they just, well, yeah, it was a hard time. It was not a great time. And now Yala Esports, the same thing is being done to them. Wildcard carrying over the momentum from game number 1, being like, look, guys, I know we came in, we weren't in the top 3, we weren't necessarily one of these teams you were looking at, but you should have been. You should have been looking at us because we are coming for that first place spot. And if they continue to put up performances like this, they are only 50 points away from first place. It sounds like a lot, but if you can put up multiple chicken dinners in a day, all you need is 2, and you are right back up there with these top teams.
Yeah, Wildcard want this. They want to try and finish Yala Esports while they can because even just one team removed is going to alleviate so much pressure in the area of the map that they're in. There's a lot of teams already fighting for center, and so Wildcard, I don't think they really had an opportunity to get center first in a realistic, safe fashion because everyone else is bombing at the same time. But I do wonder how much time they're going to spend chasing Yala. Dream Eaters over here, though, they're pretty center. This is one of the teams that got here quite quickly, not too far off the drop from where they were.
But I think it's so interesting, Cameron, that I asked, are teams going to break the meta a little bit? Are we going to see these crazy sends? We're not. Looking at the minimap, 8 teams are still outside of the circle. Only half of them sent it in, and only 1 or maybe even 2 is going into Dobro right on the coast. They are trying to center this up a lot more because it's not such a vertical circle. It doesn't have quite so much out in the water. They're able to play it with a little bit more comfort in the middle, but I am very happy that teams are like, you know what, that first that chaotic rush we did earlier, like nobody had any gear and it was super wild. Maybe let's not do that anymore. And because even... Yeah, I like this call because
that was a particular situation where it was the first Vikendi, it was the first day of the grand finals, and it was also a coastal circle, like phase 1, where half of the phase was in water. So that was sort of like the stars all lining up for that to happen. I'm not surprised to see it slow down a little bit, but I do hope to see more teams try and be at least a little bit proactive, even if they don't push a compound, even if they don't try and like fully wipe a squad, just do more than sit in a compound and wait for the circle to shift away from you. Vikendi does give you time to hang out because of how small phase 2 and 3 shift, but that doesn't mean that you can't at least find a couple of opportunities while you're hanging out, more than just drinking a hot cocoa in front of a fireplace.
That just sounds so nice, though.
It really does.
I mean, seriously, like, again, I miss snow, guys. and a hot cocoa and a fireplace. Ooh, yeah, just like a hot mocha. Let's go. I'm all about that life. Can we just, like, I understand it's a battle royale, but maybe we just, like, you know, chill for a bit, guys. Just relax.
Coffee break.
I mean, look, they've got, like, the next 7 minutes, all right? Have the fastest hot cocoa of your life. Maybe throw some marshmallows in there.
I'll say that we get snow in New York, but I live in the middle of Manhattan, so the minute it touches the ground, it just becomes a disgusting slush that you don't want anywhere near you. So, I kind of feel you. I've yet to really go out and experience snow out in the wilderness, nice little log cabin, you know, all that good stuff. Maybe vacation at some point in the near future. In 2025.
Yeah, I was gonna say, near being relative. But we'll see. All these teams, they're deciding that they want to go on a little vacation now, finally rotate into the circle, though I thought when they get there, it's not going to be the most relaxing thing ever if you're Team Unique, who are coming in very late. Kunina Power is going to do the same, but a team that is already well into the action, of course, it's UDR Killers once again and B4. Let's see what these teams can do vying over this compound. There's only so much real estate going around, and one of these teams is certainly going to walk away on top.
A little bit of damage back and forth, but no real knock either way. And just the way that this compound is separated, there's a big, giant open area in the middle. They could just stay here for a while, but Wildcard versus Nova, this is NA on NA violence. We don't like this.
Hang on a second. Wildcard looks so strong to start this game. Momentum from the last one, but multiple players are down. And this is the push from Nova Esports. Sam able to take down 1. Can he find a second? Still got a lot of HP to work with, but they're going to double peek this. Can they get the shots? And yes, they do. Beautiful play there, but Spring, hang on a second. Always the last man up, the last man around. Hang on, Wildcard is still in. They were able to get off the revives. They're able to get off the revives, Cameron. And Nova Esports completely threw that fight. Oh my goodness. They tunnel vision so hard.
I don't even know. We came in the middle of the fight, and it was all pure chaos, and Wildcard to come out on top. And the fact that they're able to keep all 4 alive through that engagement gives them such a great chance to continue on in this round. Even if they lose 1, and especially if they lost 2, it would have really slowed down their play style. But that is 2 squads that they have engaged. One that they have fully wiped, and the other one they just wounded significantly. Wildcard are doing work and trying to clear their area. It's not going to be that much of a return on investment because the circle does shift away from them, and they're going to have to continue to move through all these other teams in front of them. And I do wonder if they're going to try and slow it down at this point. I'm seeing not a lot of movement up towards the north just yet. In fact, the Knights, they're coming closer towards the south.
This is interesting. A lot of teams grouped up towards the southwest end of the circle. And speaking of the Knights, Football has got them in their sights, but it's actually Jagger that fights back at Raum. As we are seeing a trade 1-for-1 between both of these teams. But Football is much more spread out. Going to take some time to get that teammate up. But at this distance, nobody can confirm. You're really working away at meds, working away at equipment. If you can dink down a helmet, if you can dink down a vest, you are setting yourself up. You talk about return on investment, that's exactly the kind of ROI you are looking for if you're a team taking these long-range poke battles.
No one's moving on the map. I'm looking at the map right now, and all those teams, like, no one's really moving in, which means that the north part of the map is going to be wide open, and you know who's going to abuse that? Whether it's on purpose or just accidental and coincidentally, it's going to be Kadena Power. But oof, okay, a little bit of an overextension by Football is trying to take fights with too many squads, and that's the risk of being on the roof. It gives you a lot of sight lines, gives you good ground to shoot at squads, but they can always shoot back. So Footballers might want to slow this down, especially because their position in the circle, there's a real chance that they're going to have to defend this from multiple invading teams later on in this game.
And speaking of circle, Cameron, obviously, you know, as casters, we have access to the glory that is the map. So I'm able to comment on this. Kadena Power is going for another blue rotation all the way out, all the way around, all the way up to the north. Remember how we talked about earlier how the north was empty and wide open? That is exactly where they are going. They are not wanting to compete with these other teams. They are not wanting to engage in these early fights. They are going to take it when it counts. And we're already seeing a lot of these top teams like Nova Esports start to go down. And this is one of Wildcard's top contenders. Wildcard passed them the last game, and now they're going to continue to extend that lead. This is 2 very different approaches. We'll see which one gets better results.
We're just panning around and seeing how entrenched all of these squads that are already in center-ish of the circle are staying. Because it's so risky to move, but loose another knock against Footballists. They really need to tighten up their play at this point. And it's not even have to do with the fact that there are teams around them, because they knew that for a fact. But when you get knocked that many times, you're losing armor durability, you're losing helmet durability, and every single time you're knocked, your bleed out time speeds up. And if they want to be able to properly defend their compound in the late game, they need to become turtles at this point.
Full turtle action, ninjas in a half shell. They just need to, they need to go back down into the sewers at this point. They need to chill, because they were knocked by 3 different teams. They were knocked by PK, Tempo, and TQ, respectively. At that point, you're like, maybe we should not. Maybe we just shouldn't poke our heads out on top of this roof one more time. Speaking of one more time, the circle is going to shift again, continuing on in. Nothing too surprising here. But in towards the coast, Dobro is still in play. We could see a potential bit of a city finish, but there are those areas just east of Dobro, all those hills, those open fields. That could be a very spicy final circle finish right dead center in the middle of this.
Dobro might be the last plan B, a sort of full send it by a number of these teams on the southeast side that aren't in the circle anymore. I'm looking at Wildcard, looking at Yalin, looking at Unique. But the fact that no other team has really moved so far, there's almost a whole American football linesman lined there that's going to punish them of trying to rush in.
Sports.
We know sports, yeah. It's sports ball. They throw the pigskin and they kick the ball, the hand egg.
Yep. That one.
Blue 42, all that nonsense.
It totally cut you off, but just we really know our sports, guys.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's fine. I need to get cut off because I was totally dragging. Point is, Unique, Yala, Wildcard. If they don't want to stay on the edge, they're going to have to drive through a number of teams. I'm not seeing anyone bomb towards Dobro, but I am seeing Versit Well, his vehicle's turned into a bomb. It's working on fire, and he's stuck out in the open like that.
I was gonna say, certainly a drag if you were planning on driving away in that. Not anymore. Having to completely rethink some life choices there as we are jumping back on board with Team Queso and Kunina Power. Team Queso, who've been doing generally better, consistently, a little bit better, still looking for some of these all-star plays from these teams. Like we know, like AL, again, winning one of these fan favorite votes. I mean, this is a team that has so many fans behind them. I think I've casted Team Queso, the organization, in like 3 different games or 4 different games at this point. I mean, they are so entrenched in the mobile esports scene. It's awesome to see them here represented in the PMWL West, but they need to continue to step up. They need to go off like we know they can. They can't just be that splash in the pan. So we'll see up against a team like Kunina Power. Take them down, that's definitely a confidence boost.
Look at Kunina push forward. They came in late. They had that wide wrapping rotation that we talked about. And because they're lacking that information of coming in as late as they are still making sure to check every single compound, every single angle as they push in inch by inch, clearing their space so they can move in with confidence. And Queso is taking a little bit of advantage of this. They're getting in front of Kunina Power. They're not taking an engagement, but they are making Kunina's next rotation a little bit more difficult, but unique. Their rotation's also getting cut off. They're trying to get in front of Wildcard, but now they're just sending it through multiple squads, multiple crossfire angles.
That was, I don't know if you caught that as it flashed on the screens, Cameron. That was 7 kills already for Wildcard. They have, of the 10 kills, 11 kills in this server, they have 7 of them. They are more than half of the deaths in this lobby. They're responsible for them, I should say, which is a crazy way to start this game off. Constantly looking for fights, but Unique, I don't think, was looking for this one. Now caught out in the open between Dream Eaters and Umbra. That is a less than ideal situation, especially with one player down. This is not a great spot for them, but so much of the circle is still wide open.
Well, that's because it's wide open field east of Dobro, but that's where we're going to send it. It's another hardship towards the northwest. And here we might actually finally see multiple teams try and send it into the city of Dobro Mesto. But then Footballists, B4, the Knights, and Cloud9 all have positions to punish those rotations.
I'm looking towards UDR Killers and Umbra as well, right on the edge of this next circle. Dream Eaters will have to rotate in, Tempo will have to rotate in. But we'll see how that goes if they're able to find an opening right on through. Well, Team Queso able to find themselves a little bit of something here, but it's not in the next circle. They're still going to have to rotate in, and they're playing a game of footsies with Kunina Power. Both of these teams talked about it inch by inch. They are moving up. Nobody wants to be the one to make the first mistake.
Kunina Power, they're just scanning the area in front of them, and they're slowly making their way inside the zone. They're figuring out, they're realizing that it's as open as you and I both know it to be. And even though it's a wide open field, if they can get here first and they can take a couple of rock formations that are one of the few strong positions to hold, they can have a real shot at winning this game, even if it does end in the field. But Wildcard still going big. That might be their 8th kill. They get a knock against Versit. Dream Eater is able to make his way away from that terrible situation we saw previously, but it might be another bad one because they are sending it in.
Oh my goodness, Wildcard want the points, but this time it might have caught up with them, Cameron, because 2 members of Dream Eaters are there. And we are going to see the flank coming in from the 2 remaining members, but this time they made a bit off more than they could chew. The hubris, it may have caught up with them here. Spring trying to reposition. Slicky very likely to go down. The nades are coming on through. That is Slicky going to drop. We're seeing Sam out on the flank, but look at the positions from Matic and Toffees. They are trying to find off angles here. Spring is trying to get additional information, but that was it, Cameron. That was the mistake, and this is the opportunity for Dream Eaters to punish.
I only have to assume that Wildcard thought that it was only 2 players, 1 or 2 players from Dream Eaters, and when they sent it in, it was with such disorganization that they came in as a duo to get sprayed down before the other pair of Wildcard could even join into the fight, and they're getting punished for it. It was such a good start for them, but one misplay on the timing of the vehicle pushes leaves Acer out by himself, out in the blue to try and squeeze as many points out. They still have those 7 to lean back on, and so it's still not the worst game for them, even if we were to go out now, but it could have been so much more.
Yeah, it could have been so much worse. I mean, we see Versit does end up actually going down to the blue once again. I don't think his team was able to stabilize it properly. Sam's going to drop, so it's all down to Acer, but he doesn't have a whole lot of HP to work with, and so far still to go. I even think the way they could have played that differently was they sent it past that initial building, past it to the right. They could have just gone a little bit further back, But again, we can talk about this all day, but we have to talk about more action, more fights breaking out. This time, it is Tempo Storm pushing into Team Umbra, and they are not hesitating for 1 second. Pro Lord is here trying to hold on for his squad. 2 other members are down, and Vindex is off on another angle, but Rain trying to play around this third-person mode, doing so much work. The nade is going to be thrown in. Pro Lord has to rethink his positioning, trying to use the first aid, but he cannot help up his teammates. Finally, one was able to get in range, but Vindex has joined them. What can Vindex do?
Tempo Storm know that they can isolate these 2 players, one on the top floor, one on the bottom floor. They take Vindex out, but Pro Lord has been on the revive, and a good peek from Spec to stop that from happening. And Tempo take over this building. All 4 up, assuming they can get Spec. He's actually not even bleeding out. He's just low on HP. That's why his health is red. And so they're able to keep 4 up, but they're not in the zone. And they have to push through multiple of the squads in order to get there, and the blue is closing in. They're not going to have much time to try and reset. You can already see them trying to send it, but also sending it through. It's finally Konina Power.
Finally, they're coming toe-to-toe with one of these other teams, but this time it was not Team Queso. It is Pittsburgh Knights here on the outside. The lob from Raven. Is it going to be good? Not quite able to get it over the wall, but Tixie is still going to drop Carnage on the off angle, playing what he does best, trying to find an additional way to leverage that pressure, and he's going to be able to get the best of Rob Dini. That is 1 down, 2 down here for the side of Konina Power. They are in a world of hurt. Axer is now the last man standing.
They have a couple of knocks against the Knights, but the blue forces him to push in, and that's going to be spotted, but he gets a knock. He's able to make his way inside the zone, and he's going, well, he's actually not. The blue is still way ahead of him. Forced to use a first aid kit, but he has a potential bite. He's spinning around. He's hearing shots. And it's actually going to be from Lutz way away in the distance. Konina Power are taken out in 12 plates, and football is they are loving that when they see that in the kill feed.
Oh my goodness, these are 2 of the teams right up at the top. To be able to get that additional point as well has to feel so good, but we're seeing more fights breaking out. It does not stop here on Vikendi. That's why we love this map so much. This time it's Team Case are going toe-to-toe with B4 Esports. And let's see who's going to come out on top. Marco is still here, but Pedro is pushing in and is able to get it done. As Marco drops B4, the boys from Brazil get it done, saying, get out of here. And that is Team Queso down and out. And speaking of down and out, Tempo Storm is out as well. They wiped 2 squads to get here. They had 8 kills, but it is UDR Killers who puts them in the grave. One after another, like dominoes, these teams are going down.
And that's the problem with the field ending. The reason why Tempo Storm got taken out is because there wasn't a lot for them to play with. Even going through all of those squads, all of that opposition, they were still forced to run out in the open. And when you're not in that zone first, well, then you have a lot of trouble. B4 able to take that position, keep it away from Queso. And now they have such a strong spot. They're only looking at 3-4 teams in the zone, and the 4th is Cloud9, and that might not even be that strong of a position.
And I do want to make a note and a correction. Tempo Storm wiped 3 teams. They had 12 points going out in 10th place. Absolutely incredible. I also have to say, we just now saw Wildcard get eliminated. Acer survived for so long. We saw 5 teams go out before he ended up dropping. That's incredible. I cannot believe that he survived so long. That is definitely going to make a difference for his squad, continuing to keep them up and above Nova Esports, nipping at the heels of Loops. But another team that is doing just that, in this case, actually keeping just ahead of them, of course, is Cloud9, who are still in this with all 4 players remaining. PK goes down as well. We went from 12 teams to 6 in 2 minutes flat. My goodness.
Looking at Cloud9, how they maneuvered themselves into the circle, a really good play. Sending 2 to get position on this rock and keeping 2 on the high ground to defend if they need to.
Wow!
They send all 4 in. That's when Loop's trying to get all the damage that they can. They're also playing on the edge because there's nothing in the center. And UDR, they're pushing into B4.
And I cannot, okay, we're gonna talk about that play in just a second because the fight is continuing here. This time it's UDR Killers and B4. Maxon trying to find the flank, but Pocus is able to hear it out. Both players trading back and forth. Pocus is still able to stay alive, but this is not a great position for UDR Killers. They're very spread out and they have to push in the hard cover. Levi is gonna have the high ground. Nano off to the side as well. You can see pushing on the nades. Vixera's gonna be the target. They're trying to find the high ground as best they can, but now B4 is also just as split. As Sandro is pushing it in. This is what I wanted. The comps coming in now from UDR Killers, but Maxon is holding his ground. Ulysses is gonna drop as well. And this is B4 holding this compound against all covers, trying to play on the angle. Max is down behind the vehicle, but Sandro gets it done. But the shots from the off angle in through the doorway. And now this is UDR Killers holding on, trying to hold steady, but Pedro is here. Nano pushing in into Mixera. Pocus, can he find the shots? Cameron, this fight does not stop.
Sandro should not have stayed alive as long as he did, and this is going to give UDR an opportunity, especially with Nano's peak taking out another member of B4. There is just one member remaining in Pedro, and he's forced to heal. This gives the standing members of UDR Killers an opportunity to just flood over, take over the rest of this compound, but he's pushing back out. I don't know if he hears all that, hears the looting, but it's not going to go in his favor. Poku's with the final shot. B4 taken out. Compound stolen by UDR Killers.
And only losing one. But Cameron, they just fought for it, and now they're gonna have to defend it as Footballist is pushing on in. This compound is a battleground. This is the one we talk about. This is the war zone that they are fighting over. As Nano is taking shots, pressure from elsewhere as well. We can continue to see this. C9 off in the distance, all the other teams. This circle is continuing to push in. Nowhere is safe, nowhere is secure. And now you just gotta share, because Footballist is gonna play this a little bit slower, giving them an opportunity to get their player up. It is Levazen, but can UDR Killers put the pressure back on?
You see the nades and the mollies come in. It's very uncomfortable here for UDR Killers, especially with Poku's there off the side, but I don't know if Footballists know that he's there. Surely if they knew that they would isolate him, they'd be able to take him out and keep this a 4 versus 2, but rather he could be a backstabbing position. Sandro going down. This isn't good though. Poku needs to go. Poku needs to go active because now both his teammates are dead.
Oh no, that was the opportunity. That was the opening they needed. Footballists, they can now continue to push in. He didn't respect the player, peeking into the doorway, trying to run up the stairs, get the high ground advantage, but Pocus is down. But wait a second, Footballists, they need to continue to move because the circle's pushing in, Cameron.
Super uncomfortable for both of these teams. Football is able to stabilize, and then you know that the last member of UDR Killers is stuck in the corner. And so they have to run away from him. They have to reveal their back so they can get inside the zone, but it's necessary for them. And look at the circle shift all the way on the opposite side of the field, all the way onto Loops.
Loops, who have not really had to move very much at all this game. They have had prime positioning time and again. I also want to comment on the shot that Kayovsky did earlier. He actually ended up downing the player from C9 and then exploiting the vehicle in the same instance, so he insta-confirmed the kill. Little things like that just show that Loops is on another level. And it was Adder that he took out, the player who is on his teammates' heels for that MVP spot. As C9 is now getting punished from an additional angle. They are back up against a wall. They have to rotate, but this is Loops in a prime spot. Every other team has to rotate. Who can make it in? Who can find the send?
Very, very difficult for Cloud9 to get out of this position. Loops have shots on almost everyone in Footballers. They recognize that. They recognize that Cloud9 is the easier target here instead of Loops, and so they want to take them out to at least secure a third and maybe second, depending on how long Pokus can last for UDR Killers. And the shots coming in from Footballers, they don't want to give Cloud9 any opportunity to move. The question is, when will Loops have an angle on this engagement? The smokes everywhere keep the vision shrouded.
And that's just now Pyra back out in the blue, heel stratting on through. Gonna secure themselves that third place finish. Solid job for Cloud9, who needed to wake up a little bit on this fourth, I should say, and final day. Has 7 more medkits to heal on through. So, I mean, if Footballist goes down here, if they just charge on in and Loops can take them out, this might actually be a second place finish for Cloud9, but they have been able to find a rock that I believe is in the zone.
Yes, barely.
All 3 members alive for so long. I cannot believe it. Those back-to-back fights that Footballers took, and they still have those 3 players still up in it.
Look at the nades coming in from Loops and the knock as well. Loops is trying to fight back, but they're all stuck in one location, and that molly, if it lands right, might just do the trick, and this might give C9 the second, but I don't think it's burning them enough. I don't think it's really burning them at all. Loops are unable to land the grenades where they need to. Last first aid kit for Pyra. And if he could find an angle to spray behind this rock, maybe he could ruin it, but I don't know what information he knows. Yeah, he is still looking, and Lutz is going to make sure that he doesn't have an opportunity, so it's secure second place for Footballist, but the knock. Loops, they're rushing forward.
Huge. This is absolutely huge, Cameron. This is the beginning of the end. And we know when Loops gets that initial knock, they do not hesitate to push on in, but they're going to have multiple members up. Carrillo's on one angle, Federal is on the other. This is the pinch. This is the slow collapse. And this is going to be the chicken dinner for Loops Esports here on Vikendi. We are not even surprised. The Kings of Vikendi are back. Hand me that crown, they say. And that is another win here for them. And that is exactly the performance they needed to continue to push their way up the leaderboard. But I have to say, a lot of those other top teams did make it into that final circle there at the end. So they're still going to be pretty happy with that performance.
Yeah, definitely a good win for them. It's another low kill win in terms of 7 kills. Because there was so much fighting that they couldn't necessarily get involved with. And I really, really like the play that Futbolists had there. Focus on Cloud9. They knew that the fight against Loops was almost unwinnable. They wanted to focus on Cloud9, secure at least 2nd place, and a good number of kills for them, and that's exactly what they did. And yes, Loops won the game, but Cloud9 3rd, Futbolists 2nd. These are all teams that they're actually having to chase, and they're behind, and so they might have just jumped a little bit in front of Cloud9, but it is not in their hands just yet.
No, it is not. We are seeing only a handful, 6 points between each of those teams, respectively, between Cloud9, Loops, and Futbolists. So, oh my goodness, sir. This is getting close. This is getting close. I should say Loops is still a little bit further behind, but they are definitely in striking distance. But let's send it back over to our analysts. They're going to break that down in great detail, give us all the insights. Let's send it over to them.
Well, I mean, it's Vikendi. It's Loops Esports playing on it. Why wouldn't they get a chicken dinner? Though I will say it's still not quite the chicken dinner necessarily I was hoping or expecting from them. I was maybe hoping for some more kills going their way, but I feel like Loops is kind of playing for the win, right? They're playing for that first place. They're being very careful about how they take any engagements. And we'll take a look at the map ranking and kind of talk about what Viram was saying about, yeah, they got some points, but they didn't really get that many points to catch up to the likes of Futbolists, who only fell 4 behind here, Glitter. You can see also even UDR Killers getting a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, this is definitely helpful for Loops, but like you said, not exactly as aggressive as we've seen them previously play. To be fair, though, they did just have kind of perfect positioning, and they were working with the zones that they were given, so they were able to play a little bit more conservatively. But as we move down the list, UDR Killers, this is huge, not only for UDR Killers, because they are very close to the likes of Dream Eaters and Tempo Storm around that area, but this is taking points away from these teams that we keep talking about being in the top 3 position when we started the day. Tempo Storm was actually able to get 10 kills. This is huge for them. This is a very, very strong game, even though they only had 2 placement points. And Cloud9, you know, not a lot of kills, but starting to pick it up at the placement points. We did see Pyra there at the end trying to heal through as much as he could. He was pushing up on Futbolists. And, you know, that's definitely helpful for Cloud9 considering how stagnant they've been. Wildcard, very aggressive yet again. 1 engagement didn't go their way, but they were still able to pull down 7 kills. And then yet again, B4 managing to make their way into that first page.
Yeah, and that's one team that we kind of been expecting for them to be in that first page. So it's good to see that finally starting to wake up here on the final day. And then you have Pittsburgh Knights with 8 points. They were able to get 3 kills there, which was huge for them. And then the first place, before we start this game. First place, Cutting Power, only able to get 4 points there. So I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing a lot of movement there towards the leaderboard, especially towards the top and then also towards the middle of the pack as well. As we keep going down, we see Team Queso only 1 point, Nova Esports 1 point. Now, the thing with that is that Tempo Storm was behind these two teams, and they just had an amazing play here. So I wonder if that's going to get them a little bit closer to passing them, or if they're actually going to go ahead and pass them here as we go into the next matches.
I mean, the thing is also for Nova, by the way, as we mentioned before, they were 5th place going into today. They were tied on loops in points, but behind in kills. And with them only getting the 1 point there, that's really going to hurt themselves because they obviously want to break into top 4. They obviously want to break into that 10K as a minimum, but we'll still see when the matches do come up a little bit later on. And obviously we want to dive yet again into the statistics coming in for our #1 team from that last game. And Loops, I mean, again, 1,200 damage. We typically see them on like 2K or more when they pick up chicken dinners, but I think we're really seeing the pressure of the finals, and obviously, like you said before, Glitter, of making sure to play the zones that are given to them, because why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they have to use whatever they can that's at their disposal, right? We've seen them struggle now for a few days, and the last thing they want to do is throw away whatever good fortune comes their way. So if they have the opportunity to utilize this, and it means being a little bit slower in their gameplay, it's probably smart just to use that safety, start off the day a little bit slower, but guarantee yourself those points because you don't want to end the day and be in a tie situation. You don't even want to have to risk the tie situation. You want to try to get yourself as high up in the standings as you can and take advantage of if any of the teams that were above you, whether it's Cloud9 or Footballist or Konina Power, start to stumble, because every little point at this point will make a difference.
And that's kind of what I'm looking out on, is that, for instance, if Loops keeps playing like this, they keep doing well, but so does Footballist. You know, if Cloud9 can continue to do well, if Canadian Power can bounce back and do well, winning games isn't really going to catch up that distance. So eventually, Loops will have to take the fight into their own hands and challenge out against the likes of these top teams if they want to break through into higher placings, right? Let's take a look, though, at our top 4 players from that last match. I'm expecting to see a couple players from Footballist, of course, and we're going to see Lovazin, Raum going to be there, HH24. It's been a while since we've been able to say his name, as he was in the top 10 on MVPs coming into day 1. And then also Nano coming in from UDR Killers. I would assume it's got to be Raum or Lovazin here to be the MVP because of survival time.
Yeah, it has to be somebody from Footballist. If it's not, then it's be a little bit crazy. And surprised that we don't see anybody from Loops Esports, just because they had that zone for so long. And I know when we're watching that game, Glitter, we're saying, well, they're just pretty much chilling. Now, I do want to see the MVP, though. So hopefully we can switch over to the MVP and see if it's going to be Raum or Lovazin. Also, HH24, keep in mind, Tempo Storm did have 10 kills in that last one, Jason.
Wow, but I didn't think that would be enough, though, for them, because they didn't survive that long. And obviously, it's a calculation between survival time, between kills, and between damage done, but it's all weighted percent-wise. So we got it. Pulled off the MVP. Let's see actually what the stats were for all 4 of these players. And, well, 728 damage. Maybe that's the big thing for him. That and the 5 kills, even 20 minutes as well. That was definitely deserving of an MVP for him.
Oh, it definitely was. I mean, 728 damage, a lot more than all of the other players there. As you do see Nano there. Once again, I'm glad that we're starting to see Nano more and more here. I believe this might be the 2nd or 3rd time that we have him, as he was able to get 505 damage with 2 kills. Then you got Raum, 413. And this is good to see more Footballist players as well, Glitter, because remember, they didn't have a great performance there in that previous game, in the first game of today. And for them to be able to wake up is huge, because they got Erangel coming next. We've seen them perform well in Erangel, so hopefully they can go ahead and continue this trend going into the next couple of games.
Yeah, a lot of those squads that we're looking at the top of the leaderboard really need to have the ability to bounce back, and bounce back very, very strongly if it's, you know, if they want to hold on to their top 3 position. And like you said, super excited to see Nano from UDR Killers up there in our top 4 players as well. They were so aggressive this time around. I'm sure we'll start to see it as we, you know, move towards the highlight package, but some of their pushes were just insane.
Yeah, I think it's Football's kind of showing what they do best, right? Is getting those kills. They were a little bit behind Loops when we saw in league play, but obviously have been able to rise up and be one of the few teams to break through 100 kills within our first 3 days. We're going to take a look at our do moments now of this last match, and obviously I'm expecting to see quite a few Tempo Storm kills coming through, as well as Wildcard, because they got 7 kills in this as well.
Yeah, and Wildcard, once again, being aggressive. That's one team that I mean, they ended up getting 7 kills in the previous match, and on top of that, the win. They did end up getting unlucky by getting third party at the end, but overall, for them being able to win engagements and for them to be able to keep on adding kills to their leaderboard, they're trying to go ahead and catch up Loops. They're trying to catch up C9, and if C9 maybe has a slump again on one of the next couple of matches, they could try to get a little bit closer and closer to that more prize pool money. So great performances that we have seen so far out of Wildcard Gaming. And something that I did want to notate as we kind of see the highlights here from Vikendi is that with Loops Esports, I think it's going to be a huge tell on how they do the next match. Just to give you a bit more of an insight, in day number 2 of League Finals, they got second place, I believe it was, with 8 kills in Vikendi, and then we went to the next Erangel and they got 15th place with 3 kills. Yesterday, they ended up in second place with 2 kills, and then they went into Erangel with 11th place and 1 kill. So you're starting to see a trend here. The next match, they usually don't tend to perform well. So that's why I'm going to be looking out at Loops here. If Loops even wants a chance at getting into that first, maybe into that top 2, the next game, they're definitely going to have to perform, Glitter.
Yeah, and that's something we definitely want to be paying attention to, considering that they are in contention for one of those top 3 positions. But as we see here, this is some of those very aggressive fights that I was talking about when it came to UDR Killers right before we saw them have that push onto B4, and then we saw them taking engagements with Footballists, and they end up with 7 kills at the end of the day. I mean, this is huge for UDR Killers. Where was this team over the past couple days? I mean, I don't even know what to say to some of this. I mean, I guess it's going to be entertaining for the rest of today if a lot of these teams are ready and willing to step up and take those very aggressive fights just to see what happens, what they can shake up. But I mean, man, I feel like it came out of nowhere.
Well, let's see if their damage as well can kind of rise up to the amount of damage they're able to do, or at least the impact they made within that game, and compare them, obviously, to the other teams out there in the last match alone. But yeah, we did get to see UDR Killers play something similar to this when we saw them in the 3rd week of league play, when they're trying to qualify into the 3rd Super Weekend, and they came out the gate swinging. This time, they're actually going to be almost top fragging right behind Tempo. Or top damage, I should say.
It's all right. But UDR Killers, as we've been mentioning, what a surprise. They're starting to, they're taking on the gatekeeper role that we had before Alpha Legends. At one point we had Yala. Well, guess what now? UDR Killers has stepped it up, and they stepped it up in a big way. And as we see Cloud9 there, 2 kills, 800 damage. I'm pretty sure they would have loved to get in a couple more kills. We see Team Unique, even though they weren't able to really get any kills or damage, they are taking more placement points, which hopefully it's going to go ahead and put them a little bit higher in the leaderboard. Maybe towards the end, they can go ahead and go for those extra prize pool points. And then something alarming for me is going to be Nova Esports. Nova Esports there with 469 points, 0 kills. Not what you want to see from a team that's currently fighting to be in the top 5.
Even Konina, about 500 damage done there. I was expecting to see maybe a little bit more after the last match, and obviously to see how the horses can stretch their stride, but they still have an Erangel to come up next, so it's really not that big of a deal in the end, I guess, for them. If they can still go back to their earlier form, and we can see them look to chase down that 1st place position, where Footballists, I don't know, I almost want to see which team at the top is really going to try to come out really strong, like look for those aggressive plays. But I feel like if you do that, you fail, you're just going to see 50 grand, 20 grand or 30 grand, 10 grand taken out of your pockets. Let's take a look now at our predictions. Let's see how well we did here. And well, we all picked Loops and we all got a chicken dinner. So at least we can all feast together on this one. I think Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave went for some different picks, but I didn't think even Hot Jukes said to me, I got to pick teams you guys aren't picking if I want to catch up. Yep. So I respect that, Hot Jukes. Pretty proud. Pretty proud. We're all feasting.
We know what we're doing here.
It's like Thanksgiving all over again.
We all pick Loops. Yeah, it feels nice.
It does feel nice. Let's take a look at our overall standings now and see how things might have changed up. And we're going to see, of course, Footballs take the lead back from Canada Power by 13 points. Cloud9 still looking to chase into second yet again. But beyond that, Tempo Glitter have moved up the rankings.
Yeah, and they're well within striking distance now of both Nova Esports and Wildcard, depending on how those two teams do for the rest of today. So every single placement that teams like Tempo are able to move up, same with UDR Killers moving up into 8th place, they are securing themselves some extra cash as long as they can maintain that position from here on out. Like you said, Football's jumping back into that 1st position. But Loop's not that far behind Cloud9 now. If Loops continues to have strong performances like they have the first 2 matches, Cloud9 better watch out for Loops coming for him. And then same thing with Wildcard. Wildcard has just decided that today is the day that they're going to be aggressive, and so I mean, a few more good games and they could easily close the gap between themselves and Loops as well, as we see Team Queso dropping down just a little bit and Dream Eaters holding strong in 10th place, 7.
Yeah, and it's good to see Loops there kind of close that gap between first place. I think at the start of the day, we had a gap of 40 points between Loops and first place, and now they're only 25 points, and they're currently continuing to, in a way, outscore some of the teams that are currently top 3. So great to see there out of Loops. As now we go towards the second page, we see nothing has really changed here, and I honestly don't expect anything to change unless one of these teams continues to have some insane performances. I want to see more out of Alpha Legends, currently with 48 points. That is just, it's not where you want to be. They're currently averaging about 2.4 points per game, and it's not the Alpha Legends that I know. It's not the Alpha Legends that we've seen throughout this whole tournament, so hopefully they can pick it up in the next couple of games and maybe get some more kills, maybe get higher placement and move up that in regards to the points, because right now 48 points, that's a yikes.
I think for them, just have some fun with it, right? I mean, you don't need to be too hard on yourselves. You're not really going to move up. You can't move down any further, so you might as well just have a little bit of fun and maybe try to spoil some things for other teams. And we're going to take now a look at the MVP current standings. Remember, at the end of the day, the top player will be receiving $10,000, and we are going to see 3 players of football still maintaining, 2 players from Queso, but we're still seeing Adder and Tixie go head-to-head here, Glitter, looking for that #1 spot.
Yeah, and look at that damage coming out of Tixie. He's the first one to break the 7K mark. So he's definitely doing well for himself in that respect. But I feel like this could potentially turn into a very, very close fought battle between Tixie, Adder and Solke, whichever footballs player is able to step up. If Kunina Power and Cloud9 have even just a few, bad games in the rest of our matches here, 7.
Yeah, and I think with Tixie, I mean, as you mentioned, being able to cross that 7,000 damage mark before anybody else, that's going to be huge. On top of that, he's leading in kills. He's also leading in survival time. And you've been able to see Kunina Power starting to do crazy rotations, as Cameron Davis and Verum were able to say. They're doing rotations now out of the blue, which is something that we really haven't seen them before do that. So they know they're currently trying to play pretty much for that first place, trying to save as many points and just worry towards the end, which we know they can have that fragging power. So if they continue to do this, I wouldn't be surprised if Tixie just stays there in that first place.
Yeah, I actually really hope that these players aren't looking at the MVP rankings and be like, oh, I'm so close to first place, I'm going to try to pop off this game. Because yeah, you might win 10K, but you also might cost your team 50K.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't really need no math.
Don't look at it.
Yeah, exactly. You kind of ignore it. Let's take a look, though, at the schedule. We got to look at this because we're about to hit the halfway point through our last day of the league finals. We're heading on over to Erangel for the second time today. We're going to find out which team can take home that chicken dinner, maybe get themselves one step closer to that $100,000. I also want to remind you guys at home, after this match, we will be showing the Between the Battlegrounds second episode, so make sure you guys stick around after the match if you want to see what's all going down. And honestly, I can tell you this, you're not going to want to miss it, so make sure you guys are here for the end of that. And now we're going to talk about our predictions as well going into the third game. I think I went first twice in a row, so I'm going to throw things around and have Glitter maybe go first this time, and then we'll go from Glitter to 7 to me. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
That's fine. So we are going back to Erangel right now, and we just watched them have 2 very strong games so far today. So I'm actually doing an early wildcard pick here for our next match.
Dang. Okay. Hey, that's a solid pick. Solid pick. I think I'm gonna go with the team that's currently in contention for that first place. I'm gonna go with Kunina Power. They currently have the #1 MVP. They've been having some amazing rotations, even though it is currently out of the blue zone. So I think Kunina Power might be able to take this win here, and hopefully they can get those extra kills.
I feel like
Jason, who you got?
I feel like you're trying to make me pick between like mom and dad here. Like if I go with mom, I choose Glitter, or I choose a wild card. If I go with dad, I go with Kunina Power. I don't know why I said that because I actually already have my decision made. I went with Kunina Power. I'm sorry, Glitter. I feel like it's time to get them out of the way now. I feel like they obviously didn't have a great game in the last match. I was going to save my wild card pick for maybe later on today since I was seem to shine up. I think the one match I didn't put anything in was the last match of the day because it obviously highly depends on where the teams are in the rankings. And also, this show highly depends on how many viewers we've got watching concurrently. 300,000 was the special number we're looking for at the exact same time for everyone in PUBG Mobile to win themselves 6 crates where you have a chance to get a permanent set. So make sure you guys are watching. Make sure you tell your friends. Make sure you tell everyone to tune in as we are approaching the final game in just a few hours time. All right, well, 7, Glitter, thank you very much for joining me. Again, like always, we'll check in with you guys when this match has finished. No hearts today from 7. I'm a little bit sad. Maybe we'll get some later on today. Maybe I'll be lucky enough, just like you guys can be lucky at home, to win in our lucky draw going on within the game, within the Esports Center, to win a limited time outfit. You still have, what, 4 matches left to go today to win something, so make sure you guys are doing that right here, right now, if you want that chance. And you can also tweet to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL to let us know maybe if you won in the lucky draw. We'd love to hear if you guys did out there. Also, we have to now bring in our commentators, and I have to say, sadly, for the last time of the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0, this is it, guys. This is the last chance, or last time we're going to be seeing you here in this event, here in this day. I'm going to miss you guys.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get to hang out in person, you know, just the way the world is right now, but it's certainly been a lot of fun doing this broadcast with all you guys. It's been so much fun to see how these teams have progressed. Day 1 to now, it's night and day. These aren't the same teams in the lobby.
Yeah, we're seeing the stakes really show for all these teams and how much they want to win that $100,000. Cameron, moving out into our second Erangel of the day, we had Loops pick up a victory, albeit not that many kills. Yep. I'm actually curious about your opinion on something I said earlier on, that if teams like Loops want to catch up to Konina Power, to Cloud9, to Footballists, eventually they'll have to take fate into their own hands. Eventually they might have to fight them, because you can't depend on other teams to beat them, right? You have to kind of almost do that yourself, and then you eliminate them early on so then you can build up some points and catch up. What's your thoughts?
That is true. And especially when you're looking, the reason why teams are a little scared of taking those high risk, high reward engagements on leaderboards, because if they lose out, then they could go further down on the leaderboard than they were, and that does mean missing out on money. But when you're looking at the jump in prize pool from like 4th to 3rd, 3rd to 2nd, then 2nd to 1st, maybe that risk makes it more valuable to them. We do still have 4 games left, and there is still room for Cloud9, for Loops to continue to climb up even without pulling out those aggressive maneuvers. Once we hit Sanhok, though, or maybe even earlier on Miramar, but I think Sanhok's the prime map for to start seeing shenanigans like that happen.
Yeah, and honestly, I would kind of really love to see something like that happen, but it's obviously going to be time to tell us the answer to that question. Hopefully, you two can answer this question for me of who you're predicting to win this match. We'll start off with you and Viram as we head into our 3rd and final game for you.
This one was a tricky one. I was really waffling between Cloud9 and Wildcard. I really like what Wildcard's been doing, really putting together, but I think given C9, I'm starting to see them climb up the ramp. Wildcard's a team that generally tends to peak at the end, so I actually am going to go with Cloud9 on this one. I know it's, you know, maybe a bit of a controversial pick, but I think it's solid.
Okay, Cameron.
Nothing controversial about it. We know they're so good on Erangel, and they're currently sitting in 3rd place, and they hunger for that first. We know that they want it. It was in their grasp. They thought they had it after the first weekend, so they're going to play these final games. They're with as much energy as they can. They cannot slip up, because if they go out early in this game, 1st place might be just out of reach. So they're going to go big now.
Okay, so we got 2 Cloud9s coming in from you guys. We got a little bit of a mixed desk coming in with myself, 7, and Glitter. We'll check in with them later on, but you guys need to take us away here into our 3rd game of the day. It's Erangel, our 2nd one of 3.
Thank you so much, Jason. Go relax, go hang out in the back, enjoy your craft services. And he sends us pictures of the food that they have for him behind the scenes. And I have to say, guys,
it's cruel.
It is. I'm a little bit jealous. But you know what? At the end of the day, he's the one who should be jealous of us, Cameron, because we get to cast this game. We get to cast this pivotal Erangel match. This is our 3rd match of the day. This is the halfway point. If a team can start to build up some momentum here and now, that could be what they need to take that 1st place spot.
Yeah, he's talking about it being sad. That is the last match. I ain't got time to be sad because we still have another match to cast. I'm still excited to watch every single round that we're playing. Maybe I'll be upset at the end of all this, but who knows? Because we're still going to be able to watch the remainder of this grand final. It has started off so exciting, and it is going to continue to be so. And this playing path, this is going to be an exciting start for Cloud9. They get to drop out of onto their loot spot immediately. However, Loops, do they try and block Cloud9? Because when answering Jason's question, I didn't really take that into consideration on Erangel, how they loot like right next to each other. This actually gives Loops a really big opportunity, even if to not wipe Cloud9, because that would be a little bit aggressive, but to at least try and damage them, at least, you know, like shoot a leg out and make them limp.
I mean, we have 3 of our top 4 teams within like a stone's throw of each other to start this game. Like, I really want to make that clear to everybody. Loops, C9, and Footballists are all right next to each other. If one of these teams decides they want to get a little bit aggressive early, that could totally change up the course of this game. But given what this circle is, we're not going to see any really major rotations. This is a fairly friendly playing path. This is a fairly friendly circle. I think we're going to see a relatively quiet start to this third game.
Yeah, it's definitely friendlier for the Western teams because with the playing path started and where the circle is, Queso, Unique, and Community Power are going to have to work just a little bit more in order to loot as quickly as they can. But, ooh, not a good start for Dream Eaters once again. This whole 2-2 split is getting punished again another time. And I'm honestly surprised that it's not getting punished as much as it is. Matic, though, he's not knocked. He's just really damaged and no real way to get out. He is at least pulling attention from Shasser, forcing him to watch over him before he can get to his vehicle, and that might slow down his loot timing. And he has no meds, so he knows that he wants to clean this up quickly.
At the same time, as much as he is, distracting everybody else, his time is getting wasted. Potentially also his teammate here. We do see the pickup. The shots go in. Matic is going to drop. Oh, boy. Oh, me, oh, my. Not an ideal situation there. Versid, I appreciate the thought process of that play. Didn't quite work. A little failure in execution. Just leave.
Oh, yeah. Versid shouldn't have stopped. The minute his teammate got taken out of the back of that buggy.
Oh, and look at the flank. Look at the flank.
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone from bad to worse at this point, I think. At least Dream Eaters should have... Oh, okay. So Toffees is actually looping around as well. I was thinking that their player that is past Jasnaya Fields could sort of counter out the flank that we see coming up from Rayman. But instead, they're committing onto this retrieval. This is a lot of resource using to pick one member up. And yes, keeping all four alive as long as you can is important, but this is going to be a pretty big cost because it's not just two players wrapping around. Sorry, it's not just one. It is a full two players trying to pinch onto Dream Eaters.
It is indeed. Oh my goodness. Hang on a second with Kato now on the flank versus taking a ton of damage. We can see the shots continuing to rain on through. And oh my, taking some back though. None of these players really have the equipment to sustain this. I don't even know how much ammo they have, Cameron. That's the kind of point that we're at in this game right now. And I said, you know what? I think we're going to see a quiet start to this Erangel game. And then they're like, Paul, it's the grand finals. No, we want to fight. We want to contest. We want to take the fight to our opponents. We want some action. And Matic is going to be our first blood here on the server. Alpha Legends closing the vice onto Dream Eaters. They know where Toffees is, and they're going to take him down.
Smoke's blooming to give Toffees at least a little bit of a chance. Good job on Rayman to not push too far forward, but Toffees, that does give him the opportunity to get one knock. That leaves it into a 1v1 if the players in the apartments don't have an angle, but the nade is going to come through. It is going to knock Toffees. So it's going to be another knock, another down against Dream Eaters and give Kaiju the opportunity to get stood back up, right back on his feet.
Yeah, that was nice. Playing that 2-2, identifying his position, and then taking him down with the grenade. Alpha Legends, this is so interesting to me. You know, again, they're the team that came in today in last place. They're still technically in last place in terms of points, but they have never let that break their spirit. They're still looking at this as a learning opportunity. They're continuing to play this like they're vying for first place. And I have to say, I respect the crap out of them for that. That is a fantastic thing to see. You know, the sportsmanship on that. They're not just, oh, lol, dropping in and having fun. They are taking this seriously because this is still an amazing learning experience to play with some of the best teams in the world.
There is no better experience, no better practice, no better scrim than an actual game.
Hands down.
That's the statement. No other nothing else needed to follow up on that.
Whoa, Donna though, Rain at range. Hang on a second, Cameron. We're talking about the idea of practice and putting in. You know, there's a team who's not here to practice. There's a team who's here to win some prize money, and that's Tempo Storm. We've seen them seriously step up. HH24 did work in that last game, and he's starting things up, actually setting things up for another team here in North America. That initial knock from Tempo Storm, PK is like, thank you very much. You're going to make him stop, and we're going to pick up all these kill points because PK themselves are looking to charge up this leaderboard. Tensa, though, trying to get on the action, picking up one of the kills onto Anas. But as I say this, they're just farming Yala Esports right now. They can do nothing. The boys from NA just looking to shut them down.
I don't know if there was much that Yala could have done to keep one of their players from getting knocked in a vehicle rotation. Those are just some things that they happen in Battle Royales. They happen in PUBG. But I am really confused on the decision-making that they had to try and save that player. Maybe they didn't know that the Knights compound was free or not. But if that's the case, why are they sending it in with such gusto? So ultimately, Yala, there's a lot that they did wrong to put themselves in this situation.
Yeah, I think that initial play from Lord to try and swing the vehicle around, maybe take some shots in response. I think maybe if he just kept driving, he was just afraid the vehicle was going to explode. But we'll see. He was able to get back up in the fight, reposition the vehicle. This is big. There are still 2 members alive, and we have seen Yala Esports make some clutch plays, but I mean, they're just getting stared at by 2 teams, 2 full teams. And when Tensa can hit shots like that, oh my goodness, it is so hard. What do you do against that? There is no counterplay. Just don't peek. Just don't peek.
Umbra. I don't know if Umbra are rotating and trying to take advantage of this. I don't think that they are. I don't know what information they have for Yala's position, but they don't need to because Tensa's taking that play for them. Yala, these last 2 players have like a square inch they can hide behind that. They're not going to get poked out. They're not going to get their toes shot out or even their scalp. And that's why one of them, that is why I believe it was Lord, sends it away. Try and retreat Bazana. Nothing he can do. He is going to get removed. That is going to be the 3rd player of Yala taken out of a game 3. What can Lord do to try and squeak out any sort of extra positioning in this round? This is not the Yala that we expected to come into the grand finals.
To be fair, though, you mentioned it. There's not a whole lot you can do about that. You're just on rotations, getting shot by multiple teams, and at that point, then you're just trying to commit to keeping your teammates alive. Ooh, Carnage actually, he's tricking both angles. The shots that came in from Rain and HH24 on Overlook there on Overwatch, that was actually sick because it distracted him. He could have potentially stole out that point from Tensa, but not able to do so. And HH24, we didn't give him enough love in that last game. I'm glad they brought him up on that MVP screen because he certainly deserved it. Him sitting back, getting those shots down range was what allowed Tempo Storm to go in and play aggressive like they do. I feel like they've really come into their own in terms of what their roles are on this team, more defined than even I think a lot of other teams do. We see Spring do it with Wildcard quite a bit, but I like this play from them because if everybody knows what their role is, they need less communication because they all know what the game plan is.
I wonder what Tempo Storm's current game plan is now that they've taken out Yala. You see them taking some poking shots towards the Knights, but I think ultimately they're just going to wait and see, as well as we should all wait and see, trying to get up to 300,000 people waiting and seeing what is happening in this round.
Absolutely. That's the goal. 300,000 concurrent viewers. You can get 6 crates in game. Oh my goodness. Who doesn't love free stuff? And look, if you've been talking about this, you're like, Mom, Dad, there's this cool thing that I watch and it's video games and it's esports. You should like really check it out. Now's the time. Put it up on the TV. Get it out on your phones. Get everybody involved. Because honestly, like I remember I've done that with my own father, getting involved in the world of esports, showing him what that was all about. Both my parents now totally on board. Maybe this is your opportunity. This is your time here for the PMWL West Season 0. Get everybody involved because I know these players certainly are. We can see them all starting to shrink in the middle of this circle, Cameron. We're about to see some fights.
Yeah, it was a medium to hard shift towards the southwest, and there's a lot of field in play, but still a good number of hills for players to utilize, for teams to utilize. And I'm looking at Cloud9 and Loops as big examples of that, but Wildcard also finding a very, very good compound. It doesn't give them a lot of immediate control unless they want to use the roofs like they're using right now, but it is relatively easy to defend if another team wants to try and take it away from them.
There might just be a team looking to do that. I like we just assume that one last remaining player of Yala Esports just chilling in a truck. Just chilling, but a team who's had no chill. Fingers crossed.
A body part or two maybe clenched.
Please, nobody, please don't check in the back of this truck. Why would they do that, though? But yes, as I was going to say, a team that had no chill. We saw them there on the screen for just a hot second. Of course, it is a wild card. They have been looking so aggressive these last few games. It bit them in the butt in that last game. We'll see if they tone it down a little bit here because they are still up near the top of this leaderboard. They could look to pass some of these other teams. I mean, they're only like 20 points off of Loops Esports. That's where they really start to get into the money. Another team that we thought could be in contention at the start of today was Nova. But they have been so quiet today, Cameron. What do you think has gone wrong for them?
It doesn't look any different from any other previous Nova day, unfortunately. That's, I guess, both a good and a bad thing. But they play aggressive in the same way that Wildcard does. It's just with a little less precision to the execution.
Yeah.
They don't have that, what do you say, that the je ne sais quoi, or the beauty to their dance moves, where it can come out with some amazing results, and especially if they hit the end game. We know how strong that they are. They're very similar to Tempo Storm in that aspect. They still have yet to fully tighten up their early game on a consistent, regular basis. It's almost like they get clotheslined just one too many times and still aren't always prepared for it.
I think that's spot on. We talk about them in the late game, how flawless they can look when they're able to play in these smaller engagements, but it seems like on the macro play, they just kind of let it slip. Players get caught out. They don't quite know where their next rotation is going to be. Again, they made some changes over the course of the season, bringing in Cat, having that additional factor on the team, and it's been great to see them grow and progress. But the problem is they're not doing that in a vacuum because all these other teams are getting better with them.
Need power. We saw that circle shift, and I was worried about how they could find their way into the circle, but they were able to find a spot that is vacated by Unique, and it's still on the edge, but I'm not worried for them in the slightest. We know how comfortable they are from that position. And Umbra, they're taking the compound just to the east of Wildcard. These two compounds, a little bit of a Romeo and Juliet situation, or what is it, a Montague and Capulet, where they just really don't like each other and really like to shoot at each other a little bit.
Yes, that's it. It's Romeo and Juliet with guns.
Yeah,
I would watch that.
I mean, yeah, doesn't that what was it, like a 2005, 2006 movie? They had guns.
Real? Oh my goodness!
Yeah, with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh yeah! Oh my goodness!
It wasn't like a full commitment to an action film, but this is a full commitment onto Pachinki. Tempo Storm, I could easily see them leaving the hill, but they also might want to use that to pick up some good points. I don't know. It's a coin flip on what teams usually do in that similar situation, but everyone else having to send it in onto the city because east of that, that's a field. Southwest of that, that's also a field. It's the space is quickly becoming a premium, a lot quicker than I think teams were hoping.
Yeah, we're farmers today, guys. Let's head to the fields. All right, look, we're just chilling out. There's some corn, maybe some grains. I don't know how farms work apparently, but in any case,
Paul,
I have been there. Well, yes, at a time. There has been a time where I have. Okay, let's get back to this game. All right, look again. Romeo and Juliet with guns, but this time it's potentially a wild card. In any of these teams, they just drive by because we know they're going to want to get involved, but it's UDR Killers taking that first shot. We'll see which one with the 1-2 respond, get that initial knock, and we'll see if wild card, if they're the ones to do it, if they follow up quite as aggressively as they did in that last game.
Yeah. UDR Killer's position in particular, I think, is incredibly powerful. They have 2 players in that garage building, which is a super strong position in Pachinki. And then they're even flexing 2 players north to try and get map control while they can, but they're not overcommitting away from Pachinki. Footballists, though, they're in a completely different situation. They still need to push in. They have a couple of members inside, but they're going to have to push in through a field. You can see them just at the south of this zone and push through a field into Tempo Storm's Hill, into another field if they want to make their way to Pachinki.
There are only 13 points separating Footballist and Konina Power. Both of them are out here on the southeast side. If one of them gets picked off early, this could be disastrous for them. But speaking of getting picked off, Cameron, it's exactly what we talked about. It's Nova Esports getting shot at early. Hopefully, they can keep AZ up and in the fight. But this is exactly the kind of thing we're talking about. Not appreciating your angles, not appreciating the other rotations these teams are making.
It was a difficult send for Nova, and they should be able to stabilize for that. But it is still a weaker spot compared to Tempo Storm's angle that you saw they zeroed in on in football as they're pushing in onto Unique. They already got a couple of knocks that happened off screen. And so they don't push onto Unique. They just take this entire position from them. They don't wipe the entire squad, but it does force Nemphis and Milky Way to make a send that they perhaps weren't hoping to make, weren't expecting to make. And trying to call where you're going to go on the fly like this could put them in a really rough spot. And I hate this position so much. I don't think Unique are going to like it either, but where else can they really go?
Not a whole lot of answers. Not a whole lot of answers. Nemphis just trying to hold on, trying to survive. You can see the sparks, the bullet holes next to him. Every single one of those meant for his face as he's just trying to hold on out of the frying pan into the fire. Konina Power is continuing to keep up the pressure. I believe that it was Footballist that started, they're actually just keeping up the pressure. Oh my goodness, they have nowhere to go. Well, now they're just trying to rotate into Pachinki. They're alive for a few seconds longer. We'll see how long that lasts. His wildcard is trying to get right on in, take over a building, and this is not their usual style, Cameron. They don't tend to favor a lot of it. Compounds they're a big fan of, but we don't see them play around the center of cities too often. It hasn't had the most success for them.
I mean, with a circle like this, though, they don't really have that many options, and luckily for them, UDR Kills backed off and give them this garage compound. But look, everyone is trying to send it in because there is nowhere else to play. The question is it going to stay in Pachinki or is it going to stretch to the fields? Either way, this is really the only option. It's going to be Chaos. B4 already eliminated, and I don't know if they're going to be the last.
Yeah, we're seeing multiple players going down in the kill feed. You can see it as Bayo's going to drop as well. It's Tempo Storm. They know this city like the back of their hand. This is where they drop every single game. They know every single one of these buildings inside and out. And now certainly there is going to be a block party. Everybody is getting in on the fight. You could not have a more. I thought last time we had a perfect Pachinki circle, Cameron. This one might be even more perfect. But now every single one of these teams is starting to take casualties. And hang on a second, Cameron, C9 and Tempo toe-to-toe. Two teams who've been constantly fighting, vying, pushing for the #1 spot of these teams in North America. Let's see this time who can come out on top. As HH24 is looking to push in.
Yeah, he wants this knock. What? That actually hit? That must have gone through the window, and now it's two members of Cloud9 going down, and he is rushing forward because he wants to secure every single kill that he can. They do not want it to be stolen, and they secure pizza.
That should not have happened. Cloud9 was trying to reposition. I think it was through the open doorway. It caught him on the edge of the car. Oh my goodness, that is disastrous for Cloud9. They needed this. They are only 5 points away from 3rd place, but if Konina Power can put up a good game, continue to keep all 4 members alive, they could continue to go on. And Loops, if Loops is still in this, they could even potentially pass them here. Cloud9 needs to stay alive, but this was not the game they needed.
No, not at all. But look at football, this push up.
Down.
Konina Power also pushing in as well. These teams weren't vying for Pachinki because, well, they're coming in way too late and they weren't in a good position to do so. And instead, Konina Power just trying to get what they can in points from Unique, but a knock already against Robdini. Nice. It's going to be a follow-up grenade. It's not going to find that, but that next one might.
Oh, I think it might. Rob hoping it's going to be blocked by the pipe, and it was. Nerves of Steel by Robdini is actually going to get the return down onto Memphis. I cannot believe these two players from Unique are still alive, as Axer is going to be able to get off the revive. This edge creep play from Konina Power is paying off for them, but Loops and Football is rotating in as well. All of these top teams, Cameron, they all had the same idea. They're like, look, we'll let the other teams fight it out over Pachinki. We don't want to deal with this right now. We are going to play the edge. We are going to send it slowly with calculated precision, and that's what they're trying to do right now. But these are all the teams up at the top. If one of them gets knocked out early in 15th place, this could be a disaster. And Levasion's already down. Loops is continuing to put the pressure up. They are trying to get up there. They are trying to pass Cloud9, and if they can take down Footballists, they can do just that.
This is going to be rough for all of these teams outside because... and the fact that the circle centers up once again on Pachinki as well as the southwest field means that the teams in the city, for the most part, can just lie in wait in safety, which means that if you're outside, there's a real big chance that you're going to go out no matter how active you are, no matter how many kills you're able to pick up. The placements aren't necessarily going to be in your favor. But Loops, are they going to go big onto Footballists? They have a decision they need to make because neither of these teams are in the zone. With Konina Power, they're trying to meet Footballists halfway.
Hang on a second. Loops on one side, Konina Power on the other. This is a disaster. Can't have a Soul Case Sunday if you're dead. But oh my goodness, put a cherry on top of this Soul Case Sunday, says Loops, as Loops is now taking all the damage in the smoke, trying to survive. Konina Power need to be careful how far in they push. I don't actually know if Loops is aware of the positioning of Konina Power, all this as well. So it's just taking so much damage. We can see it here as Axer on one side. Soul K is going to get confirmed. Only one player standing, I think, is left for Footballist. It is Loops. He's just trying to hold on.
Really rough position, but the circle closing in. Loops are backing off just a little bit, and that might give Loops a lifeline that he needs. However, stuck between two full squads cannot be a comfortable position, especially Konina Power. They're probably going to want to zero in on him. Probably going to want to take Footballists out, not give them any opportunity for placements at all. Grenades are going to come out. That one looks really good. It doesn't get the knock, though.
How? Carrillo just was sitting on it. That was hot potato. But somehow he's able to stay alive. That was massive, because see the other follow-up grenades that are coming in. Lutz is defying all comers right now, throwing grenades left and right, just trying to survive as long as he can. But this is just going to be him against all odds. I don't know how you survive against two of the other top teams in the lobby. And no, eventually it is Carrillo from Loops who will get that point. But now the battle between Konina Power and Loops is heating up.
Yeah, what does Loops do from this position? Because the blue is slowly closing in. And I think the only thing they can do at this point is try and take Konina Power's position, and that's what's happening. Federal is pushing forward. Loops want to steal this, and a couple of knocks already give them a really good opportunity.
Yeah, that first down on Rubgini is the opening they needed. This is the loops we know and love. We call them the breachers, but what do you do when there's no compound? You just push. You just push. And it is Erangel this time. Not usually the player we see up at the front, but he's continuing to keep up the pressure. And that is just Loops Esports. All confidence because they know they need to take down this competitor and the circle is at their back. But the problem is the way the circle is going to push them, it's up on its exposed high ground, trying to control any bit of cover they can. Kunina Power's been able to find it. This has been such a highly contested zone on the outside of these two teams, but I can't believe I'm saying this, Cameron. This is actually a better position for Kunina Power.
It is for now. They have a little bit of hard cover, but where is the circle going to shift? If they have to retreat towards the west, which they do, it's bad for all these teams. It's bad for almost everyone unless you're on that southern sliver of Pochinki, because even Queso with the compound in the field are going to have to leave. What can you do? It's just Pyra, actually, in the middle of the field, and I think he's only just barely inside, but looking between Loops and Kunina Power, two of the top 4 teams trying to fight it out, trying to climb up. They need to finish this fight as quickly as they can, and Dadeen sneaking forward, pan out, ready to beat Kunina Power in the face with it.
You read my mind, Cameron. This just needs to be a fight right here, right now, and an initial down from Axer is a great way to get this started if you are Kunina Power, but Loops is just going to push. Can Dadeen find the shots? No, he cannot. Axer playing this angle beautifully, putting down so much pressure, so much damage. He does not stop. You can hear the bullets up the right. Kauski's going down as well. This is massive. This is Kunina Power in a great position. That's 3 members down. Dadeen, hang on a second. He gets the down and attacks him, but the blue is pushing. He may continue to put the pressure on the damage. Erangel is going to try and back up and survive. He's just going to try and run. There's so much smoke. He is just gunned out and trying to live as long as he can, but Kunina Power is picking up kill after kill after kill, but somehow, some way, Loops survive, but for how much longer? No longer, Cameron! They are down and out!
But it's still not a good position for Kunina Power. They got those kills, and that's at least one more placement to rack up. But where can they move to? They're gonna have to crawl through the field. Gonzo finds a rock, but it is still not inside, or if it is, it might just barely be in. But looking back here on Pochinki, a nade comes in on the Knight's position, gets a knock as well as some good follow-up damage. Wildcard were able to keep 3 up as they leapfrog through the city. And more follow-up grenades, just throw them more. Keep them coming, boys. There it is. 3 knock for the Knights.
Everybody getting involved. You see Acer look to the left like, hang on a second, Nova. Those were mine. Those were my kills. As he's continuing to put the pressure up. Carnage drops. That's just it. PK's out. Why? Why are they sitting in there? What's... That's where the grenades are gonna go, Pittsburgh Knights. No options. No options. It was just who you giving the points to.
Now Wildcard have an opportunity to try and take that position. They send Spring, but they don't send the full squad because, well, they know what just happens to a squad that was in there. And so instead, it's only for a little bit of position for future play because I don't think the other Wildcard members, that building is inside the circle. Axer still alive, still crawling in. But Cat has an angle on, forces him to run around, and that's going to be C9.
Pyra! Wait, it's Axer. Wait, what? Pyra. He actually ended up getting that kill. Wait.
Yep.
They are not just going down that quite. I mean, they gave away his position, but at this point, he doesn't really care, and he's now been able to outlast. I can't believe, Cameron, I cannot believe, given what these other teams were doing, and Cloud9's losses early, that they were able to outlast them. This is incredible. And also Nova Esports, we saw that initial, I thought it was a failed send into the city, into the drainage ditch, but they've been able to keep 3 players alive? Are you kidding me? And with Wildcard still in this as well. This is absolutely insane. The teams that sent it in early have actually been able to hold on fairly well. The war for Pochinki is not done yet, though, as these teams now have to push out into this field.
This is going to be a fight over that drainage ditch, and I mean, if those were connected, Wildcard could have a good loop up or spring, but unfortunately, it caved in at some point during construction, and now Ace was forced to run out in the open. You can see him hiding behind all those smokes, and it's going to end essentially in that other dirt ditch. But right now, Sam defending against UDR Killers.
Speaking of dirt, putting them in the dirt right now is Wildcard. We're seeing multiple downs, this time onto Cat. Nova Esports in a bit of a world of hurt. Spring is going to continue to push on in. This is what Spring does best, but G-Fan, you know him and love him for Nova Esports. He's going to have to go clutch, but he can do nothing as Tensa just takes him down. Big Daddy Tensa is in the lobby. Tempo Storm's like, guys, this is Pochinki. Never count us out. As Spring goes in, going to look to confirm these kills, and Nova Esports is eliminated. Despite holding on for so long in the city, finally they are taken out as UDR Killers actually outlasts them. I cannot believe it. UDR Killers holding strong.
Wildcard, they have a little bit of room to breathe while everyone else has to manage to get inside themselves. It is still a worry about grenades, but that's why they are so separated, why they are so split, so one stray grenade doesn't take out the entire squad. But Tensa, he's surely going to try. That one looks good onto Acer's position. Doesn't get the full knock, but it's still a good chunk of damage.
Acer just barely able to hold on, and after all the damage he's done with grenades so far this game, he is very well aware of the impact that they can have. But the circle's pushing in, teams now have the move. UDR Killers is here. The ditch is being controlled by Wildcard, but they're facing now two different teams to do it. Unique's also here in the back, but they're going to lay down a preemptive layer of smokes, start to set up that tunnel, which gives them a route of retreat. It also blocks angles from the other side so they can poke their head up over this ridge. That's huge. And with the nades
What a
coming in from
grenade!
Spring, the nade kills from Wildcard. I want to see the amount of nade downs they got this game. It's got to be at least 7 or 8. They have done so much work, but the nades are continuing to rain in, whether it be from Umbra, whether it be from Tempo. Up on the high ground, though, PRZ has an additional angle, but he's toe-to-toe, and I wondered if Pyra was going to take this crate. How has Pyra survived?
Distraction. Everyone else was so focused because they had to be on their neighbors in the city, and so he just crawled in, and now he's got full level 3s. If this comes down to a 1v1 or even a 1v2, that could be what snags Cloud9 the victory, but Wildcard, surely they're in the best position overall, assuming nades don't knock them in quick succession. But I think Tempo Storm are certainly going to try. I appreciate Spec being out there on the flank, but what can Umbra, PRZ, and Prolord, the last many players, do to third party on this engagement? The smoke wall from Tempo is going to give them at least a little bit of access, but the spray comes through.
And Tempo's now stuck in a rough position. They got players behind them. They got players in front of them. There's nowhere left to go. Umbra playing spoiler, but Wildcard is going to clean up all these kills. Already 11 to their name. Spec is up in the watchtower, but everybody knows he is there now. And Tempo Storm are actually able to survive through this. The smokes that came in from Wild, I'm actually not sure who threw those, but they're doing more help for Tempo Storm than anything because Wildcard can't find them. I cannot believe it. I thought PRZ and Umbra were going to totally trounce Tempo Storm, but they were able to hold on. But Pyra's continuing to snake in through all of this, but it is Wildcard in this prime position. It all comes down to who can hit their shots.
I say Cloud9, they're already doing a lot of work to climb up the leaderboard. Everyone above them is already out. But imagine if he's able to get the win. I don't want to speak too soon, though, because Wildcard still have a good opportunity, but the blue is closing in. It's making their ditch fall out of the play zone. But so are members of Umbra, so are members of Tempo Storm. Spec in the watchtower. He's waiting for them to leave, and there's a little bit of gap in the smoke, but it doesn't matter. The shots come through, and that's Tempo Storm out. And this makes Pyra 1 versus 3, and do Wildcard know of his position?
That's the question. He's right on the edge of the circle. I mean, process of elimination. I don't think they think there's still anybody out here, but Sam is checking it. Sam goes down. Pyra's there. There's one. Can he get a second? No, he cannot. Wildcard gets it done. My goodness, they held on for so long and putting up 15 kills. They did not just sneak into that final circle. They earned it. Blood, sweat, and tears here in our grand final. And Wildcard's like, look, guys, we want that money.
We are halfway through the day, halfway through the final day, and I still don't know who has the best advantage. I don't know what the leaderboard's going to look like, but no matter what, it is going to be close because Footballists, Loops, and Konita Power all went out relatively early. And Wildcard and Cloud9 coming over the top 2 finish. This is gonna stay tight into the very end, but what a run from Wildcard there, pushing all the way through Pachinki, staying alive, taking that ditch, and then even just holding off the final push between Umbra and Tempo Storm. They are such a strong team.
They are indeed. So many props to them. I said going into this camera, it was a coin flip between Wildcard and Cloud9, and both of them ended up in that final circle. Both of them were in such a prime position to do well in that game, but Wildcard did it looking so good. But that's it from us here. The two of us, it's been an amazing run. Thank you to all the fans, but the day is not done yet. You still have 3 more games in store. So let's send it back over to the analysts to break that last one down.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Ladies and gentlemen, stop what you're doing right now and stare at Glitter's face as she's gonna gloat with her victory with Wildcard getting the chicken dinner and of course the kills on top of it. Glitter, how you doing?
I mean, I feel good right now. I feel really good.
Feeling really good, like you had a really good gym session. And right now, Wildcard have been lifting all the weights. We're gonna take a look at the rankings to see how many points they got in total, because they got a massive amount of kills, 15, 35 points. That has to be enough to push them up the leaderboard even further, but we've got to talk about tempo. We got to talk about Cloud9, Konina Power as well here, 7. There's so many teams in crucial positions who put up some big numbers.
Yeah, remember, we're talking about how Tempo ended up passing teams like Team Queso, that we're getting a little bit closer there to Nova as well. Well, guess what? With performances like that, that's going to be putting you up on the leaderboard, and they are going to be able to, if they continue to do this, that's going to be really good in regards to prize pool as well, as to get closer and closer to that 5th place overall. And then you have Team Umbra, some of the other teams that we kind of mentioned. These teams are the ones that can steal points from those teams that are also currently in contention for even more prize pool money. You got Footballers with only 7 points, Nova Esports with 7, UDR Killers with 7, and then Cloud9 with 16. This is a great comeback here from Cloud9. Konina Power there at 12, and I cannot wait to see the second page, because something that I even mentioned about Loops Esports, they usually do great there in Vikendi, but they kind of fall off here as we go to the next Erangel, and you can kind of see that there, Glitter, with only 5 points for Loops Esports.
Yeah, I mean, you called it, 7. You know, they, for some reason, they have a strong performance and then fall off after. Hopefully they can bounce back. You know, we're only at that halfway point, so they still have some matches they can get under their belt to hopefully get some more points. But then as we continue to move on down the list, we see Pittsburgh Knights able to get 3 kills again, but, you know, not an overwhelmingly strong performance, but not a terrible one either. And then we see B4 all the way down at the bottom after they had started to pick it up a little bit in the first 2 matches.
Yeah, I think we've been left wondering where has B4 gone, because they've not been the team that we've seen within the league play. But enough about them for now. We're going to talk about, obviously, Wildcard and the stats they pulled off in that last match, the damage coming through, the minimal healing, the 15 kills. Glitter, I'm going to let you keep going, because you know what? You should be proud of your pick.
I mean, you kind of said it for me. This is an impressive showing. They held really strong positions. They made smart decisions. This is what I was hoping they were building up to, too, because we saw them have very aggressive and strong starts to the day. So I was hoping that they could continue into that 3rd match, and I wanted to pick them earlier to make sure, because, you know, these are long days. I didn't want them burnt out by that last match, especially when they've started off so well. I mean, almost 2,500 damage. That's a strong showing.
Very strong indeed. Not only do they have a strong showing as a team, they had a strong showing as individual players. There's 3 of them are going to make it into our top 4 with Tenza there as well. We see Acer, we see Sam, Spring, and of course Tenza, like previously mentioned, coming in for Tempo 7. Who's going to be the MVP here? Who do you think it is?
I don't want Spring to be MVP again. Maybe had 2 MVPs in one day. Why not? Let's see if Spring. Yo, production. Let me see who's that MVP. Ah, man. I don't know.
Oh, there we go.
I'm hoping it's Spring. Oh, it's Sam.
You just said you hoped it wasn't Spring, and then you said you hope it is Spring. I'm getting mixed signals from you, 7.
I said I hope it is.
Oh, you did? Okay. All right. I'm sorry, man. My bad. So Sam gets it, and Sam is someone we've been talking about for weeks, it feels like, honestly, because he's been able to step up and have so many great like individual plays. But then again, we talked about Slicky up against PK as well. But look at the damage. I mean, he might be the MVP, but his team deserves the MVP with those 3 players getting over 800 damage, 7.
Yeah, can we talk about the form they're currently in? They're looking honestly amazing. That is some of the best performances that we've seen out of a whole team. Both 3 players with 800, and then with the MVP, you had him participate in 10 kills out of the 15 kills that team had. It's good to see that. And then guess what? We also got to give some credit to Tenza. Tenza was able to participate in 7 kills out of the 11 that Temple Storm had. So great performances overall from all those players.
I mean, Tenza's just a beast, right? We've seen it. We've seen glimpses of it. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the teams have been able to consistently get him in those positions to pull things like that off. But we know when he does get there, he can do it, as long as he's not nading his own team, if we think back to the first day. Anyways, let's take a look at our Do the Do moments. I love you, Tenza. I'm sorry. Let's take a look at our Do the Do moments, though, from this last match. I mean, you know, I'm like Sour Patch Kids. I'm a little sour and a little sweet.
Oh my gosh.
I like that comparison, Jason. That was good.
Oh, that's actually really good. As we did see here, some fights between Alpha Legends and Dream Eaters. Two of the teams that are currently in those teams placements, they're really not doing that well. And then we go over to Pittsburgh Knights. Pittsburgh Knights was able to pick up 3 kills in that last match. And then we see Tensa. Why he was able to be along those top players, as he was just rushing people. He wanted to get different angles, make sure he got the knocks, and also make sure he finished those knocks. And this was pretty amazing to see here, as Tempo Storm did end up rushing their Cloud9, and I don't think Cloud9 was even close to expecting that. Ultimately, they ended up winning, and this is a long fight that's going to ensue. We saw Footballers versus Karina Power, and then guess what? Loops were like, yo, let me go ahead and pick up some kills from that. They went for it. They were able to pick up some kills, and then maybe one of the longest fights ensued between Karina Power and Loops Esports there, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that this was something we were expecting, or at least hoping to see happen, is where all of these teams that are at the top of our leaderboard have to eventually start battling it out, right? I mean, they can't all have first place. So we saw, like you said, Konina Power right now, as we're also watching on the highlights, running into Loops, taking out Loops. We saw Tempo and Wildcard going back and forth. These are some of the Acer nades onto PK when they were just in that ditch over there. And this was just, I think this was very unfortunate for PK. It's a bad spot for them to be in, because the nades can literally just kind of roll straight in there from wherever you're throwing them from. But this was just, I mean, Sam just sneaking up on some UDR killer players. This wild card is so impressive right now, but we do need to give some love to Tempo as well, because this was now, what, 11 kills for them in this match, 10 kills in the match before. Can they continue this momentum throughout the rest of the day?
Yeah, and we know Tempo Storm can definitely put up those skills, and I'm glad coming back into shape like this, because they can get closer to that 5th place. They are going to be fighting for the 5th place against Wildcard. Wildcard is performing really well, so Tempos, if they want to get even closer to the 5th place, they're going to have to improve on their performances even more, and they're already doing great.
I mean, I also want to give maybe a shout out to Pyra from Cloud9. I mean, some very crucial placement points he was able to get for his team, which could come into their overall stands when we get towards that point. For now, though, we're going to take a look at our total damage, and I would imagine Wildcard and Tempo probably battling for #1 position when it comes to that out of every other team within the lobby today. And, well, that's just going to be proven here as we see it now. 2,600 damage done for Tempo, only 11 kills, though. And look at Wildcard, 2,500 with the 15 kills themselves.
Yeah, that's it. That's impressive. These two teams. I remember these two teams in the last Super Weekend we were saying how they were starting to get hot. They just weren't able to start the tournament, especially the league finals, the way we kind of expected them here. But it's good to see those performances out of that team. Then you had Cloud9. Cloud9 needs to stay within those top 3 to at least get some placement points. They were able to, once again, Pyra being able to stay alive. It's starting to become a thing here where Pyra is able to go ahead and clutch some extra points in regards to placement points for that team. So interesting stuff overall here. Then you have Kanina Power, you have Dream Eaters, Pittsburgh Knights 2, Team Queso. And then towards the end, you got Footballers. Even though they did end up exiting in 14th place, they were able to, in a way, save face by getting almost 1,000 damage and 6 kills.
That's 7. If your Footballers here, you can't afford to be having games like this. Yes, you get 6 kills, but you get knocked out early. You can't do that, or you're going to see yourself dropping from 1st to 2nd, which I think they're going to be doing now with Kanina Power. That's 50K loss already. Then from 2nd to 3rd, that's another 30K you could be losing out on. And let's see how our prediction scores did work, because you know what? We're not making any money off of this. We're just doing it for fun. And, Glitter, go ahead. You earned it.
I mean, it's just, you guys did great.
Oh my gosh, I can just, I can just feel the enjoyment out of that. I'm just like, yeah, you guys tried. You tried. It was a good effort. Let's see an overall ranking, though, of currently where the teams do stand. That's what's all about right now, right? We talk about football. It's really kind of only having, 6 kills and not much more beyond that. They're only going to be up by 8 points now in 1st place. 8 points separates Kanina Power between them and another $50,000. But Cloud9 as well, good. I think that's what you're going to. Them and Wildcard have moved up.
Yeah, it's first of all, Konina Power and Cloud9 are only separated by 1 point. That's scary, because that's so close of a race right now. Wildcard, like you said, has jumped up, and they've now gone above loops, which is crazy because there was a decent-sized gap that I thought might be, you know, maybe one or two just like mediocre or semi-solid games, and the wildcard just decided that they were going to blow it out of the water with this match and completely leapfrog loops. If they're not even that far behind Cloud9 at this point, so if they continue the strong showing and anybody falls off, who knows what's going to happen for that top 3 spot. Tempo also able to jump up the rankings after that incredibly strong performance, getting 2 points above Nova, and UDR Killers still holding on to their first page spot.
I was gonna say, if wildcard continues on these performances, not only are they gonna get into the top 3, if for some reason the top 3 teams can't slack off, they could go for that first place, as we do see here the second page. Listen, I'm gonna keep on saying it over and over again. I want to see these teams go crazy. I want to see them really impact the tournament here. Maybe hot drop some of the other teams towards the top. Maybe go ahead and do something crazy that we can go ahead and highlight here during this tournament, because you got nothing to lose at this point. I think the only one that can maybe be cautious is Pittsburgh Knights, because they're getting closer to 10th and 9th. But even then, just do something crazy.
Yeah, do something crazy indeed. Well, obviously, we do have to wait a little bit of time before we get to that next match, because we're into our halftime now for the day. And as we said earlier on, the Between the Battlegrounds episode 2 will be airing here live on the show after that third match. And funny enough, it's after the third match. You guys sit down, hope you had some popcorn, and enjoy episode 2 here of Between the Battlegrounds.
Kita kali ini pasti bakal lebih ramai lagi karena kemarin kita udah ngeliat pertandingan yang seru. Erangel.
Tell me it's time to come down. Can you find me? It gets in, we get in, never ends.
It's very difficult to say what a great team is made of. It's difficult to sort of capture that lightning in a bottle. It takes work. A lot of players will fall at several hurdles. A lot of players will not be able to make it past a certain stage. They won't be able to make it to the big leagues. And that's just how it is, you know. It's not easy. Otherwise anyone would do it, and everyone would do it. I mean, you know, $5 million of prize money over the year. Why wouldn't you? But even if you can, sometimes it's not guaranteed.
That's a lot of responsibility for these players to perform here. Sometimes it can cause quite a lot of stress and a lot of pressure. But with the right amount of pressure, sometimes even coal can turn to diamonds.
Versus Bigatron already collected 10 kills, which make them as the conqueror. JC trying to get more aggressive towards Bigatron's side, but Ryzen with already 4 kills in his pocket now, it is already blown out the buggy here. And more being eliminated at the 4th position. Boom Esports, I think, already being spotted. Bavel already being knocked down. I don't know where's the last Boom Esports player, and it is the Boom Esports player. And winner, chicken dinner again, like yesterday. Bigatron closed today with an outstanding performance. Winner, chicken dinner, and a lot of kills coming.
Memang benar-benar berkelas yang saya lihat di situ tuh.
Mesinnya diesel. Jadi panasnya telat. Tapi ternyata setelah hari akhir, itulah anak-anak kita yang harus dibanggakan.
Bisa menjadi satu, menjadi kekuatan yang pas dengan namanya Red Alin. Siapa yang menyakiti?
Iya.
Macam-macam angus.
The World League, for a lot of these players, is that pedestal, right? It's that pedestal that everyone's looking to sit atop, and it's not easy to do. any player, whilst they might aspire to be there, needs to be ready to be there as well. When they come up against other regions, when they come up against plays that they haven't seen before, will they be able to adapt and overcome? It's the ultimate expression of skill in PUBG Mobile. And your ability to get there really can prove to not only the people around you, but to yourself, that you deserve to be one of the best. And for a lot of players, that's exactly what they want, what they're pushing for, what they're driving at.
Karena belum pernah ke global final, jadi aku ya belum tahu kayak gitu rasanya kayak gimana. Mob tim sendiri yang narikin playernya, ngumpulinnya kan aku lewat itu. Habis itu aku rundingin sama Jabrol, narik Jeksi. Aku rundingin sama Jeksi, narik Ongak. Kalau Jeksi, hal positifnya dia leader kan, dan gameplay dia, cara strategi dia yang aku pelajarin kayak gitu, banyak yang bikin kami tambah up kayak gitu. Kalau Ongak, terus dia juga yang anggapannya terminatornya mob lah. Tujuan kami juga, goal kami ya tentunya slot ke PMWL untuk nemenin Bigatron di sana. Kalau semua tim di Indonesia tuh ya memang mainnya tuh di bawah bayang-bayang better. Bigatron kan juara bukan nggak instan gitu. 1 tahun dia dibantai orang, dia level up, akhirnya dia bisa juara dunia di next seasonnya.
Hai, Zuxi,
Halo.
Luxi.
Dan mereka bisa dibilang adalah duo terbaik sedunia juga. Mereka nggak bisa dipisahkan, dan menurut gue pribadi kemanapun mereka pergi, dimanapun mereka bermain, atau dengan roster manapun yang bermain dengan mereka.
Nah, kalau dari tim sendiri, tim yang mungkin menyulitkan kalian untuk mendapatkan WWCD selama ini tuh siapa aja sih?
Siapa? Nggak ada sih. Untuk Rensky dan juga Zabrol, mereka merupakan kakak adik juga. Mereka memiliki chemistry yang sangat baik.
Niku Morp Jabrol, aku Rensky.
Hai, kalian berdua, congratulations untuk winner-winner chicken dinnernya ya pastinya.
Habis itu kalau Jabrol kan, Jabrol tuh adekku sendiri. Jadi aku lebih kenal dia dari sebelumnya kayak gimana, ya mungkin dia lebih jago dari aku gitu. Terus kalau dia lebih bisa gimana sih, kalau masih muda gitu, masih bisa banyak yang diasah, masih bisa dibilangin. Jabrol tuh lagi balik ke Palangkaraya gitu, ke kota asal kami. Indonesia final tuh PMWL, jadi malamnya tuh Daya dapat kabar gitu, papa masuk rumah sakit karena jantungnya penyumbatan kayak gitu. Kalau kemarin kan tahu kabarnya tuh pas Indonesia final hari pertama kan. Berapa menit lagi? Tiba-tiba di WA mama lagi main gitu. Jabrol juga. Ya tapi gimana caranya, proporsional aja gitu. Nggak bisa, masih ada tanggung jawab gitu. Kita kan cowok nih.
PUBG itu merupakan permainan game online ya. Itu bisa dimainkan oleh banyak orang, dan juga PUBG ini merupakan permainan dari bertahan hidup ya. Situ ada tim untuk bertahan hidup, saling menjatuhkan, tersisa yang paling tim atau yang paling bertahan hidup. Permainan bertahan hidup.
Oh, got the winner chicken dinner.
Gitu. Mama kan nggak mungkin dong 1 kali 24 jam kayak gitu. Malah dia yang bisa drop kayak gitu. Jadinya Jabrol gantian sama mama, nungguin papa. Dia harus jaga kesehatannya sampai dia bisa ke Jakarta buat operasi.
Masa gini? Basah. Masuk
Di kantor juga itu anak-anaknya kan ada mengenal Jabrol ya maupun Rensky, itu malah kebanggaan ya bagi anak-anak teman-teman saya itu melihat Jabrol dan Rensky dari Palangkaraya dapat mewakili kota Palangkaraya di tingkat nasional, itu merupakan suatu kebanggaan bagi anak-anak di sini ya yang mengenal mereka.
Orang situ.
Saya sendiri dulu sebelum PNS itu programmer ya. Jadi programmer komputer. Jadi di samping saya membuat program, dulu saya senang bermain game. Cuma dulu belum ada pertandingan ya. Nah kebetulan karena saya hobi game, anak-anak ini dari kecil biasanya saya beli PS ya waktu itu. Beli PS, kita bermain sama-sama ya dengan batasan tidak melupakan sekolah atau belajar.
Yang pas juara 1 itu yang nih.
Ya itu Pak, nyaringin Bang. Mana yang mampus motor depan mereka itu. Mana yang berat kan ini pialanya.
Oh iya, yang helm.
Ya.
Kalau sebenarnya waktu pertama kali ditelepon tahu kabar itu kan pasti kayak keganggu gitu pikirannya kesana kemari. Tapi waktu kemarin di Indonesian Final tuh kan kita semua punya mimpi gitu. Satu tim ini punya mimpi selain
itu rumah satu tuh enak juga, ada ground-groundnya.
Itu kan juga bikin bangga orang tua gitu. Bikin bangga papa juga misalnya. Jadi ya kita kan disebut pro player. Jadi harus seprofesional mungkin gitu dengan kewajiban kita, ini kan kerjaan kita gitu. Kita udah kewajiban.
Nice.
Setelah ini semua kelar gitu, saya final kami bisa kualifikasi ke PMWL ya, mungkin aku akan balik bentar gitu, ngecek jenguk papa juga.
Jadi juara 6 lah.
Jeksi pasti kangen orang tuanya, enggak. Kami pasti kangen sama orang tua kami, pengen ketemu gitu, bisa bikin mereka bangga juga, jadi enggak sia-sia lah.
Keras semua rata.
Halo. Gimana kabar mama papa tuh, bro?
Baik.
Itu kan papa kemarin sakit. Gimana kabarnya kan sakitnya?
Beraktivitas di kantor walaupun tidak full ya. Dan nanti kalau nunggu kesiapan juga pada saatnya tetap akan memasang ring.
Ya. Ya, papa mama sehat-sehat sana, jangan segala sakit. Aku kan jauh, kangen, nggak bisa jenguk, nggak bisa ngurusin.
Semangat ya, kami terus memantau juga, selalu berdoa. Tentunya pasti kangen lah. Pasti kangen berat. Ya, situasi kayak gini.
Semoga aman-aman aja.
Ya.
Kamu kada kangen aku kah, bro?
Kada. Enak ketemu juga.
Keseharian kita biasanya bisa sebagai kayak teman gitu kan, apalagi mereka dengan ibunya biasanya curhat ke ibunya sering itu. Jabro maupun Rensky itu curhat biasanya kalau sudah hal yang agak berat, rumit, baru ke saya gitu kan dalam penyelesaian masalah.
Itu nggak bisa disangkut pautin sama pekerjaan kita, nggak boleh ganggu, walaupun namanya manusia pasti kepikiran. Itu kan kemarin salah satu jalan yang bisa dibilang untuk kami main di World League, tapi kami lepas itu gitu. Kami buang sia-sia karena ukuran pro player itu kan main di liga tertinggi, kasta tertingginya, di situ dia diukur. Ini kayak gitu sih menurutku. Kalau dan untuk main di World League itu nggak setiap saat ya. Semoga Mob bisa wujudin mimpinya main di World League. Juaranya kan cuma satu tuh.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Club Open Frostbite Global Finals. It's time to shine.
Tapi kalau kita ingat di global final kemarin masih didominasi sama tim-tim dari Southeast Asia dan juga tim dari China.
ระหว่างการแข่งที่กัวลาลัมเปอร์ปีที่แล้วครับ Global Final กับปีนี้นะครับ PMWL World League นะครับยากมากนะครับทุกทีมเก่งขึ้นเยอะมาก
คือทุกอย่างมันดูเศร้าไปหมดไม่ได้ไปก็เลย
ตั๋วเวิลด์ลีกมันค่อนข้างสำคัญสำหรับพวกผมเหมือนกันนะเพราะว่ามันเป็นตั๋วใบเดียวที่มันมุ่งสู่ตรงการแข่งขันระดับโลกคือมันเป็นตั๋วที่ใครๆทุกคนก็อยากได้
พอได้เล่นเวทีระดับโลกครั้งหนึ่งก็ผลจะเป็นยังไงผมก็ดีใจมากครับที่ได้เล่นในสเตจนั้นแล้ว
We are at the last day of the PUBG Mobile Professional League Malaysia Singapore 2020 Grand Final
เอาละครับผมนะฮะและเราก็กลับมาสู่การแข่งขันจริงๆกันแล้วนะครับผมเหลืออีก5เกมที่เหลือนะครับผมมีเกม Vikendi แซนฮอกนิรามามาครบ4แมปถูกต้อง5เกมนั่นเองนะครับผม
กดใส่ AG บอกสล็อตซีขอผมไปด้วยพี่เรียบร้อยก็ดันน้อง SYX ครับ
Look at this Baton explode out of this game
แมททอยคือมันสมองของทีมอย่างแท้จริงครับเมื่อตอนที่เขาอยู่อิลิมิเนตเนี่ยเขาเป็นอาเจียคนที่2ครับส่วนแมททอยเมื่อตอนมาอยู่ซีเคทเนี่ยผมบอกได้เลยว่าซีเคทมีผลการเล่นที่ดีขึ้นมาก
อย่างที่รู้กันอยู่แล้วครับแมททอยเป็นคนมีความสามารถเขาเป็นคนที่เก่งมีความคิดดีทำให้ทีมซีเคทจากที่ขาดคนนำขาดคนคิดให้อะไรประมาณนี้ได้แมททอยไปก็ทำให้ค่อนข้างทีมมันค่อนข้างลงตัวอยู่เหมือนกัน
Hey release you are this going wild I and a better
ส่วนตัวผมการเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นPUBG Mobile กับกีฬาอื่นนะครับผมว่าโดยส่วนตัวก็คือมันไม่ได้ต่างกันนะครับคือทุกคนมีหน้าที่แล้วความสามารถที่โดดเด่นของแต่ละคนเช่นถ้าเป็นกีฬาด้านนอกเช่นบาสก็จะมีคนที่กระโดดสูงกว่าคนอื่นกีฬาสปอร์ตก็เช่นกันครับจะมีคนที่หัวไวกว่าคนอื่นหรือในการที่จะใช้สไนเปอร์ที่ดีกว่าคนอื่น
ดานครับจังหวะนี้เป็นน้องไอสโลมาแล้วสู้ไปช็อตไอสโลแม่
ผมเป็นผู้เล่นที่อยู่นอกสังกัดเปลี่ยนเข้ามาเป็นในสังกัดและเป็นอินเกมลีดเดอร์ครับการที่เข้ามาใหม่ผมรู้สึกว่าเป็นการที่ต้อนรับที่ดีมากๆครับคือผมไม่รู้สึกตัวว่าเป็นเหมือนน้องใหม่หรือแบบเป็นคนที่ไม่ได้อยู่ในสังกัดมาก่อนหรือไม่มีความสัมพันธ์ในสังกัดคือผมรู้สึกว่าดีใจที่ได้เข้ามา
And it's official ladies and gentlemen Team Secret is your PMWL MYSG champions with 290
If you're dropping out of the plane, you need to know that the 3 guys next to you have your back and they are willing to go with you in any situation.
มาติดกระโดดมายิงตรงนี้แล้วปิดตัวยิงเกมดิเริ่มทำได้แล้ววิกิตั้งใจวิกิมาได้แล้วเว้ยได้แล้ว
ลิมิเนตครับไม่ใช่ทีมที่มีใหญ่โตมากไม่ใช่ทีมที่ใหญ่โตมากมายหรือมีแบรนดิ้งอะไรขนาดนั้นนะครับเขาใช้เวลานานมากครับการรอคอยถ้วยใบนี้นะครับตั้งแต่แข่งมาเนี่ยเขารับบทพระรองมาตลอดนะครับทุกทัวร์นาเมนต์เลยครับบางถ้วยก็พลาดด้วยนะตรงนี้ผมคิดว่าแฟนๆน่าดีใจว่าทีมเล็กๆทีมหนึ่งเนี่ยเริ่มที่จะมีถ้วยไว้ประดับบ้านบ้างทีนะฮะ
โอ้ได้ไปเลย
บ้านเลย500,000ที่1 500,000
Jadi ada saatnya bisa juara, ada saatnya bisa juga kalah ya. Kalah dan menang itu namanya kompetisi. Jadi yang penting bermainlah sebaik-baiknya dan semampu kalian.
Now we've got this Pro League infrastructure in place. It's a case of who's going to make it to the World League, who's going to get there. There is already that global level competition, and it's going to be really exciting to see how that all comes together this year.
พวกเรายังมีทางอีกไกลที่ต้องเดินไปยังมีอนาคตอีกไกล
feel to become the MVP here in week 2 on the Super Weekend?
It's too good. I feel it's very good feeling being the MVP of week 2. My main goal is to be the MVP of the full tournament, and first and for all, we have to get the international trophy. Our main goal is that. So yeah, that's our main goal.
So you're telling me that the 10 grand for the MVP in the league finals isn't on your mind at all there?
I recognize that guy. No, honestly, that was really cool to hear. I mean, the thing is, people have to realize it's really hard to play professionally, period. But then also to hear about how he had to do it with his father being sick. Like, I can't imagine the amount of things going through your head, and you have to focus on not letting yourself down, not letting your team down, not letting your family, your fans. So much to go through to be a pro player, but obviously you see the emotions that come out of them when they do qualify for the World League, when they do place well, when they get the extra money in their pockets. Really love these episodes coming out. I can't wait till episode 3.
Yeah, I got chills. I got a little bit teary-eyed too when that team won and started crying. I love to see the behind the scenes, man. It's always so the passion that they're able to show, and also an insight for the fans, for people that watch these players play at this kind of stage. They have to remember there is a lot of stuff going on maybe in their lives, and for them to be able to perform here, you always got to support your team no matter what, even if they do good or even if they do bad. Make sure you support your teams.
And also, Glitter, the sneak peek into episode 3. We saw the sneak peek before out of episode 1. We see Beowulf sitting there in his chair, which I know for a fact he plays in his bed. But to see what's coming up, see some Western teams get involved in this, I can't wait to see the 3rd episode.
Yeah, I was really excited when it panned out of the tablet and you just see Bayo sitting there. I was like, okay, all right, I see where this is
I thought you were
going.
going to say you like how it panned out of the tablet because you didn't want to see my face that closely on camera. Anyways, let's move into Let's move into the schedule, because we have passed the halfway point of our final day of our league finals, and it's time now to switch things up. We've had 2 Erangels, we've had a Vikendi, and we're going over now to Miramar, and we've seen some teams have some really great success when it comes to thinking about Dream Eaters. The question comes, can they perform when it comes down to it? We obviously have a lot of teams in contention. What was it? Cloud9 being 1 point behind, Kadena Power in 2nd place. Footballs extend their lead a little bit further if they possibly can. Who knows what's going to end up at the end of the day? But what I do know is it's time to get back into our prediction game yet again here. Glitter's gone first. I've gone first. 7, you're going first this time. Who do you got?
Bring it, bring it. I got Wildcard Gaming, man. I'm kind of having some fun here with my picks. I want to see Wildcard Gaming get them back-to-back wins, especially if they want to move up the leaderboard even more. I know they're trying to catch up to Kadena Power, and if they want to be in contention for the 1st place, they need to rack up here a couple more wins. So I'm gonna be back in Wildcard in this one.
Okay, Glitter, you obviously won last time with your Wildcard pick. You can't pick them again. Don't try it. Who are you going for?
Actually, so I'm going to be picking a team based off of their performances and knowing how much they need to continue to have these strong performances if they want to pull down a significant cash prize. They've actually managed to go up in kills the past 2 matches, so I'm going with Tempo Storm for the next pick.
Okay, so going for the Storm. I as well am feeling like Tempo Storm can come up here, come up big, especially since they had such a great last game as you mentioned before. So we got 2 Tempos. I'm sorry, Dad 7. I had to go with her this time. I had to side with Mom. So we got 2 Tempos, we got 1 wild card, and we got to check in with you guys when we do, don't be mad at me, when we do come back from this next match. We'll see you guys soon. 7's gonna beat me with the belt later on. Obviously, you guys at home, we're still trying to hit our 300,000 viewer milestone concurrently, because when we do, everyone out there in PUBG Mobile will be getting themselves 6 crates and a chance to get a permanent set within those crates as well. So tell your friends, tell your family, tell everyone you know to come and watch, because we have 3 games left to go here. And of course, like always, you can tweet to us at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMWL to let us know your thoughts on who you think is gonna win and maybe some things you'd like to see in the future. I think it's time now to bring in our commentators, though, since we still have 3 matches left to go. We got to bring in a fresh new set. Hopefully they can maintain the focus over what's going on today, because they are looking damn good. Oh my, mustache Dave, you dress up nice.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on? Me and Jukes, the tag team duo out here looking good, looking fresh. 3 more games to go, baby.
Dave looking clean and fresh.
Too high. I'm too pumped up.
Hot Jukes looking bright as a diamond, man. We got 3 games left to go before we find out which team is taking home 100 grand here. But let's talk about some of the teams we've had over the course of today that have played. We've had Wildcard, win the last match, do exceptionally well. Tempo Storm also doing well in that game. Tempo Storm, to be honest, have been getting a lot of kills over the course of the entire day. Loops, we talked about them as having a victory on Vikendi, yes, but it wasn't like a dominating victory like we've seen before out of them in general. Hot Jukes, who do you want to talk about first of all? Which team are you keeping really an eye out on?
I mean, I am staring right now at the leaderboards, and I am taking a really close look at Tempo Storm and Nova Esports, just for 2 reasons. And it's because it's so close right now on these entire top standings. If they have a chicken dinner, either one of those teams in this match, the last 2 matches are going to be ridiculous to see who's going to win that 100K. So that's why I'm really looking forward to see if they're able to get it done, because that would just add more just craziness to this entire ending of this finals.
So Dave, he's looking towards Tempo, he's looking towards Nova. What about you? Where are your eyes set? Not in predictions, but on the team you're looking out for and watching.
Yeah. So, honestly, I know we're not going into Erangel, so I'm going to be looking at wildcard when it comes to our last map up today. They've won 2 of the Erangels here today out of 3, so maybe they can get that 3-peat. But when we look at Sanhok, no, Miramar, it's a toss-up for me. It's a toss-up. You just never know who's going to come out on top, but a team that really needs to get the dub, really needs to get the chicken in order to have that fighting chance for that money here at the end, I have to say Team Queso. I have to.
That's true. What about also Loops? Maybe we should talk about them a little bit. Like, this team won the regular season play, right? They won $50,000 with Cloud9 not playing the 3rd Super Weekend. What's your thoughts on them now? I mean, obviously they still have a chance to break through 1st place, but we haven't seen the Loops that could do it, I feel like. We haven't seen that like we saw earlier on in the season.
Yeah. I mean, they're in 5th place right now. They're definitely making the come up here today. And last map in particular, we had Footballers. They got knocked. They were down to just a solo. Konina Power and both Loops immediately tried to collapse in, and they prioritized trying to take them out of the running here. I mean, what? 1st place to 2nd place, 8 points. 2nd place to 3rd place, 1 point right now. So honestly, 3 more games to go. Loops, I feel like they're on a steamroller right now. They got that momentum, Jason. And if I'm these other squads ahead of them, I'm going to be worried. I'm worried.
Yeah, I think 100% you should be worried, because no one has that clear victory at the moment, right? No one has a massive point lead over everyone else like we saw with Bigatron in the global finals last year. One thing I do want to mention or talk about here with you, Hot Chooks, being an ex-pro player, is the MVP award. Obviously, we have to talk about how it's $10,000 for whoever gets it. I mean, Tixie was in 1st place, but I feel like this is just kind of like a cherry on top, right? I don't think any player, I mean, let's say you're in the situation, are you really ever thinking about the MVP right now, or are you fully focused on, all right, guys, let's get that 100K, because if I go crazy and do something stupid, we could be losing 50K.
Oh, it's 100K, baby, all day long. That is all they're focused on. They're focused on just working as a squad. I guarantee you, they're focused on being different kind of selfishness, especially at this point. Now, if there was a team that had a contentional player to get MVP, and they happen to be pretty low on the leaderboards, then maybe you could kind of consider, all right, let's push all the kills to him to be able to get that 10K. But all these guys in a contender, any single one of them can win $100,000. And by the way, I did some research here, okay? $100,000. Now, this of course depends on your local area, store, and tax, but $100,000, that can get you over 46,000 bottles of Mountain Dew right there. So I mean, that's a whole bunch of dew.
Doing the dew, bro.
Gotta get it done.
I mean, I also did my own research into that 100,000 as well, and I actually, if I ran my numbers correctly, that's about as much as it takes to get you to do your house tour video. So kind of funny. No, one thing I do want to ask you.
I'll take it all day long, baby. We'll get a whole new house. Let's go.
The last thing I want to ask you, as being an ex-pro player, in these situations, 3 games left, can you talk to us a little bit about the pressure that must be on you right now, or realizing like that one mistake could cost you so much money?
We're talking about, I mean, as high as you can get. The adrenaline's at an all-time high. You're going to start seeing some mistakes come out of these teams, and how can you really blame them? I mean, with this much money, it's a life-changing amount. They've been working for years to pretty much be able to get to this point. So, I mean, man, the pressure is at an all-time high, but at the end of the day, it's about to see who's going to have that ice water in their veins. You got to overcome, you got to get it done, and I think that's why we're going to see a lot of these teams that have just had a lot of experience kind of prevail in these kind of situations, because they've been here before.
All right, well, it's time to get into our predictions because the game is about to take off here. Mustache Dave, starting off with you. Who's the team you have to win match 4?
This game, Konina Power. I got to go with them. I have to go with them. You know, 8 points behind that first place. This is their game. This is their game.
All right, Hot Jukes, what about you, man?
I'm going to go with Tempo Storm, baby. I want to see just an insane final right here. So if Tempo gets this chicken dinner, we're going to have a ridiculous amount of teams to be able to get this 100K. Yeah, so that's what I'm just looking for right now, and that's why I'm going for them.
All right, well, gentlemen, I hope we have a ridiculous game here on Miramar. Why don't you guys take it away, Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave?
Here we go, baby. Match number 4, Dave. Oh, man, I can't believe it. Finally, we've reached the final countdown here, and we're taking it over to the desert. Miramar 2.0, baby. And this is just such a crucial game for all these teams right here. Every single point matters, especially considering how close this leaderboard is right here. So, man, I know I'm pumped up, Dave. How you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, every single point definitely matters. I mean, second to third place is a 1 point difference. That's 1 kill. That is 1 kill. And you know what? That 1 kill will get you $30,000 extra in the bank. Now, we got 3 more games to go. The players loaded up on In the Plane. They are looking to have the best game of their lives right now on Miramar. This is the final Miramar here of the finals in the West League, Hot Jukes. There's the plane path. Let's get into it.
Let's do it. Let's do it right now and get it going, because I'll tell you what, it's time to either put up or shut up. You know, these squads, they are just so lightning laser focused on where these other squads are dropping right now, making sure to check, hey, how many people are in the plane? Let's get to a safe drop location, because I guarantee you, if you're one of these top teams right now, you do not want to get taken out early by any means. And I'm talking to you, footballists, Konina Power, Cloud9, Wildcard, Loops, so many squads right here. So, this is just going to be an intense one, that's for sure.
Yeah, and not only that, what was it? Like in game number 1, we saw Alpha Legends. It seemed like they were kind of, on the hunt for a couple teams. They were in some early engagements. We got Yala Esports, Team Umbra, B4. These squads are at the bottom of the leaderboards with only 3 more games to go. They're going to be looking to definitely stir some things up here, as we see B4 dropping out right on over El Pozo. The Knights as well. You know what? El Pozo, that's like Cloud9 spot, so this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, it looks like they are looking to drop in their area, and it seems to kind of paid off so far, considering that this is exactly where this zone is headed. It looks like B4 is going to go ahead and just head a little bit further south. Really smart. Don't want to take on a team like that so early on. But yeah, you know what's been really interesting to see these squads that have been kind of at the bottom of the leaderboards perform so well now here in the last day. And I think that it has to do with the fact that, oh my goodness, hold on, look at this.
Pro Lord
and Umbra.
Yeah.
We got it. Oh, Matic has a gun.
Matic,
goodbye.
Yeah. The mummies returning out here. Gonna be getting that punch out onto Pro Lord. Yep, taking down 1 from Umbra. Umbra currently, right now, 14th position on the overall leaderboards. They cannot afford to lose members like this with only 3 more games to go. On the flip end of that coin, though, Dream Eaters, 10th place on the overall leaderboards. Much needed point. I mean, that's 1 point in the bank already, baby.
Take it. So just a reminder for everybody watching right now, 9th through 16th place is going to take you home $2 grand. Now, once you start getting to 8th, it's going to go up at $1,000 each until you get to 6th place right here. So, if you got some teams right now that are in contention, that 10th place, maybe you want to add some little extra change into your pocket. But man, I'm telling you, every single point that you get is a point you're taking away from one of these top squads right here. And like I was trying to say earlier, it's really interesting to see these squads that have just kind of really underperformed so far just start fragging out. And I think that just has to do with the fact that there's nothing to lose.
I hear the Win 94. I hear the Win 94.
Would have been so good.
One of the members from Dream Eaters trying to get that tap onto Prez and Vindex in the bus. But yeah, every single knock, every single punch out, every single kill, that's money that you are taking from the opponents here. I mean, it's coming down to it, Jukes.
Oh, big time. And just, again, first place, $100,000. Second place, $50,000. I mean, that was just for that's what Loops won, just for the Super Weekend here, and that's just second place prize. Third, $20K, fourth, $10K. I mean, the just difference is so huge right here. So I mean, you got to be paying attention to every single detail here because you do not want to get dropped down a position if you're in the top 5. That's for sure.
Yeah. Not only that, we saw over there in the East League, Bigatron. They said they're buying houses, they're buying new skins, they're buying new phones with their winning. So, I mean, I can only imagine, the excitement. But it comes at the end of this, all the hard work. These teams, they fought in PMCO, they fought in Opus, they fought in PMPL to make it here to the World League. Not only that, they have to be the top 16 in order to make it on into the finals. So, it's all coming down to this. 3 more games to go. I cannot stress how close the leaderboard is right now after all this time. These teams, I mean, they have been putting in the work here.
Oh, they've been putting in the work, and I'll tell you what, buying new houses, buying new phones, and I'll tell you what kind of phones they're going to buy. All I know is that it's going to have that Qualcomm Snapdragon processor. Gotta have it. But
Got to.
300K viewers. Gotta have it here. It's the finals, baby. Let's get it going. Once we get that number, we're going to get 6 crates for everybody. I know I want them to be able to put into the bank here as we start seeing these squads start to rotate to this first zone.
Yeah, the East League, they got their crates. Now it's time for the West Side to get their crates. Let us have it. Look at this. Yeah, look at this. Wow, all the members of Loops just straight up sending it on that ramp right there. Going to be doing a little barrel roll.
So, you know what? I'm done with that bus. I'm going to get on this bike.
They got their license taken away. They got their license taken away right there.
Revoked real quick as Loops is just trying to be able to rotate to a really safe position. They do not want to get taken out early by any means. And I mean, man, this is just going to be so intense. Looking over to Tempo Storm, they have Pecado, Sin City, baby, all to themselves right here. So they're going to be really well looted up for the rest of this game.
Yeah, Miramar 2.0, you have those vending machines that do give you the option to just spam them all day long until your heart's content is done with them, and you can get anywhere from 1 to 8 energy drinks in. I mean, talk about being geared up when it comes to Miramar. That heal game is strong, and looking on over here, AZ in the mountains. Looks like they're taking some shots onto maybe Lawson all the way down there from Footballist.
Definitely got an angle right now. We can just kind of see him just giving that intel to the rest of his team. You can look at Lutz. Man, he's got a bike way up here, and he's going to send it on down, trying to find a different position. And here at Crater Fields, this terrain is just brutal. So I'm really interested to see them just kind of group up and play really tight going forward.
Mountain Goat Loops out here.
Mountain Goat.
With that bike. Yeah, with that. Let's get some Mountain Goats in the chat. So, I mean, besides that initial punch out, pretty standard Miramar game, especially with so much that is on the line here. All these teams will be playing extra cautious, extra careful here, trying to avoid any type of early conflicts they can. And Las Leonas, we got 3 teams. We got Dream Eaters, Umbra, Yala. They all need to make the push here very soon.
I think that's a perfect analogy you said earlier right there because, Footballists, they're currently sitting in first place, baby. And if they win this thing, they will definitely be the GOATs. That's for sure. So, I mean, they're going to try to be able to close this one out. You can see Alpha Legends, Team Queso. Is that squad you picked right here. They need to put some points on the board. And it looks like they're going to get into it with Alpha Legends here early on. Nades starting to get thrown out by each one of these teams.
Yeah, Team Queso definitely looking for that chicken dinner, definitely looking for some placement points. Looking at their kills, they got around 86 total kills here in the finals weekend, so they know how to frag out. Now they just need to, bundle it all together, get these placement points so they can be there at the top. And looks like they tossed out a couple grenades. They realized, okay, we might not have the sight lines we need in this engagement, and now they're pulling off.
Ramon!
Missed it.
Okay, not able to finish it out. Yeah, we did see in the kill feed Pittsburgh Knights and Footballists getting into it too. One of the members from Footballists is knocked. That's going to be Soul K right here. Now remember, they are currently sitting in first place, so this is going to get really intense for them. Ramon, his movement here is a little bit worrying for me, as he definitely doesn't want to put his body wide out in the open. But yeah, moving right on to this fight right here between PK and Footballists. Looks like they did get that first initial knock, but ought to just kind of, retreat and get everybody up and, work as a team together.
Yeah, the Knights looking for a comeback here on this Miramar map. We saw what happened to them last game. They were all in that little trench, and just grenades started to ring on out and ended up wiping out the whole team. The Knights yesterday, they were doing really good. They shot up from 15th, currently in 11th place right now on the leaderboard. And if I'm not mistaken, it's either the Knights or Konina Power, one of the two teams. They have the record here so far for the most kills with the chicken dinner in the finals. So they know how to get it. They know how to get it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they didn't have quite the finals that they were looking for. They're sitting with 162 points in 11th place. The chance to get it first is pretty much impossible at this point. But they can still add some points.
Still get money.
To their leaderboards, to get some a little bit extra change in there. So if they're able to get a chicken dinner here, that's going to be helpful. But look at this. New zone heading out right in the dead center of Hacienda del Patron and San Martin.
Yeah, this zone not going to be too harsh for a majority of the teams. Yeah, really familiar, pretty decent. The only teams really not in this circle are those squads that decided to stick around in Los Leones and continue to loot on up, as we are going to be checking on with them right now. Yep, Umbra already in those vehicles. Toffee's trying to heal on up, has that bus right in front of him. Last member alive for the squad, actually. Toffee's might want to be a little careful, but is going to be cooking this grenade, not trying to go out like a chump right now. Tossing it right on top of Vindex. That's a far one.
So close, so close. Vindex going to opt to just use them energy drinks. Still got some good amount of heals. Oh, but Toffee's going to throw another one. Will this be the one to connect? It's going to be a tough one. Does it? Yeah, these are always some of the most difficult nades to connect on these mountains, because if you overthrow it even a little bit, it is just going to go all the way down to the bottom. So it not only has to be perfectly thrown, but perfectly timed as well. Very, very difficult nade in that kind of situation.
Yeah, and I like how Toffee's, you tried to get those grenades. It didn't work out. Let's just get on out of there. You're the last person alive for the squad. You cannot afford to get taken out in 16th place. You just need to, go for those placement points, turtle on up, and hopefully you can make it on out of the grasp of Umbra.
Yeah, and you can see right now, Wildcard just kind of holding on. It's still pretty early in this game, and I am not shocked to see these teams be playing really passive right now. I mean, there are all so many squads here that are in contention to get this money.
Yep.
And they do not want to go out early by any means. And you see Toffee's all on his lonesome. Last one alive for Dream Eaters, and he is being just gate kept hard by Team Umbra.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to get taken out early, but in Toffee's situation, doesn't seem like it's even a choice. Yeah, you got 3 members of Umbra looking down right on top of you. Ooh, going to be getting that trade onto Prez, but the blue zone is going to be infecting them a little bit here with the damage, able to get some of that heal on off. But yeah, even if you're Umbra, you gotta kind of weigh the odds. This is worth it for Umbra as well.
Yeah, not only are they lost a lot of damage, lost a lot of utility here trying to get this 1 point, and they are far out into the blue zone here. So I don't really think the most optimal strategy. Regardless, though, I mean, they are hungry for that kill.
Dude, they want Toffees. They got a sweet tooth right now. They got a sweet tooth. They were able to get Prez up. Prez trying to heal on up, and Toffee's able to pop on out, reposition. Looks like they're going to be taking some shots on the Vindex. Toffees will be getting another knock onto Umbra. And Umbra, they have the numbers advantage, but Toffees is making them work for their money right now.
Toffees with the really smart rotations, just constantly trying to keep Umbra guessing here. And it looks like they are going to be able to get the res as he's playing this really slow. And I think at this point, he's just looking to put some points on the board, because there's no way he's going to make it out of here alive. I mean, he's got no vehicle. He's completely stuck out right here.
All this trying to get that off angle onto Toffees. Toffee's still going to be locked in over there, trying to bait out that revive on the Vindex, and the Vindex revive was successful. And Toffee's still out there running out of meds, though. The med situation is starting to get a little low.
They're burning a ton of utility. They're burning it all right now, just trying to get this 1 kill, because now look where the zone goes. It even goes further north away from them here. So yeah, Team Umbra are in a really tough position, considering that they're going to use almost all their kit just trying to get this 1 kill and try to get into this blue zone, because the more it starts to close, the stronger it starts to get. But right now, looking towards the center, Loops, Wildcard, B4, a lot of different squads just hanging out dead center here near water treatment. And oh man, look at all these squads right here on the southwest, all about to collect Cloud9 PK. This is going to be a bloodbath right here in this zone. It's going to be insane.
Yeah, it looks like Footballists, they're trying to regroup with Solke, who is in a more centralized position with this new circle. Yalazana trying to make the pull on up with the M4 spray onto the rotation. 2 members in. The Bronco out there from Tempo, and seems like they're going to be able to make it on out of the sightlines here.
I think this is like Teppo's kryptonite right here. I think they're so strong when they're working together as a unit. It's just these rotations. I think they get caught out more often than not. Oh, Tensa able to make it out of there, barely alive. So yeah, you know, they got to be really careful on this rotation. Find a spot in this zone so they can at least die fighting.
Yeah, exactly. Cloud9, they're able to make it on into the zone. They have some shacks to work with. They park their bus. It is going to be safe for the time being, keeping those tires up and at them. Alpha Legends up there in the mountains on the high ground, overlooking Cloud9.
Yeah, and you can just see right now, Pyra always seeming to have that off angle. I mean, that guy is just so hard to kill on this team. I only wonder like what his survival time is really compared to his others, because, man, this guy is always seeming to be the last one up, getting it done. And he's been doing that for this squad for just years right here. So love to see Pyra making these last-second plays. But we can just see right now, we're moving on over to Wildcard, and they have an idea where this footballist team is. And I'm not going to be surprised if they do get this knock. They want to put a little bit more pressure on them, considering that they're in first place.
If they do, they're going to need to be really careful. I see Loops out there in the distance. They might have some sight lines for that third-party potential. But yeah, I mean, these teams definitely hungry to topple the leaderboards. Football is first place, Konina Power second place. I mean, the point gap is just so close. Spring on top of the mountain, just feeding the information back to the squad right now. Acer, we see them out there in the distance as well.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, this has got to be the slowest start to a Miramar game I think we've ever seen. You know, and that just goes, yeah, I mean, this has to go to show you just how careful these squads are playing. But you know what that means? Slow start means insane finish, you know, and I think that that's what we're going to definitely catch here. We just saw in the kill feed, Team Queso getting 2 members of Umbra on the vehicle, and that is because of their late rotation, just trying to kill Toffees, and just like that, Umbra out in last place. You said it wasn't worth it? Guess what? It wasn't.
And Toffees is still alive, too. Toffees is still alive, so Toffees saw it in the kill feed. I mean, talk about the smile. Talk about the smile on their face. Looking on over here, though, we do have some action. This might be one of the first team fights of this game. We're about 15 minutes into this Miramar match. Right now, Alpha Legends on the high ground, tossing down some grenades on top of Yala.
Tough spot. Yeah, and I think Yala's in a really, really tough position here, because if those nades just drop in that one perfect place, it's going to be all over for them. There goes Dream Eater's Toffees. Yeah, unable to make it into this circle. Didn't look like he was going to be able to in the first place. So yeah, tough break for Dream Eaters, but we're moving on. It's going to be a big fight right now. Kato, oh, he gets in the vehicle, opts for the rotate. Really interesting play right now coming from Alpha Legends.
Nas tossing out a nice little grenade. Going to be exploding right there on the opposite end of the hill. Xana going to be opening up with that spray right now, taking down one of the members from Alpha Legends. We see out there in the distance, Cloud9 on their rotate. Faker, huge grenade. That's going to, you know, even the playing field right now.
Yeah, sure is, and that's going to be a huge one. You're going to start seeing some gatekeeps come out like crazy, but this zone, it's zone 4. It's starting to close right now. Cloud9, all these squads are outside of it, and they're going to be gate kept hard as they try to get into this next circle. But we're moving on over. B4 trying to take over this building right now and secure it as their own inside the circle.
Yeah, B4 going for the breach right now. One of the members from UDR were camping that corner. They were taken out and immediately flush right now. Pocus not too happy about that. Trying to get the rotate right now. Trying to get close within grenade range and possibly inflict as much damage as possible onto B4. Nova in the area as well. Pedro is knocked down, bleeding out in the open field. But Cloud9 making the pull up. And guess who? It's Footballist right in front of him.
It's a huge fight, and you know they want these kills so bad, knowing it's Footballist, and they're gonna press this one full send for sure, as Lavas is just trying to hold it down. Oh, Adder taken down. Oh, and uneven from a third party from Alpha Legends.
Alpha Legends. Huge. They're not even in the zone. They're out there. The blue zones are going to start to collapse in very shortly. Smokes are out. Looks like Footballists, they recognize who is trying to take them out. They're trying to reposition and pull back. But here comes the push, the pull-up. Alpha Legends, they know exactly who they are up against. They want to get the squad wipe onto Cloud9. Look at the aggression right now.
The toxicity, last place.
Oh, the barrel, the spray down. Adar, super low. Oh, Faker
get him
with the follow-up. Cloud9 taken down from Alpha Legends.
Oh my goodness, right there. The dreams just getting closer. I mean, what is going on right here? Alpha Legends are just on a tear, saving Footballist from near death. Lavazin's got the nades locked and loaded. It's time for them to take on this Alpha Legends.
Kato!
Kato's hungry.
Spraying down Solke extremely low, able to get a lot of damage onto Solke. Alpha Legends, they destroyed the dreams of Cloud9, but they're not done. They just got a taste. They are waking up right now. They want to take out Footballist as well.
I mean, could you imagine if Alpha Legends just played like this from the start? I mean, they are just full sending it on every single team. Oh, Lavazin with a great return shots. So close. Oh, but you got turned on,
Sunday.
You got turned on, baby.
Okay, saving the day. Saving the day for Footballers. Can we get the heals? Can we regroup and reposition? Next zone does go on up. You got to bet wildcard. They heard those shots. They know who's over there.
I don't mean to be toxic, but that's why Footballist is in first and Alpha Legends is in last right now. What a play right there coming from Soul.
They got heart.
That was gross.
They got heart.
That was disgusting. I mean, hey, just trying to hold on to their dreams as this is getting so close. Footballist, they're completely away from this circle. Zone number 5. Oh, they're in a really tough position. Wildcard Loops still alive right now, though, trying to be able to push into this next circle, but it looks like Wildcard, they're stuck trying to do it on foot. This is so dangerous.
And just to kind of rewind back to that engagement. Ooh, and Elise going to spray down on the data. Look at that angle, by the way. That's pretty sweet. I believe Alpha Legends, I believe this is what we're going to see from them moving forward in the last 2 games. They're going to be able to kind of dictate who they want to see be shifted on that upper echelons of the leaderboard. I mean, they got the knock on Cloud9. Insta push. They knew Footballist. Insta push. Like, they are doing this. They are trying to make a statement here.
They're trying to make a statement. I'll tell you what, there's definitely going to be put in some bad blood books with these kind of play style coming out right now. But man, they were pushing so hard. But look at this, Footballist Solke trying to get into this next circle. And it's starting to close right now in zone 5.
Oh.
And they're gatekeeping Loops.
Yeah, popping off. There's only 2 up right now. Only 2 up right now. And they are just, you know, taking all the shots they can right now. Looks like Sam attempting to toss the smoke to get the revive onto Acer. They want to keep their numbers up. They want to keep them up. Looks like Loop's trying to do the same thing with Dadden.
We just saw the highest damage leaders right now, and that is going to be Solke with 691 damage. Remember, it's about 100 damage per person, and he has just been crushing it, but now that is going to be it. Yeah, he did all he possibly could for his squad. That's Loops. Oh, I'm sorry, Footballist out in 9 as we look at Loops still alive right now, and Wildcard stuck in the blue zone. Sam getting blown up.
And at least they got a couple kills. You know, they got taken out just a moment ago. At least they have a couple kills that should be able to keep them afloat, but we're still in this one. Konina Power still alive. We see them right there, edging ever so closer to taking over that first place spot. But a chicken dinner from Wildcard, a chicken dinner from Loops, that could change things up big time on the overall leaderboard. Right now, Wildcard, 3 kills so far. And look who they're fighting. Loops. Oh, grenade.
This rivalry. It always seems to be Wildcard and Loops at the end. Ooh. And Slicky gets grenaded. Spring. Just spraying everybody down. Catches Federal. It's all up to Carrillo. The last one up. Oh, sorry. Carrillo does get knocked. There's only 1 member left from Loops.
Acer just went down to the blue zone. So Spring, you know, in these smokes needs to heal on up. Loops, they only got 1 up as well. We see all the members trying to crawl, trying to get that revive.
Oh,
but Axel from Team Queso on the mini patrol trying to get the thirst out here. Oh, Team Queso looking to make some moves right now.
Shimmies. Gavowski just trying to survive all he can, and Team Queso just made it that much harder. Will Wildcard able to get this finish? 1 big nade coming out. Oh, that one was a little short, but this one, was it right on point? And it is, baby!
Spring!
Wildcard, take it out, Loops!
Spring! Oh, my goodness. Loops taken out right there. The third party from Team Queso, the engagement with Wildcard. Man, these fights, I mean, every single gun battle we see impacts the leaderboard so much. I mean, it's just, I'm a loss for words right now. That's crazy.
I mean, it's just going to be so insane here coming for the last 2 matches. There goes Nova Esports. That's not a bad game for them. You know, in 7th place, they're trying to get as many points as they can. We still got Pittsburgh Knights, Team Queso, still alive in this one here. I mean, a big chicken dinner. You never know what could happen with this leaderboard, as there's still 2 more matches right after this. But man, look at this. Watt Spring just putting more points, trying to get some more onto this last member of Konina Power. So close.
The thing is, Spring is not in the zone, and Axar is in the zone. So, I mean, when it comes to being a solo member right now, I gotta say, Konina Power's in the better position. Yeah, Spring now making that push across the open field. Hopefully those shots did not give away their position. UDR right down there at the bottom in the cover.
Gonna be so close right now as Wildcard Springs just running for his life, trying to get into the zone. You can see UDR centering out as well. Jagger the fragger just kind of hanging out, laying down, sneaking his way up, trying to get a position. And Spring, he's trying to find a position of his own. There's just no cover.
Yeah.
In the laydown, doing all he can right now. This is just such a tough position if you're Spring.
Spring in the shadows. In the shadows right now. Saw that knock onto UDR.
Wide open.
Using this moment. Yeah, throw wide open, just running across the field and just does not want to let Axar live any longer. Still gonna be taking some shots, making the push across the open terrain, and Raven spotting them out right there.
I mean, I think he tried to go for that preemptive fire onto Axar through the smoke. I mean, it was definitely a kind of like all risk play. Just didn't end up paying off from right there, but still add some extra points for his squad. But right now, 4 teams left alive. Really close one right now. PK are looking to possibly steal this one away as he still have quite a few members up.
Yeah, 3 up for PK, 2 up for Team Queso, 3 up for UDR. So that's coming down to it. We got 4 teams to go. 4 teams remaining here on the final Miramar map here in the West League.
Oh, and this is going to be intense. Team Queso and Pittsburgh Knights. We see them go at it once.
Look at Raven.
Oh, Raven. Silent footsteps.
Raven's going to see this grenade toss and know exactly where Marco is. Swap it on over to the Uzi. Yep, Marco going to be hitting the dirt. Raven is just ready. Is just ready.
Going to be close right here as they're just trying to buy as much time as they can.
Ooh, the smoke onto Axel to block the mini shots. That is really so smart. So smart right there from Raven.
So smart. Indeed. One bad smoke onto yourself right here, blocking your own sidelines, can kill your entire team. Really smart for PK to be able to get that leverage on the rest of that squad.
Nano's creeping up too.
Yeah, he sure is. He sure is right here. And it's going to be interesting to see if PK decides to push onto Marco. J7, he's got sightlines on everyone right now. Axar's just stuck healing.
Healing. Still healing. Crawl up just a little more. Yeah, crawl up just a little more. That smoke.
Risk it.
That smoke able to provide the cover. And here comes the fire from Raven. Connecting onto Marco. That's going to be 1 down for Team Queso. Axel still back there in the back lines with that mini. Oh, there goes Konina Powers to the blue zone.
Yeah, and I'm surprised he didn't even want to offer any of these teams an extra point. Decided to just go out there, used all the heals he could. But here comes Pittsburgh Knights, looking to get this plus, get this crucial chicken dinner right here. Axel laying down right now. 7 spots him. Oh, the quick crouch. What great body movement right there from J7.
Oh, Nano! Grenade onto Raven. Gonna be popping on up. Oh, Poke's got the M249. The squad wiper out here. UDR, they might get the dub. J7, the last one alive right now for the Knights, trying to heal on up. Ulysses trying to get the pull up with that M4. It's a 2v1 right now. Here comes the spray down. The M249. Can they get this? J7, 1% HP. 1% HP. UDR getting the chicken dinner. That was so close, though. That was so close. The Knights, so close.
I mean, man, UDR had 2 great weapons right there. They had the MK14 and the M249. And I mean, you couldn't ask to have a better really setup going into the end of that match right there. But they waited for their opportunity, pushed up together as a squad, and was able to take out Pittsburgh Knights. And man, this leaderboard though, Dave, it's getting closer and closer here as we're about to jump into these last 2 matches. Wow, what a tournament, baby. Let's go.
Not only that, like a lot of people have been sleeping on UDR. They're right now, before that win, they're in 6th place on the overall leaderboard. So 1 chicken dinner, whoop, that just shoots you up, whoop, shoots you up so much right there. So UDR, man, I mean, a lot of people might be sleeping on them, but they're looking to make that cash money here today.
I mean, think about it, they're at 214 points. Next one up is going to be Loops with 254. I mean, if they get 2 insane chicken dinners back to back, I know it's going to be very difficult in this lobby, but man, That's, I mean, you're right. I mean, they're absolutely right. If they're able to get it done, I mean, they could fly up this leaderboards here. I mean, this is as climactic as I think you can get for these last 2 matches.
And guess what? Next map, Sanhok, baby. Sanhok. Oh, Sanhok. Oh, man, I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, I'm so hyped for it. I can't wait to see how that's going to turn out. But first, let's see what the desk has to say about this last match as they wrap it all up, and we can see it right after this quick break from our sponsors.
Well, UDR Killers, what a perfect time for them to get a chicken dinner and maybe some extra money in their pockets as they pick themselves up a lot of points off this one. Also, Pittsburgh Knights doing a fantastic job as well. But this game, if we look beyond our top finishers, was just ridiculous. Cloud9 couldn't get a break. Footballers couldn't get a break. Alpha Legends just coming in, being dynamite in this game, just exploding everywhere onto everyone and giving the top teams a run for their money here, Seven.
That's right. Hey, we told them to do something crazy, and guess what? They delivered. They went up against Cloud9. They didn't let go of the gas pedal of that accelerator, and they just kept on pushing, and they ended up knocking out Cloud9 in 14th place, and Cloud9 was only able to get 1 kill, meaning they're only gonna get 2 points this match. And that's one team that needed to get those extra points, especially, luckily for them, Footballers only ended up getting 6 points, so the difference is not going to be that much. But still, there's other teams that we've been talking about, hey, you guys need to do something crazy. They're starting to listen.
Well, let's take a look at our rankings, though, from the last match and see who did get how many points in total. You can see UDR Killers getting 26, Pittsburgh Knights getting 20. But Glitter, what else are you seeing here on the leaderboard?
I'm not seeing some of the teams that we really needed to see with the performances that they've needed. Wildcard, though, is able to get themselves yet even more points in a game where, you know, they were trailing pretty closely behind Cloud9, and Cloud9 having gone out so early, this could put Wildcard right up and under them on that overall leaderboard. Then Konina Power able to at least, you know, chip away at some more points. 11 points for Konina Power could potentially put them also right behind Footballist. So, this is going to be really, really close, and B4 able to get, you know, another 8 points up and under their belt.
Yeah. And UDR, can we get UDR some credit here? Where has this team been, man?
I don't know.
They've been absolutely smacking. Like, this is a team that I wanted to see from day one. But then you see Alpha Legends there with 4 points. Remember, they ended up killing 3 people there from Cloud9, and it was that could be a game changer later down the road, as we only have 2 matches left here. And then we had Nova Esports with 6 points. We had Tempo Storm. I know that's one team that I think some of you guys ended up picking. Only getting 1 point. It's not the performance you want to see there from Tempo, especially because they are trying to go ahead and move up the leaderboard rankings as well and get more prize pool money. That's the ultimate goal.
Well, you see Tempo also having like the really rough game. I mean, I had them picked as my team. They had some pretty good results over the course of today, but I've started to, I guess, maybe dwindle as time has gone on. Wildcard still being consistent, though. Let's take a little bit of a closer look, though, at UDR Killers and obviously the stats they had behind this last match. And again, not a ton of kills, not a ton of damage, but they get themselves at least the 20 points here at the Chicken Dinner, Glitter.
Yeah, and that's massive for them because throughout the majority of the finals, we've kind of seen them towards the middle or then dropping down towards the bottom. And then today, out of nowhere, they just have kind of exploded for themselves. And that's really going to be taking advantage of teams that have fallen off a little bit, like the likes of Nova. You know, Tempo just had a rough game in that one. Cloud9's still been struggling. The more that these teams in those 6th to 8th place positions either do well or don't do well, it's going to change up so many standings from what I think we were all anticipating coming into today. And then you can even see there UDR Killers with only under 300 healing. I mean, that's a solid game for that squad.
Yeah, solid game indeed. I actually wouldn't be surprised if we saw any of their players in our top 4 performers from that last match. Let's go ahead and take a look at who they were going to be. I'm expecting to see at least one player. Oh, Nano again. Of course, Nano. He's always seeming to get up there for UDR. Then we have Solkay again, the Solkay Sunday, J7, Marco making it on for the first time in, I feel like, in a decent amount of time. But Solkay is definitely one of those players who's in contention for the MVP $10,000 prize here, 7.
Yeah, and just you love to see those players that are currently in contention, as I'm pretty sure we're going to end up seeing the MVP here shortly. But you love those players that are in contention to go ahead and keep on improving on those performances, keep on adding those stats, in a way, stat padding, as Solkay now being able to get the MVP there. That's hopefully going to go ahead and push them up a little bit higher on that MVP ranking, and I cannot wait to see their stats because I actually want to see. Nano ended up getting in the top players here, and we saw all the damage that that team put out, which was about 1,200. I cannot wait to see here what the damage is going to be for Nano especially.
Yeah, and then even Marco on top of that. We obviously had Queso kind of sneaking by quite a bit, I'd say, so far today. But you can see 766 damage done for him, and obviously the 5 participation points he gets for the 4 kills and the 1 assist, 7.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something you want to see out of those players. Now, for J7 participating in 4 of the kills for his team, I think that's huge. Remember, going back to whenever the Pittsburgh Knights defeated Cloud9 to stop him from going through that 3rd super weekend, J7 was the one that wiped out that squad. So, in a way, not surprised to see them there. And what a good match it was for Pittsburgh Knights as well. Impressive stuff. 6 kills, 20 points total. Not bad.
I mean, you mentioned Cloud9. I'm getting a little bit worried for them, right? Obviously, the results they've had so far today, they need to really pick it up if they want that 100 grand, because they already lost out on about $44,000 as they went from 1st to 6th in league play. But we're taking a look at our do-the-do moments, and, you know, it wouldn't be a match here in PUBG Mobile if there wasn't some fisticuffs, Glitter.
You know, you love to see that towards at any point in these games, just because it brings a little bit of fun to PUBG Mobile. However, we are jumping on board with Dream Eaters, and Dream Eaters is another squad that we actually have talked about a lot in relation to Miramar specifically, and we had hoped that they would be able to maybe turn it around. They've been struggling a little bit here during the finals, and they were only able to pull down 2 kills, I believe, on this match. So this is definitely going to hurt them, especially because they were sitting in, you know, bouncing around between 8th and 10th as far as their overall standings goes, and this is definitely not going to be helping them when other teams like UDR Killers and Queso are continuing to step up.
Yeah, and talking about UDR Killers, they have been just so the way they've been performing. Remember, they ended up getting a 2nd place at one point with 11 kills, and they're continuing on this trend of just being able to get kills and now starting to get even higher place in here today. I think this is good for them. Something I also want to see out of other teams is B4. We always talk about we really haven't seen B4 the way we kind of expect them to, the way maybe we saw them back in PMPL Americas. And hopefully here going into Sanhok, which is going to be they always told us that's our favorite map. Well, guess what? I want to see more out of B4. I want to see more of Team Queso. I want to see more of those teams that are currently in the middle of the pack. We always talked about those teams that are currently in 11th to 16th place. As you were mentioning, Glitter, those teams that are currently in 7th to 8th place, 7th to 10th place, need to also put good performances here, because they could go ahead and do anything to push up themselves on the leaderboard. And the ultimate prize, the prize pool money, is just going to keep on getting higher, especially once you pass 9th place.
Exactly. And who doesn't want a little bit more cash at the end of all this? Take advantage of some of those squads that are struggling, as we're watching Axel's perspective from Team Queso. And as Axel actually, I believe, had 3 of the 8 kills for Queso. So some of the players are definitely starting to step it up. Like you said, we saw some stronger performances coming out of them. It was more a question of consistency for Queso that we've kind of watched them struggle with a little bit, as we watch Nano, another one of our top players, taking down Wildcard. I don't even know what to say about UDR Killers. The amount of aggression that was coming out of this team, as we're watching here a fight the final fight with them against Pittsburgh Knights. Why did we not do this the whole time? Why?
Right? Where was this? Like, Nano, where have you been, man? We've been seeing you a lot more here in regards to top players. UDR looking like a completely different team, looking like a surprise team, to be completely honest. Hopefully in the future they'll learn. Hey, hopefully they will take this as a learning experience and also keep on improving, because you can maybe get a little bit more money added to your wallet.
Yeah, I actually like how you said that, Seven. I think, and I hope all teams who are currently stuck in some of these positions have been used this as like a training ground, right? Some, an ability to take what you're learning here against the best teams in the West and use it coming into the next season. But for now, we need to take a look at our total damage here from that last match to see how the teams obviously stack up against each other, and it's pretty evenly spread across the board. I mean, we have, UDR Killers up there. We have Pittsburgh Knights up there with some massive damage, even Alpha Legends. I mean, this kind of makes me feel sad, though, for him, Glitter. 1,200 damage, but only 3 kills. That hurts. That hurts to see.
Yeah, and it's funny that you point that out, because on the flip side of that, right, you see 821 damage for Queso with 8 kills. So you can see how efficient Queso was with their damage, and I appreciate the aggression coming out of Alpha Legends. I think that's very important for them. It just is unfortunate that they weren't able to turn that into more kills for them and kind of, take them away from the teams above them, essentially change the rankings up a little bit. But we're also seeing Loops there with almost 1,200 damage and another 7 kills. So while these aren't stellar performances for Loops, the fact that they're being a little bit more consistent with their conservative performances is still going to continue to benefit them and chip away at the people above them when you compare that to Cloud9 in this match with under 400 damage and only 1 kill to their name.
I still wonder what's going on with Loops in the sense of they're not as dominating. They're not this like immovable object that we saw, like this whisper in the wind that you hear, Loops, and you instantly like, all right, we're out of here. Like, we're not going to fight against them, right? But either way, obviously maybe we'll get to talk to them later on after we finish off the entire event. I think it's time now to take a look, if I'm not mistaken, at the overall standings. No, the prediction scores, I'm going to guess, because I want to see how we did against each other, and, I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah. Was that good?
Damn, y'all suck. 12 points, I'll take it, man. Hey, to be fair, though, you guys at least ended up getting 1 point. I was asking Twitch chat, Facebook chat, and YouTube chat. I asked him, yo, who's going to win this match? Whoever gets it right, the first person that gets it right is going to get a shout out. Well, guess what? Nobody's getting a shout out because nobody gets UDR Killers winning that one. Just like us, we didn't really expect UDR Killers to win that one. It was a huge surprise. But going into Sanhok, I'm really intrigued to see which team's going to perform better. It's Alpha Legends. Maybe got to go ahead and step it up as well. Who knows?
Thing is, we got 2 games left, and we need to take a look at the overall standings and kind of see where we realistically could see some shifts, right? We have Footballs 3 points ahead of Canadian Power at the moment. We got Cloud9 10 points behind them, and Wildcard 6 points behind them, with Loop 6 points behind them. So we see, from top to from like 1st to 5th, there's really not that many points separating these teams. Even UDR Killers bumping up to 6th place here, Glitter, are in strike. I'd say technically in striking distance of Loops, though I think, realistically, it's going to be tough.
It'll definitely be tough for UDR Killers. I mean, they'd have to have, more matches like the one that we just saw come out of them for the rest of today. But that top 5 is scarily close across the board. The fact that all these teams have somehow managed to average out between stellar performances and then not so stellar performances, and that this is where we end up, separations by 3 points here, 6 points there, like that's kind of crazy to me as we look onto the second page here to see just how some of these teams have shifted.
Yeah, and I mean, Alpha Legends at least being able to add some extra points there after getting those 3 big kills, and then Dream Eaters goes down as well. Team Unique B4, nothing really changing much here. Remember Team Umbra? What happened to Team Umbra, man? They had so great performances. Same with Yala. These teams had so great performances that they kind of just fell off. And as I was mentioning, I hope they do take this as a learning experience. Going a little bit of history real quick. Going back to Berlin in last year or the year before that, I remember Bigatron. Bigatron wasn't doing that well towards until the end of the tournament. Then they took that as a learning experience, and the next couple of tournaments they just ended up destroying. Hey, they even won the one for the East. So hopefully they can just go back and be like, hey, We can improve better. We can do this. Everybody knows. Come on now. Everybody was watching East.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule now and see what we do have left. As you mentioned, Sanhok coming up next. And of course, after that will be our final match. And what a way to end things off on Erangel. But we do have to wait one more game before we can get there. And obviously, our top 5 teams, separated by only 25 points, are all looking and turning their eyes towards this next match, because this is where you could make up differences between you and teams above you. You could be making yourself an extra 10 grand, an extra 30 grand, an extra 50 grand. It's all in the air and all in their hands right now. So let's take a look at our predictions. The 7 is going to be throwing me some money, albeit a little bit virtual. Maybe I can get some of the real stuff in the future. So going into this one, 7, who do you have?
I actually have Footballers. I feel like if Footballers wants to have a chance, especially going into Erangel, they haven't performed that well in Erangel. I think they need to win this game, and they usually tend to perform pretty good here. A smaller map, meaning they can use more of their utilities. They're a team that's great with grenades. Footballers, that's who my money is on.
You know what? Me too. I'm going with them. Put me up there for Footballers. Glitter, going into your pick, who do you got?
Oh no.
I mean, I also have Footballers. I'm hoping that that they feel the pressure of how close those teams below them are, and that they can kind of perform well under that pressure and use that as motivation to have a strong game on a map where we've typically seen them do well in the past.
You know, the thing is, I picked Footballers, but I kind of hope like a team like Loops or maybe Wildcard or Cloud9 do exceptionally well, because I would love to see...
Just to shake things up.
No, just imagine this, right? We're into the final game of the entire event, and the separation between like 1st and 5th is like 10 points. How epic of a way would that be to finish off the entirety of Season 0 of the World League? Well, we're going to be talking to you too once we do finish off this match and really kind of break down the numbers as we get into the final match after that. So see you guys in a few minutes. Well, 7's dancing away, and you guys at home should be dancing as you're watching, because you can be watching and earning points this entire time. We got 2 games left to go today, and our top 100 viewers will be getting themselves some exclusive rewards, so make sure you guys are watching all of the World League here. Well, all that's left of it, I have to say, since East is done and we're all left here on West. And you guys can still be tweeting to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL and let us know your thoughts on the show. Maybe what you want to see coming up next year, or next season, I should say, and maybe what you want to predict of who to go through, so you can get that shout out from 7. Well, we got to bring in our commentators yet again. We got Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave again, looking fly as can be. And why wouldn't you be? 2 games left to go. 25 points separating 1st and 5th place here, Hot Jukes. Who knows what's going to happen in these last 2 matches?
I don't know. I'm barely just being able to contain myself right now. This is just this is just insanity. I mean, we're seeing teams that kind of struggle this whole tournament, just spoiling some of these top squads. And I think that you kind of were talking about earlier with 7 about why Loops, I think, is suffering. And I think that's the reason why. Their play style is just full on aggression, push teams. But guess what? These squads now, they got nothing to lose, and they're just fragging out of their minds right here. So they're having a tough time going at it. And this is just so close. This is so close. I don't know who's gonna win it. I really don't.
And Dave, you know, imagining if you're one of these players in one of these top 5 teams, obviously a lot of pressure on your shoulders, but what in your head is like your go-to plan here? You're going on a Sanhok. It's very difficult to win a map like this, and you have to realize you mess up one little play, it could cost your team a massive amount of points.
Yeah, I mean, with only 25 points between 1st and 5th place, that's not a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah.
And not only that, after last game, I'm going to be a little concerned if you are those top 5 squads and say Alpha Legends, say they get a knock on you, I'm going to, be concerned like they're going to insta-push me at this point in the game like we saw last game. So a lot of factors are coming into these final 2 games for sure.
I think a lot of teams are going to be watching that kill feed with a hawk's eye just to see, all right, well, Kanina Power lost one. Maybe we can close this one out. It's time, though, to get into predictions here, Hot Jukes. I want to hear who you think is going to win our 5th match.
Well, I picked Kurita Power. I've already picked Cloud9 Footballist, in Loops, and they're still up for there. They're still high on the leaderboard, so I went with them. But man, I'm going to be really looking at Cloud9, to be honest, to see if they take this one. But
okay,
yeah, Kurita Power is my pick, regardless.
Kanina Power for Hot Jukes. Mustache Dave, who do you got?
So I'm going to pick the team that Hot Jukes is looking at, Cloud9.
All right, but you'll be keeping an eye on Kanina Power, right?
Exactly. I'm keeping an eye on Kanina Power, but I'm picking Cloud9.
That's a true duo-ship. Keep an eye on each other's teams. Well, gentlemen, why don't you take us into our 5th match of the day, the last time we're seeing Sanhok here in the World League.
Let's get it going. Match number 5 taking it to the jungle, baby. Sanhok, and oh man, is this gonna be a brutal one right here. We've seen it over and over again. This is the map that anybody can win if they get the right position, they get the right players in place, and oh, so much is on the line here. The nerves, the pressure, it is at an all-time high. But yeah, hey Dave, guess what?
What's up?
It's money time, baby. You gotta get it done, and you gotta get it done right now.
Money time is an understatement with 25 points between first and fifth place. I mean, these kills are going to matter. The last 2 days here in the finals, our Sanhok maps have favored the, I want to say the Northwest, more or less. Those are teams like Tempo, teams like the Knights footballists who really like to drop in that area. Will they be blessed here today on the final Sanhok map? Well, we're going to find out in just a couple of moments as all of the players will be jumping out right now.
Yeah, and I know if you're a footballist, you're begging for this zone to go here because that seems to be their strongest point on Sanhok. If that zone goes to that, but it doesn't. It goes to the south side island right here. So now, before Tempo, Nova, I think this is their first time in quite a long time this circle starts to head in this area. So that's going to be a big break for them, along with Loops as well, since they have dropped into boot camp. But yeah, you know, Cloud9, Konina Power, Wildcard, all these squads that are in the top, they are going to have to work their way in, and it's not going to be easy considering all these just monster teams gatekeeping them.
Dukes, hold the front door.
Alpha Legends.
Hold the front door. Alpha
No
Legends
way.
in paradise with Cloud9. Cloud9 recognizing that off of the drop, seeing those parachutes, we see them. They're working together. They are so close to each other. They do not want to be surprised right now. And I don't even think they're looting this. I think they're pulling off immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what the mindset of Alpha Legends is here to even challenge them in a place like this, but, you know, Cloud9, they are on the hunt instantly. Bale with a quick spot right there, and like you said earlier, I love the fact that Cloud9 is just playing this so tight and concise. They don't want to take any risks right now.
Yeah, so I believe a couple members from Cloud9 were able to acquire some weapons. Bale went on the outskirts, did see the push on out from Alpha, and that might give Cloud9 the opportunity to head back on into Paradise and finish their looting.
Yeah, you know, that's gonna also just it's gonna slow their amount of time. You know, that's the really tough part. Anytime you deal with the kind of even slight early engagement, it's gonna mess with your looting strategy, your looting pattern. And considering that they're outside of the circle and have to cross a lot of teams, that's not gonna be it's not gonna be a good thing. That's for sure. So it's gonna be really interesting to see Cloud9's approach into the Sanhok match.
Talking about the mind games from Alpha right there. I mean, they dropped Paradise. They took a couple weapons and then immediately, you know, just sent it on out. Definitely, like you said, wasting the time of Cloud9, and especially on Sanhok. Time is everything.
Oh, you're right.
The zone takes out so many players here on this map. So, I mean, time is definitely not on your side here today.
All right, I'll tell you what. Oh, look at this. MiQ with the shots onto Mystic. You know, Team Queso loves to drop in this spot, and they were able to catch him out. And it looks like they are looking to press the issue. MiQ all on his lonesome right now, just heading straight on into this fight.
Yeah, real thirsty. Marco actually in the area as well, looking to get the revive on the Mystic. MiQ gonna be pumping those brakes just a little bit because Dream Eaters, they are so separated right now that if you're MiQ, you got to kind of keep that in the back of your mind. Like, if you get knocked here, your squad mates aren't near you to get that revive.
I don't know. This could be a whole bunch of different things. And just to kind of give some examples, at least at the top of my head, when you're at this point, you may have some difference in thoughts of how to approach the rest of the tournament here. And it could be that some members are like, hey, let's just play safe, let's play conservative. And some are looking at the leaderboard and saying, nah, we have to frag out. And it could be just MiQ just going on his lonesome saying, I'm just going to try to get this done on my own right here, because he is just heading straight into this fight.
The 1v4. The 1v4, essentially, that revive was successful onto Mystic. MiQ looking to make the come up. Mystic with the AKM going for that spray down off.
He's feeling himself.
MiQ with that hip fire. M4 ends the thirst. Team Queso losing one real early on right here. And I gotta say, MiQ, it's paying off. It's paying off, buddy.
I mean, when you just get in that mode that just, you know what? I'm just going to get it done. If I have to put this whole team on my back, I'm going to do it. And it looks like, that's his kind of play style right here. He is just going super aggressive on his lonesome, no care in the world. After that kill, though, he knows that, hey, you know what? I'm pretty good, but running out this open hill is probably not the play. So he's just going to kind of hold it on right there. But yeah, it's really interesting to see these kind of mind games play out here at the end of this tournament.
So funny. They even took shots. They even took some shots. They're jumping up there like, you want some of this? Come and get me. Come and get me. But Team Queso, they're not going for the bait. The bait. They're not going for the bait.
They sure aren't right here. I mean, because you got to think about it. I mean, they are at 179 points. I don't really blame Miku because if he wants to go ahead and get into 9th, 8th place and add some money onto the leaderboards, Dream Eaters has to have a monster game. They got to put up some kills and a solid placement right here. So definitely not surprised to see this Dream Eaters team play more aggressive.
Not only that, Team Queso, they are in 9th place on the overall leaderboards as well. And with only this game and one more to go, they really have to be confident in their fights when it comes to the information game. And on Sanhok, you take one engagement, well, guess what? Another squad is looking right on top of you, so you can't risk that third-party potential. Does seem like you mentioned, Dream Eaters, though, they're not going to have really the biggest care in the world because it's all or nothing right now for this squad.
I wonder if they actually headhunted Team Queso. I mean, Team Queso is dropping the same spot every single time in Sanhok. And considering that Team Queso is in 9th place with 197 points and Dream Eaters with 179, maybe this was a planned play. Maybe Miku was just like, hey, you know what? We got to take them out early and we got to put some points on the board if we want to be able to pass them up. So maybe it could be the strategy coming out from Dream Eaters here.
Talking about strategies. Talking about strategies.
Oh, I see it.
Yep.
I sure see it.
Yep. Football is.
You can't see it in the chat, but we're looking at the map. And you go ahead, Dave. Tell the people.
Football is taking a page from the Sanhok Umbra. Going to be using a boat. They are currently in first place by only 3 points, and they are going to be avoiding all these squads on these rotates. And they're all in a boat right now. They're in a boat. They are having a good time. They are making their way down here, and they should dock here very shortly. But yeah, I mean, the West League, I gotta say, very impressed with the amount of boat tates that we've seen here on Sanhok.
And the funny thing is, every single one of them has worked. I mean, everyone I think I've seen, for the most part, of course, we've seen a couple of boat battles as well in Sanhok, not working out for one team, but usually for the most part, they work pretty well, especially when it comes to these type of zones. So yeah, football is able to get a great rotation and relatively safely inside the circle, end up working out for them.
Very safe. I mean, they only have 3 points. 3 points ahead of Konita Power. So, I mean, to be able to successfully pull off that boat tate, I mean, all the power to them. And they have a nice buffer zone. Oh, talk about buffer zone, though. Ayala, Team Queso spotting out Toffees. Toffees was able to carry the torch last game and pretty much try to survive as long as possible. It is going to be immediately taken down. Matic right on top of him should be able to get that revive, but this is a 4v3 at the end of the day.
It sure is. You can see Marco got that nade locked and loaded. Throwing it, doesn't connect. It looks like they are able to get Toffees right back on up here as they just kind of wait and hold angles. Brissit's holding this angle real hard right now, trying to catch Marco slipping, but it looks like he's not having any of it.
Yeah, and I like how Dream Eaters, they got the little 3-1 going right now, the 3-1 split. Meanwhile, Team Queso kind of all separated, looking over one another, making sure to cover each other's angles. And yeah, looking at HZL from Nova, looking a little paranoid out here, making sure to check every single tree before making that rotate.
And you know what? This could be a reason, I think, why we're seeing, teams like Loops not really do too well, at least compared, of course, to how they've been performing in the past. I mean, these teams are just playing so passive. They're not rotating stupidly. They're being really careful. They're looking at every single corner and every angle here. So Loops, they don't get those opportunities in that early mid game to kind of just, fight out a certain team 1v1. No, like they're having to wait to the end, and it's just an all-out brawl to see who comes on top. And it looks like we might have some of the same here, especially depending on where this next circle goes, as it's about to pop right now. And yeah, centers out right on the southern island.
Yeah, and just to kind of go along with your point, you can tell how safe teams are at least attempting to rotate. We see Wildcard up there to the north. They were trying to wrap around. We see UDR down there in the boats as well. Everybody just trying to avoid one another. The only team that isn't trying to avoid people right now this game, Dream Eaters. Just one team out the whole lobby.
They're hunting down Team Queso really hard inside of boot camp. Now, boot camp happens to be like the favorite drop spot of a lot of these players when they play classic matches, so they're going to know it really well. And Marco with the lay down right behind this little bunker, this wall. And it's so hard to shoot through that chain link fence. It really is. Those chain link fences will block bullets. So it's super, super risky right now.
Not only that, it's a nice spot though. I don't see anybody really looking behind here. Marco definitely hoping that some of these enemies from Dream Eaters kind of stumble across their screen in front of them. Ooh, talk about stumbling across Footballists. We talked about their boat tape just a moment ago. Seems like they sent it into a more centralized position. They are going to be recognizing there's some enemies out there. B4, Pedro tossing a grenade. Oh, Lavison connecting onto McZera. That was a beautiful, beautiful nade.
Quick trade right there. Oh!
Uh-oh. Mistakes were made.
So dangerous right there. Lutz almost taking out 2 members. And I think after that, they're like, you know what? Let's get out of here, guys. Yeah, Solke just got knocked and thirsted so fast. And yeah, Footballists after that, they're just like, you know what? We don't want to mess with this. We're out.
Yeah, we don't want to mess with this one. They're going to be pulling back now down to just 3. And I don't know. I mean, I still think it's Solke Sunday. Solke currently sitting there at the top with 42 kills, and right behind him, Carrillo from Loops Esports with 35. So definitely bragging out here in the finals, and they are looking to get some more points underneath their belt. Currently, no kills so far for Footballists.
Yeah, and you know what? I can't really blame them, especially for this disengage, considering that they're center zone. I mean, they are sitting pretty right now. So they just said, you know what? It's quarantine, baby. We're going to lock ourselves down at this house. We're not going anywhere unless the zone pushes us out. And I do not blame them. But this zone, oh, look at this. We're starting to see these rotations come out. Dream Eaters, yeah, being able to make it away from Ayala. But yeah, Marco, I don't think he's going to make it out alive.
Ooh, Ayala trying to go for that spray down with that M4. And both these squads, they need to push out just a little bit. You know, boot camp no longer in this next circle, and that's what Marco found out firsthand. And I do not believe Team Queso. I don't think they're going to send in the rescue party. Miku, once again, in the front lines, just straight up pushing.
And he is just pushing this hard right now. And he's feeling himself. He has to be right now, as he is just sending. It's almost like he's playing this like a classic match. Oh, gets caught in the 1v1 though.
Yeah, getting caught in that 1v1, but their squad mates right behind them able to provide that support and at least put a stop to the instant thirst. Axel wrap around this rock, going for that pre-fire with the AKM, trying to get that hit fire. Ooh, connecting on the first set, will be connecting on to another one. Matic on the rocks. Oh, Axel trying to go for that reload, but Matic able to connect. Now it's up to Ayala, already getting this grenade prepped, ready to go. 3 members, 4 Dream Eaters are down, currently bleeding on out. This is a 1v1, Jukes.
Ayala with the huge play there at the last second. Oh, and Toffee's, he's got the nade. Ayala, does he hear the pin pull? I don't think he heard it.
That's good. Oh, one HP onto Ayala. Getting that first aid.
How was he alive? How was he alive, able to get it off? And it looks like he was going to go straight for the res here. And it looks like this is going to be a full reset. Wow, that was so close. Can't believe Ayala survived that one. He just ate it.
Hey, it tasted good. It tasted good, but you know what's not going to taste good? We got Alpha Legends.
Third party!
Alpha Legends right behind us, trying to get the pinch, and they will take down Dream Eaters.
Just like that. What is with this Alpha Legends squad right now? They are just playing spoiler like crazy, just taking out so many squads with these insane third parties. They still got 4 up, 1 kill, and yeah, Dream Eaters taken out just like that.
Dude, I love it. I'm an Alpha Legends fan. All right, Alpha Legends, let's go. Alpha Legends, let's go.
A comeback right now. Let's go.
I just love how they're playing right now. I just love it. I love it.
I mean, this is what we've been hoping to kind of see from them, at least here at the end. I mean, this squad deserves to be here. I mean, just to even make it, you have to be one of the best on the planet. Just having a tough go at the start. But now, man, just talk about picking up the pace. This is going to definitely give them, I think, some big ideas going into their possible next tournament.
Oh, for sure, for sure. You know, they should definitely be proud. You know, they got this game, 1 more to go, and I like how every time they hear a gunshot, they don't run away from it. They run towards it. They are just running into danger. But Team Queso definitely lucking out right there because they had Dream Eaters hot on their case since like the drop. So they definitely lucked out with Alpha Legends in the backlines right there.
I wonder how that's going to help their gameplay as well, because, you know, if Alpha Legends are just kind of fighting start to finish of these matches, they're going to be warmed up. They're going to be ready for these flicks while all the rest of these teams have been kind of camping it out, but looks like Bayo not going to be camping that long for, oh, gets Pro Lord sees him.
Ooh, yeah, that was tough. Yeah, that was tough. We have Umbra on the low ground of this one. Bayo had that nice giant boulder.
Third party.
Really nowhere to go, and here comes the grenades from Prez trying to get the confirms, and like you said, the third party from Cornita Power out there in the distance. Cloud9, they're down to 3. Bayo was instantly thirsted, and Adar trying to make the pull up, trying to get some points on the board right now.
You know, if there's anybody you want to take out from Cloud9, it's Bayo. They're IGL, also one of the top fraggers in this tournament. That's going to be a huge loss for them. Still have 3 alive, though. It's going to be a lot of work, though, as Sanhok, just one of those maps where, you know, even losing one person is so huge. Uneven, taking a big knock onto Vindex.
Yeah, taking them out, teaching them a lesson. Umbra down to just 1, and you know what, Cloud9, they know exactly where Prez is. They saw Prez kind of bolt on into that window, and Prez just going to be camping it out for the time being, waiting for that next zone to pop.
Yeah, and you can see this next zone is about to go. Where will it go, though? Will it go ahead and shift? Will it be the same place? It goes on over to Pie9, and Loops have it locked down. They are sitting right in it, and there's not a lot of time on this clock. All these squads know it. It's going to be a bloodbath trying to get into this next zone.
Loops, I mean, they needed this zone. They needed this zone. They need 25 points to get that first place on the overall leaderboards. They will be right in the middle. Cornita Power trying to make their way on in, opening up the shots. Gonzo connecting onto Nano from UDR. Look at all these teams. All these teams need to make the push, and they do not have time. They have no time.
No time at all. I mean, they are just having to run out in the open. Great shot from Sander with that QBU. Just tap it away as Cornita Power is just trying to do anything they can to get in this circle. 5 seconds left. Oh, is that a pre-nade? Oh, that would be so huge. Waiting for it. Oh, that was so close. So close.
That was nice. Yeah, Pocus on the outskirts right here. Looks like Rob Dini going to be going for that pre-fire with the M4, but Pocus on the outskirts. Gonzo, surprise! Cornita Power able to remain alive, but they still need to push uphill. Smokes out right now. Grenades just being thrown, tossed right on top of their heads. Cornita Power, they have nowhere to go.
They have nowhere to go indeed, and UDR are doing the perfect play. They're just throwing a whole bunch of grenades as they have 3 members up, but 4 if you count the blue zone, and they are just using that to their advantage right now. Tixie, he has no other choice. He has to run out in the open. Gets knocked. It's all up to Rob Dini right now for Cornita Power.
Literally a shooting range. UDR up here in the shooting tower, the guard tower overlooking this one. They got a couple knocks. They got a lot of damage onto Cornita Power, and they're like, okay, let's send it. Let's go on into the next zone, and then we can gatekeep them from there.
Yeah, Tixie was able to make it up, but for how long?
Are we getting shot from Prez?
PRC from Umbra. Yeah, Prez just in the blue. The other side there in the blue, just spoiling. Tempo and Loops, though. This is a huge fight.
Big fight right now. Tempo Storm currently in 8th place on the overall leaderboard. Loops in 5th place on the overall leaderboards. Dead and
gonna share.
Already dead. Spec on the outskirts of this one, looking out there above the compounds of Pineham, across the way onto Alpha Legends.
Yeah, I would have not been shocked at all if they shared that. Tixie with a great flush onto UDR Killers. And oh man, that's gonna really hurt their chances on this leaderboard. And Cornita Power, they're doing anything he can to be able to survive. Rob Dini's still up as well, but he's just running into the zone, trying to find cover. And there's not gonna be any, as he's gonna have to make a big play. Not able to do it.
Yep, running right across that open terrain, that open field. And B4, Unique, Yala, all these squads were on the edge, just waiting for those stragglers to make their way on in. Rob forced to heal on up for the time being. Will they be able to continue to survive? Well, they need to. They don't have an option.
No choice at all. The point lead is just too close. The gap is just so... It's so near. I mean, they have to be able to make some big plays. And like I said earlier, I'm not surprised to see Loops and Tempo just say, hey, you know what? We're going to share this one. We need all the points we can get. We don't want to get taken out. We'll save this fight for later. As Yalas, picking apart Cloud9. There goes down Pyra. Looks like it's only going to be 2 up for them left.
Yeah, they might be sharing it for the time being, but HH on the front lines might opt to run into, not intentionally, but Yala are making their way on in through the city, so they're gonna have to defend. Ooh, Rob, still alive, still alive. Let's go, Rob.
And he's got 2 first aids left. He has to run straight into the circle. This one hurts so bad, and he's so far away. Will he be able to make it in? Unique. Oh, tries to make the play.
Oh, spotted out one. Can we get the other one? Annalise in the dirt trying to heal on up, and there goes another point on the board for Cornita Power.
And he does get that first aid off, but that's it. He has none left right now. And Team Unique is just waiting for him. Annalise, I don't think he's going to be able to make it, but he's running for his life. And yeah, just gets caught out by Annalise waiting for him.
7 kills onto Unique. 7 kills. I mean, that's really good. That's really good. Cloud9 out there getting shredded from Alpha, getting pinched by Yala. Here comes Alpha. Look at that, getting the knock on the Cloud9. We see him trying to make the approach, make the initial push. They are so aggressive. Kato not even going for the revive on Faker. He's like, I'm going for it. It's Cloud9.
They're going so hard in the paint right here. I mean, this is just a rematch of we saw from the last game. And Cloud9, they are so close on this leaderboards. They do not want to get taken out right now. And Wildcard in the same position against Pittsburgh Knights. Pan.
Oh, Carnage spotted at the pan. Both Acer and Sam had pans out, trying to sneak up on the duo Raven and Carnage. They spotted that one. That pan did not save them here. Not today.
They smelled something cooking and said, no, sir, not today. Pittsburgh Knights able to take out Wildcard. Really unusual play, so close. And oh, Alpha Legends just putting on the pressure on the Cloud9. Oh, what a nade.
Alpha Legends, you love to see it. Jagger from the tail end of this one will be connecting onto one of them. They got an M249 again. Alpha Legends.
Oh, what a knock.
Just picking up the crates. Uneven, still alive. That blue zone, though, gonna be getting the final laugh. The final laugh. Cloud9 taken down in 7th place.
Alpha Legends are just spoiling so many major squads here. And yeah, there goes Shator out in the water. That's going to be them out. And this is a major, major game for Loops Esports right now. They got to get this chicken dinner if they're trying to go for first place.
This chicken dinner, oh my goodness. If Loops get this chicken dinner, they're going to be up there. Currently looking at who is alive. Loops, they have 3. The Knights with 4. Tempo Storm. Rain is bleeding on out. Rain needs to get revived.
Catches Raven there, and Spec, he's just going to throw out those smokes, try to survive any longer. Carrillo's on the hunt, though. You know he is. And you can see Tempo just completely spread out, just trying to get all the placement points they can, but they still have all 4 members up right now.
Yeah.
Oh, but the zone. Zone. Oh, what a zone. Right out in the open.
Kind of went towards the Knights, so the Knights are going to be closer. They're going to be closer, and they're going to be making sure to gatekeep both Tempo and Loops. But Spec is going to be crawling in the off angle. Ooh, the reload. Rain does recognize that there are some enemies. Carrillo trying to go for that jump, trying to avoid the shots from the M4. And it's coming down to it. There's only 3 teams left.
And you can just see right now, Loops working as a squad. Oh, able to take out Spec. There goes PK.
Wow. The Knights.
And that's all over. Tempo Storm wins it.
Tempo Storm winning that game. The Sanhok, the final Sanhok. Loops 2nd place. Knights 3rd place. I mean, it came down to it right there at the end. Sanhok, that was crazy.
That the last one did not disappoint by any means, and it was just so close. That last circle right there, just going out wide in the open, so tough. You can just see Pittsburgh, they had the position, but they were just getting, it from both sides. They had Tempo and both Loops just looking straight at them, and at the end, Tempo able to just get it done. And this is a huge chicken dinner for them. That's going to definitely add some major points to the scoreboard, but man, one match left to go, Dave. One match left to go. I can't believe it's this close between all these squads.
Only that, Alpha Legends, they were applying the pressure to a lot of these teams here at the end. They were taking shots with the M249. They were breaching compounds. They were swimming across the channel, taking shots. Alpha Legends, they just do not have a care. They are on a tear right now. So I'm wondering how that will play a role in our final game here.
I'll tell you what right now. I know Cloud9 is Alpha Legends is definitely not in Cloud9's good list right here, because this has just been an insane past couple of matches. But hey, one more match left to go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and get to the desk as they wrap up this insane match number 5.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to return you to your regularly scheduled programming here in just a few minutes' time. I have been informed we have a major announcement to make for you all at home, and it's all to do with the next season of PMCO, PMWL, PMPL, everything coming up within our next season alone. We had over 80,000 teams register for PMCO coming up in the fall split. We talked about it on the show so many times, and we hit a monumental amount of teams, 80K in total. I honestly cannot believe we've had that many sign up, because obviously 4 players each on the team. That's a lot of people participating here in PMCO. But also to update you guys on the anti-cheating team, as 531 teams have been banned or disqualified. So if you're out there trying to qualify for PMCO or participate, don't be cheating. It doesn't pay to cheat. It pays to learn, and it pays to play to try to get up into this one. But obviously, with our announcement of what's coming up in the next season, we need to take a look at some of the dates that'll be coming your way here, so you know when you're going to be playing. So we start things off obviously with North America in August 11th through 30th. So pretty much we finish here, and then you're going to be going straight into PMCO. You can see all the other regions there on your screen, as well as the dates on top of that, so you make sure you don't miss your games. Or maybe you want to tune into some of the commentary going on to see and support some of your favorite teams, some of your favorite friends as well, who might be participating in these. And then beyond that, obviously PMCO feeds into PMPL, and you can see when we're going to be kicking off those seasons as well. You have Indonesia already starting off on August 14th, so hopefully the teams are ready to go into this one. You can see you have Vietnam in there, Thailand, Malaysia, Chinese Taipei, South Asia, even America as well. But obviously, there's teams who have already been pre-invited in to the PMPL. So let's take a look at some of the teams. You can see here in Indonesia, that starts off on the 14th of August. Make sure you guys get in there. We saw Borf obviously playing when it came to the World League. We saw a couple of different teams actually out there participating on top of that. Even another RRQ team, RRQ Ryu. Let's take a look at some more teams who are going to be participating as well for Vietnam. Box Gaming, I mean, we talk about the box fort when it comes to the East League, and we're going to see them looking to defend their title when it comes to September 1st. A little bit of ways to go, but obviously giving some time for you guys at home to enjoy PMCO and maybe up your own game to participate against some of these teams who are playing. Looking over now at Thailand, you got Team Secret there. Actually really curious to see how Mad Toy is going to be doing with the boys. RRQ Athena as well. FaZe Clan, even some Western organizations coming into this one. Even if you think over into India, you got Fnatic in there, and you got TSM Entity in there. But again, you guys need to be watching these. You need to be hopefully trying to qualify to participate against some of the best in the world, as now we see Malaysia Team Secret in there with Mad Toy coming onto that roster. I mean, honestly, the thing is, I couldn't tell you by looking at these lineups of who's going to be the ones to represent the regions coming into the World League. I mean, Yudu Gang, they participated as well. Unfortunately, I don't think they performed as well as they would have liked to when they got 3 chicken dinners in a row going into the very first Super Weekend. But obviously, a lot of teams to come, a lot of teams being invited in as we take now a look at Chinese Taipei. And there's just so many great teams across the board. I mean, AHQ, I mean, that's a legendary organization when it comes to not only PUBG Mobile, but other esports games as well. You Level Up, we saw them play and actually come so close to taking a very strong position at the end of the World League as we move forward here into our next region for South Asia. And honestly, Orange Rock in there. You got Megastars, TSM Entity, Fnatic. You got so many good teams. Soul, if you guys are a Mortal fan, make sure you guys watch into this one as well. Team IND. This, for me, is probably one of the most exciting regions across the world with the amount of people supporting their teams. A lot of fans out there. So now take a look at Americas, and I mean, come on, Cloud9's in there. You got Temple Storm in there. You got Nova. You got former Omen Elite. You got Wildcard. You can see the amount of teams who are still currently fighting for their chance here to take home a large sum of money at the moment as they move through. But more importantly, we've been talking about points and how you get into these positions. They're changing things up going into our next season. So we saw before 20 points for a winner chicken dinner, and that's being dropped down to 15 points. Also 13 through 16 plays, you can see 0 points for these teams. So no longer getting that 1 point just for participating. I really enjoy seeing this because it kind of makes it so even if you got the chicken dinner, you need to be aggressive. You need to be picking up those kills so you have a chance to be very strong overall in the leaderboards. But now looking know what's coming up ahead. The biggest event of 2020 is coming soon, and it's being announced on August 24th. Really not that long away, about 2 weeks of time. So if you guys are interested to see what it is, if you're half as interested as I am, you're going to be there to see that announcement, to see what all is going on in the PUBG Mobile world. I can't wait to see what this one's going to be in particular, because I've heard some inklings of what it potentially could be about, but I'm not going to spoil it for you guys. I don't want to give it away, and also I don't want to be wrong. But anyways, moving past all that, obviously a lot of PUBG Mobile action to come up in the future, but we still have some happening right now in Season 0. Seven and Glitter, can you guys join me here once again to talk about that last match on Sanhok? What a ridiculous finish as well. I mean, Tempo Storm, we talk about them as being a team we maybe shouldn't have wasted our prediction on earlier on today, as they get themselves a chicken dinner. Seven.
Yeah, I wish I would have went with Tempo in that one, because wow, what a match they had, man. Everything, just from everything. They were fragging, they were being aggressive. They even, towards the end too, Loops Esports just kind of had no chance, as you see there. Tempo Storm with 9 kills, Loops Esports with 7, and then Pittsburgh Knights. Glitter, where has Pittsburgh Knights been? This is the Pittsburgh Knights that we know they're capable of. They were able to get 8 points, and then even below that, look at Alpha Legends.
I mean, apparently everybody decided that the last day was the day they wanted to step it up. We even see Yala up here on the front page with a nice combination of placement points and kills as well. Cloud9 struggling a little bit, Nova still struggling as well, but I think what's going to be important is seeing how the scores that are starting to come out of Tempo Storm and Loops are going to affect things in the overall, and I'm excited for that. We do get to see that later on, but like you said, Seven, What? I don't even know anymore, because Alpha Legends in Pittsburgh and UDR Killers, everybody's just deciding to step up here in the final 3 matches.
Maybe they've been listening to us. Maybe they've been watching our segments. We've been saying, hey, those teams that were towards the bottom in regards to the overall leaderboard, they needed to go ahead and do something crazy, and they're starting to. As now we go towards the second page here, we see Wildcard Gaming with 6 points, Footballers with 6 points, Konina Power with 5 points. Keep in mind, these teams were in top 4, and this is going to be huge, because as you were mentioning, with Loops Esports being able to have a good performance there, this is going to go ahead and push them up that leaderboard. I know we're going to be seeing the overall ranking here pretty soon, Jason. And it's going to be interesting how close it's going to be going into the last game. I know we kind of wanted a nail biter here towards the end.
Yep.
We might just get that and some.
I mean, like you're saying yesterday, I don't think we're going to have any nails left to look at anymore. I think we have to get some fake nails added on, because, or maybe we have to go to our toenails after this, because it's going to be so damn close. I mean, we're looking at Loops. Hey, you know, I know some people that do that. I know Loops was like about 20 points behind from getting potentially into second place. We'll see when we wrap up into that point. A Tempo Storm is what we're talking about. 1,500 damage here at Glitter. We can see the 9 kills. But for me, the stats I don't care about for them right now. It's that momentum off of this win going into the last game of the World League for me that I think that's the real thing they need to focus on.
Yeah, absolutely. They were able to bounce back after the previous match where we saw them only get 1 point. The fact that they were able to come back into this and then pull out yet another win or another strong game with nine kills and a win, that is just... That's how they need to close out the day, because we've watched them be in that anywhere from 8th to 5th place pretty much the entire time. And to close out all of finals with a 10 kill game, an 11 kill game, a 9 kill game, this is going to be jumping them up the standings a lot.
Yeah, and obviously they can't get wins like that without some players on their roster. We're going to see Spec in there as our top 4 players. Rahman, we're seeing Carnage, we're seeing Carrillo, and again, Carrillo is in contention for being potentially the #1 position. Seven, what? You look like you just smelled something really bad.
I look like I saw a ghost. My boy Carnage is in top players? Yo, hell yeah, let's go, baby. And then you see some of the teams.
I'm so surprised.
From Alpha Legends?
Yeah.
Hey, I am. We haven't really heard much from Pittsburgh Knights, so it's good to see them here. Hey, and this is good too, going after the, in a way, a little off season for these teams, because there could be a lot of changes. So make sure you guys follow everyone
down 7
here. Oh, and he got MVP too. Yo, let's go, big guy. That's what's up. That is cool to see, man. That actually makes me really happy.
Well, for Carrillo, I mean, I think he's going to be really upset right now, because he needs these points desperately to maybe pull down that extra 10K for his team. But like you said, 581 damage, 5 kills, 1 assist. But let's start to talk about maybe Glitter Rahman, because he is someone we haven't seen in our top 4 players. Alpha Legends is a team we haven't seen really be much towards the top at all here when it's come to the finals.
Yeah, it was literally, took the words right out of my mouth. It was the first thing I noticed is the fact that we have an Alpha Legends player up here. This is the type of gameplay that they needed to have pretty much the entire time. They needed this through all of their super weekends because, you know, they did end up having to sit out the final one. They needed this through all the finals. I'm hoping that moving forward, they can kind of take the good from the performances that they're having here today and really start to try replicating that so that moving into the next season, they're able to improve.
Let's take a look at our Do the Do moments, and I think we're going to have quite a few clips coming in for Alpha Legends, maybe some PK in there as well, and maybe some Tempo players, which we should definitely be seeing. Again, Tempo, and we talked to HH24, and he was saying he was having, you know, some internet problems when it came to like the first week, but they've definitely bounced back. And honestly, I'm really just curious to see, Seven, how far or how much the rankings might have changed with that victory coming through.
Yeah, and not only that victory, but just as we were mentioning, some of the top 4 teams ended up in the second page for the rankings for that last match. So it's gonna be interesting to see how close it is. Trying to do some math in my head, it's gonna be. I know we were saying we kind of wanted it to be like 10 points away from each other. We might end up actually getting that. So I'm more than happy as we do see some of the highlights here from Canadian Power. Unique to one of those teams that just was super quiet. They ended up with 7 kills. You got to give them some credit. 7 kills there in Sanhok. A good way to kind of end the game, end the tournament here. And in this next game, honestly, I kind of expect mayhem. I'm just going to go ahead and let the highlights run there. I want to talk about what's going to be coming in the future because this next game is going to be the last game for the whole tournament, East and West.
Yes.
So what are some of those teams towards the bottom, Glitter, gonna go ahead and do? What are some of those teams towards the top are gonna go ahead and do? We've seen Alpha Legends trying to hot drop in a way Cloud9. Could that happen today in that final game? Anything can happen, and I'm just so hyped for it.
Yeah, and we were even talking about it while we were watching the last match, saying, you know, it's almost like the top 4 teams got to match 4 or 5-ish and just got so scared about potentially losing points that it may have affected the successful aggression that we saw in the first few matches of the day that kind of put them there. And then on the flip side of that, we're seeing all those bottom teams really start to kind of ramp up their aggression and see if they can throw off those top teams. And it's just creating this weird mixture that we weren't prepared for. So like you said, I'm prepared for mayhem here in this last match because, you know, it's leave it all on the floor at that point.
Well, we're going to see what our damage was from that last match before we can even get into the next one, because I agree with you guys. Mayhem is definitely going to be coming out, as well as I think some very careful play out of quite a few teams. So we'll get to that here in a few moments as we take a look at Tempo, not even doing the most damage, as it's actually going to be Pittsburgh Knights to pull it through with the 1,584 for themselves. And again, Loops, we've seen them do more damage. We've seen them obviously do less damage, but still getting a consistent 7 kills here, 7.
Yeah, this is good for them, man. This is the kind of shape that we wanted to see Loops going into that last game. Remember, the past couple of days, they did good in the first couple of matches, and then they just kind of die off. They don't really do anything in regards to kills, damage, or anything because they just end up getting kicked so early. We even saw some performances that you were mentioning with 0 kills, but it's good to see that this team's Loops Esports that is in contention starting to hopefully carry that momentum over. And then you have some of the other teams, some of the teams that were kind of favorite coming into this tournament with Team Queso B4. What are they gonna do? I'm pretty sure it does not feel good to be in the position they are right now, and they are within striking distance of maybe moving up the leaderboard a little bit more, getting some more money in their pockets. So that's why I cannot wait to see the overall leaderboard.
Well, you know what? You got to keep waiting right now because I have that power, right? I have the ability to throw up the overall. No, I'm just kidding. We're looking at prediction scores right now and see how the last match went for us before we get into that. And yeah, not a great pick out of all of us, to be honest. I mean, 5 points for Kingdom Power, 6 points for Footballers, 7 for Cloud9. Definitely should have used our Tempo pick here. I don't know who told us all to do Tempo before.
I don't know. That was bad. We really don't do good whenever we all pick the same team, man.
I mean, to be fair, I think it's so hard. I mean, yeah, everyone got the Loops, right? I think it's so hard to predict like a proper team right now because we don't know how teams are going to play in these matches. And right now, 7, if you clap twice, I'll throw up the overall standings for you.
Ooh.
If you clap twice.
All right, I have a delay. Ready?
You almost did 3. He almost went for 3 claps there, but there we go. We can see the standings. Loops Esports have taken 3rd place. And look at the difference between 1st and 4th right now. 12 points.
No. 12 points? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna need to go. wow, I'm gonna need like a paper bag to breathe in because this is gonna be insane going into the last match. You got Loops Esports now there in third place. Konina Power within striking distance. Footballers hasn't really been performing to what we expect them to, but you know they can show up. You know they can get that fragging power. On top of that, you got Cloud9 that was just destroying on the first day and they kind of fell off a little bit, but we know they're also another team that can put up the numbers. And if all fails here, let's just say maybe some of those teams end up dying early here, Glitter, Wildcard could end up winning and they could make an unlikely push from 5th place to 1st place. So anything can happen here.
Absolutely. And even if they don't get into 1st place, they're so close to 2nd through 4th that if they have another strong performance like we've been seeing them do all day, they can easily continue to jump back up from where Loops just bumped them. This is going to be a nail biter of a last match. And I'm hoping that all of these teams kind of saved a little bit in the tank so that they can do one final push in our last match of the day.
I mean, we need to remind them.
I'm going to be looking at? Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to be looking at Alpha Legends. They got nothing to lose. Listen, even if they ended up getting an insane win with an insane amount of kills,
right,
they're still going to end up in 16th place. So just go crazy here.
Yeah.
Go like how you've been going the past couple of matches. Maybe be that party pooper to some of the other teams because this is gonna be exciting.
Thing is, we need to remind everyone at home, 1st place, 100 grand. 2nd place, 50 grand. 3rd place, 20 grand. 4th place, 10 grand. Just going one rank higher can give you over double the amount of prize money. So a lot on the line here for these teams. We take a look at the schedule for the last time here for Season 0. For the entirety of it, not just West, East as well. And of course, we're going to end off where we started things on Erangel as our final match of the day. Honestly, I mean, we could probably talk for like half an hour about what are the top teams going to do, right?
Oh, yeah.
Will they play safe? Will they get aggressive? Will any of the bottom teams hunt them? Will they play for placements? I mean, if you're wildcard, you kind of have to play for placements to get the 20 points you need to potentially cross the 1st place threshold. There's so many scenarios going on that you also know if you're Cloud9, if you're Footballs, if you're Konina, if you're Loops, if you're wildcard, you make one mistake. If you die and you leave your team on 3 people, you might just cost your team 50 grand, 30 grand, 10 grand, who knows?
Yeah. I was going to say, you better believe those teams are also going to be keeping a close eye on the kill feed. Because if, for example, Wildcard sees Cloud9, Loops Esports, Footballers, and Konina Power go out, they're going to go start fragging because they would have to if they want to end up in 1st place. And vice versa, if you see Cloud9 off, in Loops Esports, you kind of get to calm down a little bit more. Or could we finally see that fight, depending on what the playing pad's going to be, could we finally see that fight between Loops Esports and Cloud9? Remember what Beowulf told us in an interview on the first day of League Finals? Loops Esports was starting to bother them. They were starting to shoot off their tires of their cars because they land so close. Anything can happen here. My guess is the first 3 circles are going to be super passive, and then after that is when the mayhem's going to start, so make sure you are ready.
Well, you know what? I'm ready. I'm ready to get underway with the game here, but before we get to that, we have to do our predictions. So I want to get through this quickly because I want to start this match. Glitter, who do you got?
Cloud9. I think they're going to try and do one final push here in the last match.
7, who do you got?
I think I got Temple Storm. I think they need to go ahead and get a win here, and it's the only team I can kind of pick, because I already picked the other ones. Also, shout out to Cameron Davis. He's gonna end up in 1st place regardless of what happens here in this last match.
Thanks, 7. I have Wildcard. There we go.
All right.
We're even going to show it at the end of the show. You had to bring it up, though. I'm going for Wildcard. You know what? If Wildcard get a chicken dinner, if they get like 5 to 10 kills, they could take that 1st place. And what a way to do it as well in the final game to bounce up 5 different rankings. But you know what, 7 and Glitter, go sit down and go watch this match. I'll be joining you in a few minutes as we get this one underway. So we'll talk to you guys in a little bit of time. As again, you guys at home, last game. You're watching this entire time and earning points. Make sure you're sticking around to do it right here, right now, considering the top 100 viewers will get themselves exclusive rewards if you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. Also, you guys can be tweeting to us at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMWL. Maybe give us your thoughts about next season, the point changes, 15 points for a chicken dinner instead of the 20. I think that's going to be a really interesting topic to discuss when we get to it down the line. But for now, we need to bring in our commentators one last time. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave, I summon you guys here to the stage because we're about to get underway with it. It's all on this, right? Hot Jukes.
Oh my goodness.
Can you even contain the excitement going on inside of you?
I can barely contain it. I can't believe this is the last match here of the PUBG Mobile World League West League Play Season 0. I mean, this has just been an insane tournament so far, and I don't think we could have asked for like a better ending here because there's so many teams that are in contention to get first place. I mean, this is just insanity. It's just, I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm lost for words. I just can't wait to see the game, to be honest.
Dave, I mean, 5 teams in contention for this first place.
Yeah.
What the hell is going through their minds right now? What, like honestly,
dude,
don't choke. Don't choke. I can't
don't die. Make sure your battery is charged on your phone. Everything is going through their minds. I mean, first to 5th place, 19 points. That's $100,000. That's $100,000. Insane. I can't believe it. I can't believe it, Jason.
One chicken dinner. I mean, this is what I'd love to have, right? So many teams in contention. We saw the global finals last year over in Malaysia and Bigatron. Like, there was no way they were going to lose that lead. But to have it happen now in East being so close, to have it happen now in West being so close, that just shows, I think, in general, Hot Jukes, how close everyone is in terms of skill level when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
Absolutely. I mean, these teams have just developed just tremendously over the years. I mean, the amount of practice hours every single one of these players puts in and the synergy that they're showing out here, I mean, it's just phenomenal. This is the peak gameplay that I think that we've seen so far. And man, I'm just so excited. I'm so excited. I can't wait for the last game.
Okay, well, before we get into the last game, we got to get predictions, obviously. So Hot Jukes, let's start off with you.
Hey, gotta go with wild card gaming, baby. I mean, I picked all the other teams that I thought were gonna win it, so I gotta go with them here in the last one. But this is just gonna be insane. Honestly, I don't care. I just want to see anybody. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm just pumped up.
All right, well, Dave, up to you now. Who's your prediction?
All right, you got wild card. Jukes has got wild card. Your boy Dave's got wild card. All right. Wild card are the most consistent team when it comes to Erangel. Looking back at the finals, they have 5 top 3s. 5 top 3 finishes here. They got 2 chicken dinners today on Erangel. They're looking for that final chicken dinner here today to get that $100,000, Jason. We believe. All 3 of us believe.
Well, gentlemen,
I want to go grab my old wild card jersey, man. This is insane.
They have a big game ahead of them. A chicken dinner could almost guarantee them the $100,000. And it's time for you two to take us straight into our last game here of the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0 League Finals.
Thank you so much, Jason Kaplan. Let's get it going. The last match of the evening, baby. Match number 5, and we're going to none other than Erangel. This is where it's going to be settled. The battlefield, the players, they're in the plane. They're ready to go. You know their hands got to be shaking. They got to be pumped up here. It all comes down to this, Dave.
Yes, match 24, League Finals, West League. Teams are looking for the come up. Alpha Legends looking to play spoiler here, looking to ruin the dream. So far, they have been hot on the case, on the hunt for Cloud9. Will they continue to do that? We see the players. We see B4 going Zarky. We see Cloud9 going to their drop spot. Football is popping out as well. Wildcard up there to Severny. Man, we got about 25 minutes left. 25 minutes in this game, and it is going to be changing some players' lives here today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's so much. That's just a life-changing amount of money to be able to win here. And these squads, they've been practicing for just diligently, just for this moment right here. I mean, talk about, you couldn't get from anything more climactic. I mean, this is 4th quarter, last second left. Got to be able to make the shot, and it's time to do it now or never. And you can just see, look at the west side of the map. You got Loops, Cloud9, and Football is all there, and that's exactly where the zone's going. Here we get it going. I mean, man, wow. I mean, whew, this is so close.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a little challenging for our squad that we picked, wildcard. You know, Severny obviously is their spot, but the zone will not favor that one. Yeah, I mean, before today, I was looking at the results on Erangel, and wildcard, pretty consistent when it comes to getting that top 3 finish, and that is exactly what they're looking for here today. And right behind them, Konina Power, also really consistent when it comes to Erangel. Oh, hold up, Shator, Alpha Legends. We were talking about them. We were talking about Alpha Legends. What are they going to do this game? Well, Shator looking to get a kill on Thematic.
You could just see right now, Alpha Legends, they've just been on the camera just constantly here in this final day as they are just trying to get it done. And you can see Dream Eaters just using some communication together to try to get this 2v1. Matic, he's just hard peeking this angle, waiting for Mewtwo to come up to him. This could be a really, really big play for Shator. Oh, but he goes down instantly. Yeah, M7. Oh, and the punch out. The punch out. What a way to end it right here. Oh, man.
The punch out.
Punch out. So strong.
Yeah. Hey, 2v1. 2v1 will be challenging no matter who you are. No matter who you are. We see Alpha Legends out there in the distance, all in their own little vehicles. Wow, look at Loops here. Going through crates, looking for some loot. You know who likes to kind of rotate on in through crates? You know who, Jukes?
Who's that?
Oh, nah, baby.
Cloud9, that's right. And you know what's so
Not
funny?
too far.
Because when I got a chance to talk with Bale, he was mentioning that how Loops always likes to kind of poke at him. You know, after they go ahead and loot crates, sometimes they'll go on that hill and shoot some of their tires out and just make it a little bit more difficult. But I really doubt that Loops is going to try to take that risk even slightly here, considering where it is. And it kind of, you talk about, you know, wild card and their consistency in these matches. I'm not going to lie to you, Dave. I don't think any of that applies when it comes to this last match. I mean, this is just, I mean, there's just so many different factors to consider. The pressure, the intensity that every single one of these players has to go through. I mean, they're just trying to play their regular game, I think, rather than trying to do anything fancy here, man. So, this is intense.
I mean, Loops, 10 points. 10 points from getting that first place spot. I mean, Loops, they got the money when it comes to the Super Week and the league play. They're looking for the repeat. Make sure this is the final game. This is the last time we'll have the chance. Tell everybody you know. Send out the email. Send out the tweets. Post those stories. We need 300,000 people to tune in right now to get these crates.
That's right. Go, you know, throw some flyers out outside right now. Go outside.
Oh, no.
Yell at
Well,
your
that's littering.
neighbors,
That's
you know?
littering. Don't litter. Don't litter. No, we don't want to.
That's true. That's true. You know, just hand them really gently.
Hand them.
6 feet away. Of course, from your neighbors. And yeah, make sure they get the message because, man, they do not want to miss this one. Here we get it going. Still the first zone, and you can just see right now every single one of these players, they're just looting up, being real careful. I mean, this is I think this is the peak we're going to be able to see in competitive PUBG Mobile, Dave.
I mean, this is the most peaceful we'll also be able to see here. I mean, everybody trying to do everything in their powers to avoid any type of early fights. I won't be surprised if we kind of have a repeat of what we saw in Miramar. There's about 15 minutes of just nobody even firing their shots because it all comes down to this. This is the last game here, and there's only a matter of a couple points that decides the difference between thousands of dollars. Thousands.
I mean, just a huge difference. First place, second, $50K, $50,000, and I tell you what, you do not want to lose that by only a couple of points right here. So I know if you're Loops, you're looking to get a chicken dinner here. Cloud9 as well. If you're looking to pass up Footballists at Konina Power, and you got to give it up for Footballists and Konina Power to really kind of clutch it up here in these last couple of days to put them in such a lead.
Yeah, you got to give up for a lot of these teams. They definitely put their heart and soul. Oh! Team Queso, though, possibly caught in the rotate over there from Unique. We see Annalise out here with that Uzi trying to go for that spray down. Ayala really low when it comes to the health, but it seems like they were able to make it on out of harm's way.
Yeah, able to make it out by the skin of the teeth. You know, that definitely got their heart racing, as they're going to have to try and pass up quite a few squads. Tempo still hanging out in Pachinki. This zone, though, it's a dangerous circle, Dave. I mean, can you imagine if this one's hardships on the military?
I mean, hopefully for B4, you don't imagine that because they didn't drop there, and that has been their spot for the longest. And they actually went all the way up there to Zarki, and they will have UDR right above them. Pedro OG currently pinned down from 2 members, Sandro and Nano.
He's just trying to hold the hill. Oh, close
the door.
The shack, yeah. Close the door. Say, you know what? Leave me alone. Nobody's home. But there he definitely is. Oh, that was an interesting nade right there. Good bounce.
Okay.
But yeah, UDR just trying to get some spots out there. Out of this circle right here. So, you know, I was wondering if they're just trying to use this to be able to rotate on in, or if they're really looking to take the fight right now.
I mean, UDR, we can't count them out. They're in 7th place. 7th place on the overall leaderboard. So if they can take out B4, who are currently in 13th place on the overall leaderboard, that's going to be 4 points. 4 points just to add to that total. I mean, 4 points.
Yeah, and you think about it too. If UDR actually like gets a chicken dinner here, they have a total passability to pass up Tempo, and that's a quite a big chunk of change to be able to add onto their totals so far. So. But I don't know if this is the best play. I mean, right now we see a lot of the top teams, they just prioritize zone over these kills. So right now, because of this fight, they're going to be rotating in really late.
Real late, but it is early. It is early. So the blue zone will not be hurting them too much. But yeah, I mean, they're going to be using a lot of time. We already see Wildcard making the rotate. They will be south of Hospital. So you also have to have in the back of your mind, like, who might be gatekeeping you? And look at all these teams. Everybody's in their vehicles, just trying not to get into a fight. Matic going to be popping on out with that Scar, going for that lean peek, trying to get that spray down onto Annalise, but will be missing a couple of those shots.
I thought he had that one in the bag, and that's why when you go for a buggy, you gotta aim for those tires. Only takes about 3 bullets, and if you're able to get one of those down, they're not going anywhere. Opt to go for the headshot, though, and just not able to hit the mark. Oh, Tempo Storm.
Insta push. They are making the pull-up right now, trying to investigate. They are coming in hot. Spec going to be spotted immediately from Mystic from across the road. Ayala able to connect on the HH24 as well. And Tempo, they are trying to come out on top of this one. They got the initial knock, but they lost 2 in the process.
Lost 2 in the process, and is Tempo... Oh, are they leaving them? It looks like they're gone. Tensa and Rain are going to take the sacrifice right here. That's going to leave Tempo only with 2 players up for the rest of the match and 2 extra points on the Team Queso. What an exchange.
They got the knock, so they thought, you know, we needed to make a play. They needed to make a play. It just didn't work out in their favor.
Oh, the pan!
Yeah.
Gotta throw the pan.
The pan to the
face. You trying to come to our house? Oh, man. Now, you know, that's got to definitely throw some... That's going to definitely enrage the rest of this Tempo Storm team, that's for sure.
Last game, we saw Wildcard trying to cook. Well, Team Queso out here. There, they got one of the main ingredients. They got the cheese. They're trying to cook some chicken out here and getting that pan to the face. The ultimate disrespect. That's the ultimate disrespect.
The zone, Dave. The zone.
Billy,
it hard-shifted the military base.
Jukes, everybody's on the bridge. There are about 5 to 7 different teams, all of them in vehicles, trying to make their way on across the bridge. Looks like Nova is the first team to get there. Coney and Power here on the coast. Oh my goodness, we're gonna lose so many people right now.
You guys cannot see the map right now, but if you could just see, if you saw my face, I am just gasping right now as there's so many squads just centralizing instantly onto this bridge. A crazy, crazy hard shift here for the last match. And football is Solke taking out one of these members from Umbro. Just look at that. Oh my goodness.
Okay, Sunday, let's get that trending. Let's get that hashtag trending right now. Looks like Umbra are actually on the bridge. They're going to be pinched right now between Footballists, Nova. They're going to be pinched by a lot of people, and Dream Eaters making the pull-up.
Got it, and you can see right here, Dream Eaters just trying to hold it down. Loots, with the AK, half health. Tries to get a split, but no, sir. Uzi's too strong here.
This is Dream Eaters making the pull-up over here. We'll be taking down 1 from Footballist, and Footballist across the way. Lawson hitting that reverse, trying to get on into cover behind that bridge.
Last match of the evening, so much pressure. You know you're going to start seeing some different plays come out of these squads, some miscommunications. All that is going to go down as it is just so intense right now, especially you add on top of this insane hard shift right here. It just, the plot has thickened, Dave. The plot has thickened.
Plot has definitely thickened. This hard shift, nobody could have predicted this. Unique, they used that east bridge to make it on into the circle safely. Wildcard just north of Pachinki. They got UDR hunting them down. Looks like Cloud9 are in Primorsk right now, trying to hunt down a boat to use that to cross the way.
You can see Acer getting caught out on this rotation. Oh man, this is just so difficult for all these teams, especially ones that landed north. And that is going to be Wildcard as they normally land in Severny. They are going to be late into this next zone right here. I really like how Team Unique decided to go into the blue and head into the open bridge right there. Super, super smart. Konina Power often do a real similar strategy, just crossing through the water here as, man, all the tricks are going to have to be coming out of the bag if you want to win this one, that's for sure.
Arum from Footballists on the roof right now, trying to get additional sight lines. Looks like they're going to be fine with being neighbors right now from Dream Eaters. Umbra underneath that bridge on the military base currently residing. Everybody seems to have found their spot for the time being, just awaiting to see where this next circle takes them.
To see Raul, man, just holding it down. Where's this next circle going to go? Because, man, this is going to just be insanity as it's about to pop. Will it go on over to military? It hits right down the center on the bridge. Oh, man, all these teams now that are on the military base island, they have to cross right back. I'm looking at Konita Power. I wonder if they're just going to opt to kind of swim right back up into this one because, oh, this is so tough. And look at Cloud9. Look at Cloud9 in the water. They had to do a quick retreat right back up into the north, and B4's gatekeeping Ferry Pier.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're in the water. You know, they didn't make it to the military base yet, so they had the opportunity to kind of, you know, pull back just a little bit. B4, they were trying to do the same thing. But yeah, everybody going back to the mainland. Nova still on across the bridge on that military base side. So it's gonna be a dicey one to see them cross it once again.
I mean, you couldn't have asked for a more insane circle here to end the PMWL World League West matches. I mean, this is just insanity. I mean, all these squads right now, you could just see just the confusion and just trying to make anything out of their situation. Dream Eaters really fortunate to get such a position early on. Look at Cloud9. Cloud9 versus Loops as they are heading up this bridge in a straight line together. This is a massive fight coming up.
There's Loops, are they aware? Loops currently in 3rd place, Cloud9 right behind them in 4th place. And that's a 2-point difference. They are currently 2 points away from one another on the overall leaderboard. Looks like Cloud9 are able to make it on to the land. They do have some nice cover to work with, and they are in this next zone.
Only a few points difference, but talk about a money difference. 4th place, $10,000. 3rd, $20,000. Yeah, we're able to make it up to 2nd, $50K, and of course, 1st place, $100,000 right here. As we're starting to see some fights go on over. Tensa knocking down Slicky, Footballist, Umbra. So many squads are just getting into it right now due to the shift.
Yeah, I mean, 16 teams, still 16 teams. Looks like Mystic from Team Queso found themselves a little shack right down there to the south of them. You got the Knights, you got Unique trying to swim across the water as well. I mean, these hard shifts definitely tossing a wrench in a lot of the plans for these squads out here. B4 gonna be opening up the shots onto UDR.
Paranoia at an all-time high. You can see B4, they're just pre-firing everything right now. Just trying to play keep away and hold this position, waiting for this next circle. This is only zone number 3, Dave, and all these teams right now are just in a tear trying to be able to secure their location and hold it for as long as they can. See the kill feed lighting up. Nova, Sheepman able to get some knocks as well. Konita Power in a really good spot here on this hill, but it's at the edge of the circle. The zone hard shifts again. Oh man, they're gonna have a tough time. But look at this. They're in the car, ready to go before the zone even pops. Super, they wanna be so fast on this rotate.
It's risky though. I mean, the whole team in one Dacia.
No vehicle.
Nothing. No choice.
Oh no, this zone shifts to Ferry.
Another shift all the way down there. So far away from Konita Power. They have one vehicle. They need to make sure not to be spotted by Yala. Not to be spotted from Alpha Legends. If they're spotted.
Sending it.
If they're spotted, you have to assume that vehicle explosion is so easy. And Konita Power currently in 2nd place right now. 2nd place.
2nd place, and you can just tell they're just trying to take advantage of all the confusion going on and just full sending it into the gas station. It looks like we're able to make it, but you see Football is on the edge of the zone, and this is a tough rotation. They do have a vehicle, though, locked down. Oh, they see Nova crossing. Time to go fishing, baby.
Time to go fishing. Lobson waiting, trying to bait out all of the players and relay that information back to the squad. Here comes the spray out there in the water. HZL swimming duck right now. Tempo Storm
eliminated.
Oh, Tempo got eliminated as they tried to make the push on into the west side of the circle. Oh, Tempo, they only had 2 up. Remember, they lost 2 real early on this game.
Tempo currently sitting in 6th place, opening up the door for UDR to possibly pass them up. But man, there's still a lot of action left here as Lavazin's trying to pick up these extra points, and they're currently sitting in 1st. They need every single one they can get. But Dream Eaters wants a piece as well.
I feel bad for anybody that's swimming right now. Everybody who is on the land is looking in the water, trying to take your helmet, trying to take your life in the process. So Nova, Unique, I mean, these squads are going to have such a challenging time. Maxon from B4. Looks like they have Slicky locked down with this DP.
I love that for Wildcard, though. They were really careful. They didn't just full send it up. Oh, the hard through the smoke. What a shot from Acer. And here comes Wildcard.
Yeah, that was actually big. That's going to open this one up. Now we see the push from Wildcard. They're still trying to make their way on into this next zone. They're trying to get a foothold right now. And that one knock,
grenade,
that was huge. Sam tossing out a grenade right there. Mix0 going for that spray and that retreat.
Touched him a little bit. They were able to pepper him up as they're trying to secure the edge of this circle right now. B4 fighting for their tournament life. I have a couple members down, and Mix0 in the buggy, full sending it, but where's he gonna go? There's teams all over the place in this zone.
Yeah, Mix0, Pedro, OG on their own little solo missions right now to get as many placement points as possible. Looks like they're going to be sending it into a more centralized position. Wildcard, 1 kill so far, looking for that chicken dinner. Yala making the pull-up right now onto Dream Eaters. Matic on the roof, extremely low. Xana was knocked down in the process. Lord trying to toss out some smokes, trying to get their revive, but Anas with the Uzi has something to say, going to be making the breach. Matic on full-on retreat mode right now, trying to get back on into the safety to their squad mates, and Toffee's on the first floor, bleeding on out.
1 HP, he just go in and jump on out, and he's going for the res.
Revive.
Rather than getting any health, but he does have that angle covered from his teammate right there. So that's going to be really huge. I wonder if Anas, okay, he's going to try to nade him. Doesn't look like it connects, but oh, he does get MiQ in the process.
Wow. Nade. What a nade, and they
Look
are
at this
fighting.
map.
Yeah, they are fighting for any type of hard cover they can right now. This zone, very pure. There's still water in play. There's still water in play. I mean, talk about the madness in these zones.
Center's out, and it's just centered out right on top of PK right here. And Dream Eater's taking out right here. Alpha Legends just throwing it down onto Konina Power. This could be devastating for this squad. They're so high up on the leaderboards right now, and they're already down 2 members. Oh, they're not leaving the shack. Not for a minute.
Let's see, that shack is not in the zone either. That shack is not in the zone. So you got Yala, you got Alpha Legends. We already see shots going on into that door. Konina Power, they are just stuck like Chuck right now.
Stuck like Chuck indeed. And I wonder if they're going to try to low toss some smokes, try to make some plays here. But I mean, this is the worst case scenario. You got 2 major teams just gatekeeping the heck out of you, and you're fighting for your tournament life. Cloud9 able to actually survive the boat plays. Yeah, instantly knocked. Only 1 member up left for Konina Power.
Alpha Legends, they just don't want to let that one go. They don't want to let Konina Power make it on into this next zone. We see Cloud9 in the west, not in the zone either. They are right behind Wildcard. Wildcard trying to toss some grenades on the loops, and Cloud9 looking for that backstab. Maybe, just maybe, 2 kills onto Wildcard. They still got 4. Looking on into the open field right now on the beach. Footballists, they are looking to get as many points as possible. Currently in first place, they got 4 kills. They got the zone, but nowhere to go.
Huge fights going all over the place. You see another member of Alpha Legends taking out Rob GD from Konina Power. I mean, Alpha Legends have nothing to lose, but Konina Power has everything to lose right here as they are taken out in 13th place. Oh, this is going to be... So they got to be feeling the pain right now on the leaderboards here, but there's still a lot of game left to be played as Cloud9's about to take on Lutz. Another 2 Titans going at it right now to try to win some big money.
Yeah, Konina Power getting taken out. That opens it up right now for Loops. That opens it up for Cloud9. Opens it up for Wildcard. So all these teams looking to come out on top. The grenade, though! The grenade! Cloud9 are done! Wildcard
done!
2 teams!
Loops
at the top!
And Footballists, they only have a couple members up. It looks like they are going to be able to try and pick up Raum here as Lavas is throwing his smokes. It looks like it might be a battle between Footballists and Loops. 278 points right now for Loops Esports. They could pass up Konina Power and win $50,000. Can Loops get it done?
Loops looking to clock into work here for the final game. Annalise, Unique, Milky Way trying to keep them at bay. Federal tossing some grenades right on over that ledge. Loops, they have 4 up. I see B4 out there in the distance. Loops trying to capitalize on this one, trying to get this engagement done and over with because they need to make the move. Federal crawling on up. Annalise, extremely low. Milky Way trying to get the off angle. Gonna be recognizing one of them.
What an angle.
That pre-fire will be taking down Carrillo to about 20% HP right there.
Carrillo's refusing to die right now. He knows what is on the line. They're healing up, smoking themselves out, and trying to push their way in as Yala's taking out, eliminated right here as well. Next zone, centers out in favor of Loops and against Footballists. They have to cross the open field to get into this next zone. Oh, look at this gatekeep, though.
The The gatekeep is real. Unique, they have 4 up as well. They got the whole team. They got the whole team. Oh, trying to make the pop-up. Federal able to take down Milky Way. Milky Way has just been poking the bear for a couple minutes now. Football is on the opposite end of this fight, on the opposite end of this circle. They made the pull-up. They are right on top of the Knights right now. They have a wall for cover. They're tossing those smokes, and they're in the zone.
5 more points. That is all Loops needs to be able to pass up Konina Power for second, and then they got to do
Alpha Legends.
Here they go. On Footballist. This is huge.
Kato going for that spray ball.
I said no, sir. Once again.
Alpha Legends trying to play spoiler out here.
Again on the Footballist, and Footballist denied them back to back. And Solke trying to get some extra points so he can secure this MVP as well. Oh, Mystic running up.
What is going on? Everybody wants a piece of Footballist. Mystic able to use his smoke, able to get right on into the mix. And Solke's like, there's an enemy right here. Marco trying to crawl on up. Solke between these 2 burning vehicles in the wall, trying to use it for cover. Looks like they might be able to get the revive, but everybody trying to take out Footballist right now.
Footballist just trying to survive all they possibly can right now. They want this $100,000. There's the second nade. Doesn't get the confirm as Rom is able to kind of hold himself in that little place. Right. But J7 with the bounce gets it so done.
Oh, here they come. They're making the push. All 3 members of the Knights will be pushing on out. They know it is Footballist. They want to clean this one up. The ricochet, the grenade on into the closet.
That's it, Footballist
there we
done.
go, J7. Oh, taking them out.
Oh. They almost got taken out themselves right there, but Jagger able to kind of be the last one up. He's going to try to get these pickups. Now, it's all on Loops to get it done here. If they get the chicken dinner and these kills, there's a chance they could
win
first place.
They can win first place.
And
oh my goodness. They started from that mid-pack yesterday. Currently coming into this game 3rd place, but Footballist, Konina Power, they're out. They are out. Unique trying to do everything in their power right now to gatekeep Loops. Up there to the north, you got B4. You got the Knights getting that reset as well. 5 teams remaining. The final game here in the West.
Let's get it. Last match right here, and Loops just trying to survive on this edge. Milky Way, 1 HP, looking to play spoiler, has the angle. Federal looks like he's just boosting his way up to try and get some full health. Loops the only last team with 4 alive, but they do not have the blue zone as it shifts on over to B4. So close. Yes, if Loops wins this, they secure $100,000. They've already won $50K in the Super Weekend. This is just so huge for them.
Milky Way was able to get picked up from the squad mates, but extremely low. Federal behind that bush will be spotting out Milky Way, or at least hearing Milky Way. Does not want to give away the position yet. Right behind the bush, right behind the tree. Unique, they are not giving this one up.
These guys have to be holding their breath right now as this is just so close. Zone 7 starting to close right now. Frozen's throwing some nade. Unique trying to be able to find a way in this one, but they are scared with Loops having some great angles. Oh man, this Loop squad so close.
4 kills on Loops, 4 kills. Annalise cooking this grenade, gonna be tossing that one right on top of that and trying to get on into the shack, blowing up. Just a little shy of the mark, and here comes Federal making their way on up, trying to get that backstab. Got that pan out. We got the pan out, but it's spotted. And then quickly taking out their AKM, going for that spray down, taking down Milky Way. There we go.
Federal, and he's going to be able to get this first aid off as well. Great play from Federal. So clutch right there. He just had to get it done on his own, and it looks like he is. As Frozen, maybe in a bad, possibly a smoke, maybe a bad nade. Yeah, as he tries to throw a second one on the Pittsburgh Knights.
Now you got Unique trying to make their way on into zone, but they got Loops. A full squad. They have been poking Loops this whole game. Loops are extremely aggravated with the gatekeeping that Unique attempted to do, but Farrell making the push on into the Knights. 3 members for the Knights. They got the trade. Farrell behind that crate, able to use it for cover. Carnage looking to get the final blow onto Frozen.
Oh, what a grenade! Goodbye,
right in my face. Kaboom from J7!
And that leaves 3 members up for Loops. I don't think they're going to be able to pick up Federal with his position right now. J7. Oh, what a nade. Threading the needle. Gets Skovsky.
J7, the nade god out here. Dadden going for that spray, able to connect with that Scar onto J7.
J7 last time, he shut down the dreams of Cloud9. Can he do it once again onto Loops? UDR! Huge angle onto Loops. It's just Dadden and Carrillo alive, and they're stacked up.
Ulysses trying to play spoiler.
So patient.
Okay, I don't know about that revive. I do not know if...
Can't do it. No way.
I don't think so.
No way. They're just going to have... right now, if you're Loops, I wouldn't be surprised if they just kind of crawl up trying to be able to get some more information. Looks like that's exactly what they do. Dadden stood up, trying to get another angle.
Uh-oh.
So close.
UDR out there, Ulysses. You got B4. They got a duo up right out there on the outskirts of the zone as well. Carrillo is spotted in Loops. Taking down and out Ulysses from UDR. Getting the final laugh right there. 3 teams to go. 3 teams to go.
And UDR Ulysses shutting down Loops right there. And now it's just up to Pittsburgh Knights B4 to finish out this last match of the evening. What an intense one. Mixera gets the first knock, and he is just keeping an eye. He heard those shots from Ulysses. He knows exactly where he's at.
Carnage is snaking. Ulysses making the pop-up, trying to get the pull-up. Pedro OG will be spotting them out. It's a 2v2. J7 crawling up, bleeding on out. Mixera getting peppered on into the smoke. 1 HP. Mixera, 1 HP. Carnage popping on up with the AKM. 2 kills, going for that pre-fire with that hit fire. And there we go. The Knights taking out second place. B4 getting the final chicken dinner here. The final
B4 getting the chicken dinner, but man, Loops getting in 4th place with a whole bunch of kills right there. What an insane way to end this tournament. I don't know what else to say. That's it for myself, Hot Jukes, here with Mustache Dave. Let's take it over to the desk to find out who won this one. What a tournament.
Footballers, they take themselves the first place finish and $100,000 to split across the team. They are your PMWL West champions, and what a phenomenal job by them to pull it out in the very last game as well. Watching from the sidelines as they fell before Loops, hoping that some team in the form of Pittsburgh Knights would drop them and get them the cash on their side and the title of champions. But what a crazy way to finish off that game, guys.
Yo, can we talk about that ending?
Yes.
Are you kidding me? So much going on. Pittsburgh Knights, a team that we've been talking about for the longest time. At one point, they were in like top 3. They came and started being the spoiler role. They destroyed. They third-party footballers there, and then it kind of came down to Loops. And then UDR Ulysses ended up ruining Loops' chances of if Loops would have won that, they would have ended up in first place. That was one of the most, bro, I'm shaking. That was one of the most insane games I think I've seen in a long time. Wow.
Well, we are going to see our runner-up, our second place team will be going to Loops Esports. They might not get the 100K when it comes to the finals, but they get themselves 100K in total from the 50 they got in league play and the 50 they get from second place here. But what a team. Honestly, Loops, even though they don't win the whole event, they are going to go down in history as one of the best teams coming in from Brazil here, Glitter.
Yeah, this is, you know what? Second place ain't so bad, especially when they came out on the top for the portion of league play. They are taking home a ton of money for themselves, and it is well deserved, regardless of the few bad days they had here and there. Like you said, one of the best teams coming out of the Americas.
Well, I want to see who's going to be third place now. Our eyes were wondering, and it's going to be Konina Power, and honestly, so well deserved for them, considering what all happened throughout the entire League Stage 7. They came together in the finals, and they got themselves 20 grand.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm super happy for Konina Power. I'm super proud of them. This team showed that they can adjust within a tournament, and this is a team that I'm definitely going to be looking at future tournaments, because remember, they were a very strong team coming in. They switched their tactics. They started readjusting, and towards league finals is when they put all those pieces together that they were working throughout the tournament, and they started making it work for themselves. What a league finals that we have had here, ladies and gentlemen. That was insane.
I mean, that just makes you hunger for what's coming up next season, to see the skill gap that we've had kind of come to a close now between all these teams, coming down to the final game to decide our victor. That's the perfect way to finish off this entire event. But now we need to see where were all the other teams, where was Tempo, where was Wildcard, where was Cloud9. Let's take a look at the final overall standings here from our league finals. And you're going to see Cloud9 in 4th place winning 10 grand. But Glitter, walk us through what some of the rest of the teams have earned.
I mean, first of all, Cloud9 in 4th place is going to be taking home $10,000. Look how close Wildcard Gaming came to them, though. At the very end, only 5 points below them overall. And for that 5th place finish, they will be taking home $8,000 as well. Moving down the list, we were talking about Tempo a lot. Tempo will be getting 5 grand. UDR Killers showing up out of nowhere, able to jump up into 7th place overall. Will be taking home $4,000. Pittsburgh Knights having a fantastic showing on our final day. We'll also be taking home $3,000 for that 8th place finish, and then everybody else from there will be getting that $2,000.
For real, congratulations to Pittsburgh Knights. Keep in mind, this team was like 13 or I don't even remember what place they were in. This was a team that just honestly didn't exist here for this last game because they were just so low. But they were able to make lemonade out of the lemons that they had because they pushed up so high. And then we go here towards the second page. Still, a lot of teams. Listen, these teams are here for a reason. We have to show them respect. And hopefully, as I mentioned earlier in the show, they take this as a learning experience. They take this and kind of manages their feelings because this might be the first time that some of these players are in such a high stage and in performing at such a high level that in the future, they're going to be like, okay, I know what that adrenaline rush feels like. I know what the pressure feels like. So you know what? Going into the next tournament, now I can use that to my advantage. So hopefully all those teams, if you're watching this, take this as a learning lesson. You guys are here for a reason, and I expect to see you guys here in the future as well.
I love how you talked about the other teams as well here, the ones that are in like the 2K. Yeah, they might have been, you know, towards the bottom half of the 16 teams here, but they're still better than 99.9999% of the teams out there, right? They still demand respect, and I guarantee they're going to take the experience now and come back hopefully for their sake in the next World League season and prove what they have. But guys, it's also now time to crown our MVP here of our league finals and $10,000 extra in their pockets. Let's see, who's it going to be? Soul K Sunday. Mustache Dave called it perfectly. He gets 10 grand on top of the $100,000 they just won.
Oh,
it is a great Sunday to be in football. A Soul K Sunday. Shout out to Mustache Dave for coming out with that one. Make sure you guys tweet it. Soul K Sunday getting that MVP, 44 kills. Look at the average survival time and the damage. This man deserves it. This is one player that we've been talking about throughout the whole tournament. And if I remember right, Glitter and Jason, this is actually the first footballist player that we started talking about. This man has been consistent throughout the whole tournament.
Thing is, they've always been in the shadows of Loops Esports during the entire league play. We talked about them like, yeah, they got a good amount of kills, but Loops have more kills than placement points. They've always been in that shadow, but what a way to come out of that shadow and crown themselves kings as they overtake them and they maintain that #1 position for the $100,000. Honestly, great to see, and I'm so proud of them. And I know they're probably at home. I wish we could see exactly how they're celebrating right now and however way they want to, because they deserved it. But guys, I want to hear some final thoughts for you. I want to hear exactly how you feel about this whole event as it's now come to a close.
Glitter, want to go first?
Sure, I can go first. I mean, first of all, I think that this was one of the most wild endings we could have possibly hoped for here for the final match and the final day of the league finals. It not only was it entertaining, but these players played their absolute hearts out. Everybody did so well, and the level of competition was truly, you know, it was exhibited in the fact that we saw all of these squads fighting it out for the first place spot, whether it, you know, the good days, bad days, whatever it was a strong and it was a high level of competition. So I've had an absolute blast. You guys have been wonderful to work with.
Aww.
So this was an amazing first experience for a PMWL West for me.
I'm glad to hear that, and I think I have to second that. Everybody from PUBG Mobile Esports, DSL, thank you so much for putting up such a great show. I've been part of this and I've been absolutely entertaining. I cannot wait to see what's going to be happening in the future. And for all the players, whether you're on East and West, just keep in mind, you guys made it to the top, man. You guys made it to where a lot of people want to be able to make it, and you should take that home with you. You should use that as a badge of honor, and keep on improving, keep on practicing, keep on improving, because you're ultimately your worst enemy, and a lot of you guys out there can definitely become a pro player. And who knows, maybe in the future we'll be talking about you. I'm just happy, man. I'm so happy for some of these teams, and I cannot wait to see what's coming in the future.
Yeah, and honestly, a fantastic job by everyone playing and everyone involved in the show as well. I'll give you two a big shout out, Seven and Glitter, for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure, and unfortunately, I have to say goodbye for, I think, the last time for a while. Who knows, we're going to be seeing each other next? Maybe it's in PMWL, maybe it's in World League. Who knows? But you know what? I think we will be reunited in some way in the future. So thank you again, guys, for the time and all the amazing job you guys have done. And I'll catch you on the flip side. Oh, hearts from both of them. And obviously, we have to give a big shout out to Cameron Davis, Invirum, Mustache Dave, Hot Jukes, everyone involved here at ESL in Poland and Katowice for putting on such a phenomenal show. A big shout out as well to PUBG Mobile for making this happen. And obviously to all of you at home, all the viewers who have been enjoying everything involved here with PUBG Mobile within the World League, PMCO, PMPL. We've had a fantastic time putting on this entire show for you. And you know what? We'll be seeing you guys soon here for the next season.